on the lead lap for Grid and Go. Not had a good couple of races. Comright, who was running up towards the front, ended up 22nd for BS Plus Hybrid a long way down. PTZ and SimRC 31st, 32nd. Greenay, who was running up towards the front early in that race. Falcon Sim Racing struggles continue after winning race 1 earlier tonight. There's the other Grid and Go car, which was in the top 10 too at one stage. 49th by the finish there after not finishing, as many did not in that race, including Alessandro Ottaviani, who didn't even complete one lap. Let's have a chat quickly to Nicholas Boy, who wins that race. Nicholas, congratulations. I mean, that was one of the more dominant performances you ever likely to see in VCO Infinity. Just how were you so comfortable in these conditions compared to everybody else?
Honestly, I have no idea. I did the qualifying lap, and first I thought, like, I don't know, some people just need to get the lap in, and then I saw I was on pole by 6/10. The lap felt quite okay, so I guess it just came naturally, and I think that's a bit of the nature of this with limited practice time. I guess right there, but it was fine. I kept it on the track, and yeah, I don't know, it just came like this.
And how important, just quickly before we let you go, is this for Drago Racing itself? Because this is the first podium you've had in this race. You were 6th place in the points coming into this race. I think you'll be 4th now at least. How important is it to get the first win on the board?
Yeah, I think it's definitely pushing a bit the motivation. We didn't put too much focus on this just because of IndyCar World Championship and all that. So I think the majority of the roster is on quite low hours. So I think this is mainly just a confidence boost, and hopefully we can carry the momentum a little bit in the next races. But I think with the point system, it's just keeping it clean is the most important thing. So yeah, it's that all that matters. So we just need to keep it clean the next few races, and then I guess we'll see where we end up.
Absolutely. Congrats on the win in race 6, and thanks for chatting to us at the end.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Nicholas Boy there, the winner of race 6 of VCO Infinity here tonight. Well, 1/4 done of VCO Infinity number 5. The rain here at Road America providing a lot of excitement for race number 6. A note to those of you watching on YouTube, by the way, to switch over to part 2 of the stream now, which we're about to switch over to in time for race number 7. If you're on Twitch, you can stay exactly where you are and tune in as Lewis McGlade and Nathan Richards take you through the next 3 races of VCO Infinity number 5. Myself and Will Chadwick will be stepping away after this race. We'll be just going on a short break, but come back in, well, a minute or so. The races keep on coming here in VCO Infinity. We'll be back very, very shortly with race number 7 coming up next.
So here we are then. Obviously, we've kicked those 2 out, got Ewan, got Will out of here. No problem. It's myself and Nathan that will take you through the next 3 races. And yes, I am wearing a crazy top. I did see that Elvis Rankin was wearing a polo. He was ready for some golf, so I thought I might as well jump in on the fun at 11 o'clock at night. Look, we're in for a lot of fun here, Nathan. We've got some crazy races behind us, and we've got some crazy races ahead.
Yeah, certainly. I think we've got 5 very good combinations in terms of the cars and the tracks that we've got. Of course, we've got 3 brilliant ones over the next 3 hours that we're going to go through. For me, Even though we had a discussion of which ones we preferred, for me it's Fuji and the Radicals, which I'm most excited about, just because I've commentated over them before in the Radical series, a brilliant combo. But of course, first off, we have the Formula 4s and Okayama, which I think is a combo that's used quite a lot in the normal daily online races, with them being a rookie track and a rookie car. So I'd imagine quite a few of our drivers here have a lot of experience with this combo.
Yeah, I mean, a bare minimum, I'm looking at the entry list for this round. A bare minimum, a lot of them have a lot of experience with this car. And seeing, obviously, the likes of Jack Sedgwick, who's well experienced in the world of sim racing, was in the race in the Formula Fords early. You've got Dan Amor, who's runner-up in the 2023 Formula Ford 1600, the support series for British Formula 4. You've got Shomi Shintani, another runner-up in this category. Hayden Bramley has also taken part in that. And that's before you start looking at some of the more typical names that you'd see at this level of sim racing, and suddenly this looks like a genuinely terrifying entry list for anyone wanting to get themselves involved in this event. It's absolutely wild. Sebastian Jobe, for example, he did mention earlier that he was taking part in the Formula Fords, and yes, he is in this race.
Indeed, and from what I've seen with the Formula Fords, and from what I've actually done myself when it comes to racing, they are a really good combo and you can get a lot of action. But here is our starting grid.
Dan Amor then, for Commander, has taken the first pole position for himself this evening. Obviously was involved towards the front earlier on. Sebastian Jobe is alongside for Team Redline. Callum Hyde for the Eclipse Sim Sports car will start from third, along with Isaac Phelps in fourth. Elliot Budzinski for BS Hybrid. And then the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, Shomi Shintani behind the wheel, will start from sixth. Behind that is Graham Carroll, of course, the champion of British Formula 4 Esports a couple of years ago. Mate Varga will start from 8th position alongside Jaden Sherwood in 9th position alongside Connor Jupp. Emil Bernstoff, who's won the Formula Ford Festival on iRacing before, so he knows what to do in this car. He'll start alongside BS Competition's Elias Riker from 12th. Behind that, it's Ricardo Ferreira, Jamie Hopper, who we saw earlier on in the evening, and then, of course, the Movano car. Grid and Go's the second car, of course, the teammate of Isaac Phelps starting from 16th position. Then it's Sim RC and the EMM Esports team starting from 18th position. It's 07 and Shera Esports rounding out the top 20 positions, the front 10 rows, with fast repair. That might be needed in this event. Drago Racing, fresh off of a victory in the previous race, will start from 22nd position, and Guillaume Levesque for the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue from 23rd. Jack Sedgwick for Woz Cooking Racing Ventures starts from 24th. Tim Hooper for Maniti, and then Impact Sim Sport. We'll get the Sorrento Motorsport Esports car, and then it's the Dutch League Racing, Ride Sim Sport, and Delta Sport in the top 30. We've still got more than 20 cars left to go. Brabham Motorsports, Yanis Olbert will start from 31st, with Sam Ward for Team PGZ, Absolute Motorsport Asalith, and then the GT Spain 92 car before we get to Capivara and the MG18 Simtech Pro. We're still within a second, but finally we go outside of it with Fiercely Forward and Impulse. Then it's the U Amateurs and Armamentario, Matt Performance, and the Byte 500 team. Behind that is Vitality. Disappointing for Erhan Yovsky, Tatum Reztech, Olympus, Blue, Mercure, and then the Falcon Sim Racing team Teal with the Prism Motorsports from 48th. Seems like quite a lot of cars are setting times here, because the ERE car will start from 49th with the Stint 1, and then FCB Racing Sim, the 51 cars to the grid. You can see the formation up there on. They're in the middle sector now, so they've got a little bit of time to work some temperature into it, but a lot of overcast here, Nathan. I mean, what are we expecting down towards turn 1 other than absolute carnage?
Well, I think carnage, chaos, they're all the words we can use down towards turn 1 at this track, especially with those a little bit further back. I mean, you like to see, Drago Racing, who sit 22nd. Romanidis will be wanting to get moves done early, so turn 1 he's got to kind of take those risks and just go for a lunge up the inside and hope something pays off. But I think with the way these Formula cars are as well, and a slight bit of contact could end in a race ender, those who also are further back, who might not be as quick, also have a chance to move forward that way. I mean, it's 2 seconds separating the whole lot. When you think about it, out of 55 cars, pretty much, that's not really big of a gap.
Well, very quickly then, as they come into the final corner, Wild Stab in the Dark, who's going to win the race?
Going to go third.
Dan Amor's going to do it. I know Papa Amor is watching. Shout out to Ian, who will be keeping his eye on Dan, who'll be racing here and trying to beat one of sim racing's very, very best. It's Dan Amor and Sebastian Job. Chaos already in the background. We're not even racing yet. Finally, the green flag is waved and we are racing down to the opening corner. Dan Amor will cover off those behind. A little bit of contact. Sebastian Job tries to cut across to defend his second position to the opening corner. To the outside comes Isaac Phelps, who's going fully on the attack. He'll look to the inside as they get into turn 2. There's a couple of cars off in the background, and Isaac Phelps is going full send. He does make his way up in the second position, but they remain side by side, 3 wide, going through the short kinks down towards turn 5.
Indeed, a very chaotic start here as we have 3 wide in towards the braking zone off turn number 5. They make their way through, and as we expect, you know, cars 2, 3, 4 wide further back as well. As you do see there, Budzinski making a move, still battling with Isaac Phelps there, who's third at the moment. Caleb Hydes just ahead in second place. And actually, just like the click of a finger, Budzinski has gone from P3 down to P5 and under pressure from Shona Shintani. So as we expect with these car combos, so quickly on that first lap, we're going to see drivers moving up and down multiple positions.
Yeah, indeed. It is going to be quite a large pack race consistently. Unlikely to get any major breakaways unless there's contact. That allows it off the road. I think that might have been Graham Carroll in the 3M car. This is what happened down towards turn 1. We did see a car off in the gravel, and it'll be Matthias Vitan. And yeah, I mean, look, it's always someone's going to be paying the price. You know what? It's actually a lot cleaner through T1 than I was expecting, especially towards the front. But as we come round to complete a lap, it is Dan Amor who will be leading at the moment from Caleb Hydes, Isaac Phelps, Sebastian Job, Elliot Budzinski for the BS Turner car, Shoma Shintani, Jaden Sherwood, Graham Carroll, Ricardo Ferreira, and Connor Jupp's just got past Mate Varga and up into the top 10. We're on board with Dan Amor, and there's the switch for the race lead. Caleb Hydes has come through.
And it didn't look like that much of a defence there from Dan Amor, as we can still see them two having a battle side by side here. He is on board with Isaac Phelps, making their way through the first sector. And Phelps, you can see here, just going to tuck him behind, but of course you do get quite a lot of slipstream in these cars, so there's always an opportunity to go for a send up the inside as they head their way into the right-hander. We can see Sebastian Job there as well, also looking to move forward. Budzinski's back in this one too in P5, and then of course we saw the battle earlier between Shintani and Sherwood, and they've dropped back by quite a few tenths as we head our way back down to the right-hand hairpin. There's still a lot of battles going on here for the leaders. We've got Caleb Hydes just trying to hold off 4 cars behind him as Isaac Phelps is on the outside line. He ends up losing out because of that, and Dan Amor back into second place. Sebastian Job's there on the outside, and this is one of these races, Lewis, where I think until we get to that final lap, whatever we see now, we can't really predict that they'll even stay there or be even close to it.
No, I mean, it's so easy to trip over yourselves in these cars. This is where some of the drivers that I've commentated on this grid in this car quite a lot over the last few years, your Dan Amors, Isaac Phelps, Shoma Shintani's, Jaden Sherwood's, these drivers have got a little bit of experience in this car where they understand how things unfold throughout the race, and sometimes it is better to play the longer game, unlike what was being played with the Absolute Motorsport Asalith car there in the bottom right, as there was plenty of contact further down the order. Onto the start-finish straight they go again. Caleb Hydes will continue to lead.
Indeed, as we head our way into that first corner, and here's a replay of the Absolute Motorsport car in towards that first corner. Not the best angle as we make our way through, and I think that was just what happened. A couple of cars went off, and dear me, someone ended up flipping off into the barriers, and that would have been the Absolute Motorsport car. And of course, in these cars, one little bit of damage to the wheel, and that is a race ender, pretty much. So big shame for all of those involved in that one as we head our way back down towards turn number 5. And of course you can see here Caleb Hyde still with that decent lead ahead, but Dan Amor and Isaac Phelps still there yet again for the taking as we make our long way down towards the right-hander. And let's see what happens here. Of course, Dan Amor tucking in right behind the back of Caleb Hydes. Phelps as well pulling out to the outside, trying to catch Amor off guard, and it nearly goes 3 wide for a moment, but Caleb Hydes with that better line, inside line, manages to hold it off. And I suppose even though everybody's close together, that's the good thing here. When you've got so many cars behind you all trying to get through, as long as you just pin it to the inside, you don't always have to worry about those behind, because then they've got to defend from others trying to get past them as well.
Certainly do. There's a couple of looks coming in. Jaden Sherwood taking a look to the inside of Elliot Budzinski. Now back to the outside, but it does seem as though the BS Turner car might just about hang on. They still remain side by side, but it's actually Shoma Shintani that's feeling the pressure. Bit of a squeeze over to the apex curb of the penultimate corner, down the hill into the final one, and Still alongside is Budzinski, and the BS Turner car will come through. It's Eclipse Sim Sports continuing to lead from Coanda, from Grid and Go, from Team Redline, then Williams, then BS. I said BS Turner, I meant BS Hybrid, I know what I meant. BS Plus, then a word. I'm not smart enough to keep up with it. Jaden Sherwood, though, in that green car has picked his way through brilliantly. The Lion GP car is making some solid progress here.
Yeah, a great move there from Sherwood, and now holding off from everybody behind. Graham Carroll is up into 7th now, trying to make a couple of moves himself up into P6 here, and of course has Sherwood on that inside line. Sherwood covers it off for now as Budzinski on the outside now of Carroll as they make their way back up the hill and down towards the hairpin. It's a long run, of course, into this next braking zone, and we've got 2 main battles here. 1st to 4th, and then 5th down to P10 at the moment, with Connor Jupp at the back of that one. There's a couple of cars just pulling out to the inside, one of them being Budzinski, as they make their way into the braking zone, and let's just see who can get a move done here. Carroll's looking to try and get something done as we head our way in towards the next couple of corners. Loses out there to Budzinski once again. And Shoma Shintani, of course, it's all up in P5, down to 8th now, but give it a lap or two, he could be right back up in that top 5 once again. As further back, we did see Elias Riker make a move ahead of Connor Jupp, and now jumps into P9.
This is on board with Graham Carroll. He's jumped into the Altitude 3M Esports team just for this event, unknown as to where he's going to be in the future. I've talked about where he's been in the world of sim racing over his career, obviously most recently at the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, but we've seen him at Red Bull and seen him at Mercedes and seen him at Ferrari, and now we're not sure. We had a good chat, mostly about golf, obviously, but I think he seems pretty relaxed about his future in the world of sim racing, and he's in it just for a little bit of fun. And I'm sure a car like this, sometimes it's hard not to have fun, isn't it? I mean, look, they race so well. By the way, for anyone watching, the gap that you'd be looking for to break the slipstream is around about 7 to 8 tenths of a second. No one really in this top group has got a gap anywhere near that.
I mean, you know, the top, I think 30 was pretty much just over a second. So realistically, they're not going to be dropping 8 tenths a lap. So it's, so difficult to really lose that advantage and and kind of gain 7 tenths ahead of the, on the car ahead. I mean, Caleb Hydes has to have some insane laps if he wants to try and break that over Dana Moore. Of course, if you do manage to break it, sometimes that can put you into a race-winning position very nice and early, but in this grid, that's just not going to happen, as Emil Bernstorff makes some moves up into P9 now, getting ahead of Connor Jupp and Elias Riker, as we did see somebody further back as well into the pit lane. Now, that's not ideal if they've run into some early issues. And of course, still it's Caleb Hydes who has the lead, and quite comfortable, even though there's so many cars behind him. He's very comfortable, and he's not suffering from pressure, which a lot of drivers in that leading spot would. So that's a great thing. He's happy in the lead for Eclipse Motorsport. He's not too bothered about Amor and Phelps and Job being so close behind him. It's just about, I suppose, leading now for the next 30-odd minutes. Of course, the battling starts to get interesting when we get our way into the final few minutes, as that's contact down towards a hairpin. 4 cars involved in that one.
Yeah, Stint won the primary focus in that, but that being a little bit further down, and I think a few cars just tripping up over each other. We're going to see that quite a bit throughout this race. Obviously, one of the main things, though, it's a 45-minute race here, as all of the races are in VCO Infinity. And with the 5 different cars that we race in, obviously not all of them are particularly well equipped for racing that 45-minute period. This is definitely one of them that is not well equipped for it. Earlier on in the day when we were running this car, it was going for about half an hour and then needing to stop for effectively the final 15 minutes of fuel. This is on board with the Bike 500 car, and like I said, just literally nowhere for it to go, and then got a hit from the Stint 1 car when it stuck it in reverse. But yeah, we are expecting a pit stop in this race in that final portion. Might be able to save a little bit more fuel than we saw earlier on, though. There's Elliot Budzinski making a move on Jaden Sherwood.
Well, that's a great move there. Lunge up the inside from Budzinski, and of course you've got to make those moves early on, and if there's an opportunity, you've got to go for it. Somewhere I think they might have a slowdown as they make their way all through, or it's a lapped car being overtaken early, which is, I think for now, not that much of an issue, because there won't be that many lapped cars, but as it goes on with the next 30-odd minutes, I think we could get quite a few jumping in the way by the end of it, especially if they're all close together and they're battling for their own positions. It could make for quite an interesting a few corners around this circuit. Of course, you can go side by side in most corners, but when you've got cars going slower, that makes that a hell of a more of a task as we head our way out to the final corner. And as I see gravel flying in the air, that's a good point to note. Around this track, there's so much gravel, and eventually that will end up making its way into the circuit, and lowering the grip. So that's something the drivers will have to prepare for over the next 15 to 20 minutes. That gravel making its way onto the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also one thing to note is track limits, like you say. When it comes to abusing it, they have 25 instant points they can abuse over the 45 minutes of the race. And there are certain corners where you can abuse it. Now, I've had a fair share of laps around Okayama. I know that where you can and generally can't abuse it. Apparently that white line doesn't really make much of a difference, according to Caleb Hyde, who was abusing it to try and break the slipstream of Dan Amor. And at the moment, Amor's not really keeping up at the moment. That gap's 9/10 of a second. Isaac Phelps would be wise not to attack Dan Amor here, because if he goes on the attack, that is going to allow Caleb Hyde to run away and to no longer really be a part of this fight. Now, I do wonder if there's any fuel-saving tactics happening in this pack where they're not going for the moves to try and get them to the pit stop. But, I mean, games are being played, and Caleb Hyde for Eclipse Sim Sports is gone.
Certainly is. And, of course, if that gap, keeps increasing at some point, I think Isaac Phelps has to make a move. Of course, he wants to be battling for that leading spot, not trying to settle for second. So, as it goes on here, I think Phelps will look to get on the move, but there's got to be some fuel saving here by Dana Moore, because everybody's closing up now, down towards P7 and P8 are all involved in this battle as we make our way down to turn 1. And here's some moves being made. Phelps is up the inside here of Dana Amor. Is it enough to go for the move? No, it's not. Further back we can see Sebastian Job and Elliot Budzinski having a battle through in towards turn number 3 they go. Of course, it's not the best to go side by side through turn 3, very easy to get ushered out wide. And you can see there, that gap now up to 1.8 seconds. So you think that Phelps could be looking to get on the move here. But Sebastian Job is looking to go up the inside on Isaac Phelps and get that red line back into the top 3 where it's been for a majority of this evening. And Sebastian Job now into 3rd, could be looking for 2nd place.
Yeah, the points leader going for it. The thing I wonder if... Oh, no, that doesn't make any sense because he had the slipstream of Caleb Hyde. But I was wondering if Amor was maybe lifting off a little bit to try and get someone else ahead of him. There was a little bit of contact there between Budzinski and Jaden Sherwood. 4 wide in, and Isaac Phelps has been sent off the road at the hairpin. He drops down to outside of the top 10 before he flicks his way through the left-hander. Elias Riker's come through. It was 4 wide going into the hairpin. I don't know about you. I'm not sure that's ever really going to work.
I mean, I'm not surprised. As soon as I saw them closing in, I'm thinking, right, somebody's got to go off the track here, as he's on board with Jaden Sherwood for the Line GP team. Of course, has had a decent start and moves his way up into the top 4. Of course, Line GP without a podium so far, so it would be great to get them into the top 3. But I think with what we've seen so far, with another 30 minutes to go, I don't think that Jaden Sherwood will be even thinking about a top 5 here. I think it's all about what can happen over the next 30 minutes. Where he is now, he's definitely not guaranteed, and that's not due to pace or anything. It's just due to the nature of these races. And of course, with it being the Formula 4s, we saw a slight bit of contact, and Phelps ended up dropping down the field as Sherwood gets the move done on Elliot Budzinski, and now into the top 3. And we can see drivers maybe are starting to do some fuel saving, others aren't, and they just want to get on with it and start closing up on Caleb Hyde, who's now got such a big gap here where if he needs to fuel save, he hasn't got to worry about those behind now.
Yeah, I mean, for now, well, we'll see how this race plays out. Like I say, we are still expecting pit stops from a lot of these drivers, because no one has been in obviously. But it's one of those ones you don't see. We had the position switch from the race start, the graphic that appeared for that, and you can see there was a lot of drivers that had changed position, but there isn't the comeback drive that we saw from Coanda in the previous race at Road America, where Aaron failed to set a lap time in qualifying, started for the rear of the field, and brilliantly worked his way up towards the top places. Yeah, it was an absolutely superb drive. You don't really get that in this car. I think it's a lot harder to do because of the nature of the race. It's more of a pack race. And so you would say potentially that should make it easier. But every time you overtake someone, well, someone else is just getting the slipstream and they overtake you. Then you get broken off of the top group and you can't close back up. And everyone's battling so hard that no one can catch anyone. And that's why Eclipse Sim Sports are in such a good spot in this race at the moment. Yeah, certainly. So we do see a replay here with Sim RC in towards the braking zone. Oh, that's going to be close to contact. So close with EMM. They'll go for another send up the inside in towards turn 8, and that's a slight bit of contact, and that's both of them spinning round and colliding with another 4 cars. And that is the thing as well with close racing like this.
two of them get into contact on such a narrow track, they're all going to come flying into you, and that's what we saw there. 5 cars involved from what could be quite a minor incident as we make our way back down towards turn 4 again. Dan Amor and Jaden Sherwood still battling out for P2, and Sherwood has gone for the move, has gone for second place. Budzinski as well going up the inside of Dan Amor. So is Amor still, committed to this fuel saving, or maybe is it potentially a lack of pace now?
Again, are they fuel saving the way that we think it? Is it just pace? We don't know. Is it? Oh, it's probably not going to be tyres. I mean, these tyres are pretty solid. A little bit of contact there as Budzinski turns in over to the nose of Jaden Sherwood, who now takes over second spot. He leads from Budzinski, then Job, then Amor, then Carroll, then Shintani, Bernstorff, and Connor Jupp. They are the 8 cars that are involved in this fight, second through 9th. 2.5 seconds to break away for Caleb Hides, and I mean, look, there's big question marks the rest of the field. On paper, pace-wise, no one can catch that in the 29 minutes that are left to go in the race. And the reason I say that is because everyone is so close on pace at this front. Even if you put Sebastian Job in second spot and said that no one behind him was going to fight, I don't think that he could catch that 2.5 seconds over the next half an hour. Something else has to happen.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I'm looking at some of the lap times here, and of course Sherwood on the last lap was 4 tenths quicker than Caleb Hides. This lap he was 5 tenths slower, so it's constantly changing between who's got the pace on each lap, as of course we do have 28 minutes to go in this one. We're only around a third of the way through, and of course this battle for second place still rages on. I mean, you've got the likes of Emil Bernstorff and Connor Jupp, who eventually could be involved in this battle themselves for the lead. You never know what happens in these races. A couple more bits of contact between those in the top 5 now, and that brings them further down into that opportunity to move up themselves, as Levesque there goes ahead of Barilaro and jumps up into 13th place. And I've got to say that the team I'm surprised by so far is Tess up into P12. Of course, I know them from the F1 side of racing, and I'm currently sitting P12, so they'll be very happy with that result. As all DME to turn 1. That's Sorrento Motorsports having a bit of a collision then with Falcon Sim Racing, and you can just see as well with these cars, Lewis, a slight bit of a miss slide, and the car just goes. There's no way you can save it.
Yeah, I mean, they generally are quite savable cars, but like I say, there is a tipping point, and once it's past that, it's gone. You don't really have anything that can save you. I mean, you say it's when cars like slide through the corners, right? You do it in even like the Super Formula Lights car. If it slides to the corner, you can use the throttle to kind of help you, and you know, if you've got good throttle control, the power does help you. In this car, it's got so little power that as soon as you lose grip, basically the engine dies. I think I can't remember how much brake. I think it's 116 brake horsepower. Now, I would say that most people's road car has more brake horsepower than that. Obviously, they're a lot heavier. Certainly with me in it. Goodness me.
My Vauxhall Astra has 110 horsepower, so I'm not that far off. But then again, I don't think I'll be challenging with these guys. I don't know if you could jump into the Astra and do it, but I certainly couldn't. They're probably like, maybe 3/4 of the weight of my Astra? Maybe even more than that, I don't know.
I mean, they're probably 1/10 of the weight of my Mazda 6, and that's it's got 173 brake horsepower, but ain't making up for it. Live standings in the top right of your screen. That is as things are currently in this race, plus the points we've already scored. Team Redline pulling out nearly a 20-point lead. Remember how the points work if you are just joining us for the first time here in VCO Infinity. Effectively, it's a point of position. If you are in first place, you get 50 points. Second place, well, it's 49 then. And then it's 48 behind that, and you'll be shocked to hear it's 47 behind that. And the top 50 score points. And so effectively your position switch, it assists overall, but you start weighing up, is there a requirement for you to go for that extra position? And we talk about Caleb Hides running away from this. I mean, it's only one extra point. If Sebastian Job was to get up in the second spot, it's only one extra point to get to Caleb Hides. Is it worth it to take that kind of risk?
I think maybe yes, in the fact of at least then you can say, right, we've got the pace to win, even though we were 3 odd seconds back. I think also it gives you momentum. If you can go into each race and win, even if you've got to come from such a large gap, you've got confidence and momentum to keep going for it. I think it just depends on the mentality of the driver. Some of them might not be bothered if they finish first, second or third. Others might need that good result to kind of push themselves forward. So I suppose it depends on the mindset of the team and also where they are in the standings as well. I mean, we saw how close they were the likes of Drago Racing, a poor result here, 13th, and they've lost so many points to the likes of EMM and those behind. They've took a gap from like, what, 15 points down to 2. And if they have another couple of those races, that can be then 30 points swing. So it's all about consistency, isn't it? And, you know, if you're a team that's running up in the top 5, one result out the top 10 can ruin your championship in some cases.
Absolutely. Fulkerson Racing at the bottom of your screen. Battle for 11th position on the back stretch. You've got Michael Romanidis coming straight through for Drago, locking the rears a little bit, but still hooking it up to the apex. Brilliant drive from Romanidis. You've got Barolaro in 12th position. You've got Levesque there in 13th. You've got Varga as well. Jamie Hopper side by side all the way through this middle sector, going through the double left-hander and out towards the double hairpin section, where Michael Romanidis is trying to keep them at bay. Big looks from behind. I mean, look, it is brave stuff here to go for some of these moves, but my goodness, they are trying.
I mean, the battle's for 11th here, but I think they're mistaking the one at the start, and they're thinking it's for first, second and third. I mean, this is brilliant battling between these guys as they all slide their way through into the final corner, and they go again for another lap around this circuit. Of course, Romanidis now has a little bit more of a gap compared to those further back, but I mean, this battle's from like 11th down to like 19th. I mean, this is a crazy battle. And of course, between 11th and 19th, you're looking at 10 points. That can be a lot to gain, especially for a team who we see a little bit further down the field, as Levesque there just making a slight mistake in turn 1 and losing around 3 spots due to that. And I did notice as well, Connor Jupp is 29th, so has he potentially jumped into the pit lane and gone for that pit stop a little bit earlier, or was there some sort of mistake? But I'm starting to think he's gone for an early pit stop here.
Maybe. In the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, he was a driver for Alpine Sim Racing over the previous season, at the end of last year. And I will tell you, he was one of the unluckiest drivers I've ever seen. Almost, well, to be fair, I'd say the only person I can think is more unlucky is Dan Amor in the IndyCar Pro Series, where every time he's involved in a race, he gets taken out. That's the highest. That's actually a fun fact about Dan Amor. He has the best average position from qualifying of any driver on the field, and yet he's like 30th in the standings because he just keeps getting wiped out. Fun. Speaking of that as well, does bring me on to a point. All of the races so far today, bar one on a technicality, has been won from pole position. You had Damon Woods in the first race, Sebastian Job in the third, Enzo Benito, and then Elvis Franklin won, of course, he was on the front row. That was around here. Diego Pinto and Nicholas Boyd. It was race number 2. Technically, Isaac Phelps had pole position and went on to win the race, but he had a penalty at the end of the race, so actually it was Abel Torres that ended up winning. So there's basically what we're saying is pole position at the moment is pretty solid. I don't think it's winning this race though. Dan Amor started from it. He's down to 5th.
Yeah, and I was thinking, and I think you was thinking as well slightly, I'm not going to try and put your words into your mouth, that he was fuel saving, but now it seems like maybe there is a slight lack of pace here, because Caleb Hyde has flew off, and he's now really under pressure from Sebastian Job, Sherwood and Brzezinski ahead, as that's the Delta Sport car going off at turn 1. And of course, just a slight mistake, and of course not going to end their race too well. So, DME, that could be a hardware failure, I'd imagine, because I don't think that's the ideal turning point for the hairpin, is it?
I think it might be a little bit early, but either way, he unfortunately is out of the race. The Delta Sport car pulled over to one side. That car no longer involved in the running of race number 7, as Budzinski for the BS hybrid car is keeping Jaden Sherwood at bay. Again, a little bit of braking happening in these groups, but nothing too major. We're basically just waiting to see what the fuel numbers will be. If they are making pit stops, it'll be over the next sort of 10 or so minutes. And I only say if they are making pit stops. The only reason I say it is because the previous race was Road America for these cars, and it's obviously a very fuel-hungry circuit. Okayama's notably a lot better on it. I don't think it's 15 minutes better on it, but I just wonder how much further you can go.
It's interesting because I think, we either got caught off guard by Dan Amor at the start, or, there is a genuine moment for him to fuel save. It's confusing. We don't really know what's going to happen here over the next 20 minutes, so it's a bit of a guessing game for us as well here in the commentary box, as well as all those watching in the live chat. And I'd imagine for the teams as well, people think the teams are all clued up. A lot of the times, especially in these races where it's back to back to back, they've also just got to guess and hope they get the right strategy. And that's why we sometimes see cars who start near the back move their way up to the front, because teams are just going to go, right, we've got nothing to lose. Let's just go for it, see if it works. They do it, and it does. So, anything can happen in these races, and that's what we love about these big, long 24-hour events. All the guys at the top here, in some races you wouldn't see normally, and they're at the top now just because of how chaotic these races are, and also how unexpected the racing can go. I mean, these combos we're not normally going to see. Are we? Fuji with the NASCAR, is that ever going to happen really? No.
There is someone in the YouTube chat who could potentially help us with our questions as to how far these Formula 4 cars could go over a race distance like this. We've got 2024 UK Formula Ford 1600 Esports champion Mark Fletcher, who's in the chat. Of course, he was able to beat Shomi Shintani, who runs in 7th in this race, to the title that season. Any ideas on what the situation would be on that? Let us know. We do have all of the runner-ups, I think, because Jaden Sherwood, I think, finished second to Crofton Wood. I can't remember if we actually ended up in second in the title race last year, but obviously I've said before that we've got Shomi Shintani. Dan Amor was the runner-up in the inaugural season of the UK Formula Ford 1600 Championship as well. We're seeing Sebastian Jobe and Jaden Sherwood there on your screen. Sebastian Jobe on the left-hand side, Jaden Sherwood on the right. That's the fight for third spot. Elliot Budzinski is just ahead of it.
Indeed, and it still continues on. It's got a lot calmer up at the front now. Of course, they're more than happy just to sit in second, third and fourth and so on. And then, like we said, give it another 10 minutes and it will be absolute carnage, and they're all trying to fight for each position. But as we say that, there's also, playing devil's advocate in the sense of sometimes drivers might be more happy to stay where they are because they are then guaranteed a decent finish. If Sherwood and Budzinski get into a slight bit of contact, that's 40-odd points, down the road. If they just play this carefully and, just kind of succeed each other to the finish, big chance they can take some really big points. And like you said earlier, Lewis, only 1 point between P2 and P3. So, yes, for pride, you want P2, but realistically, it's not always worth that risk going for it, especially if the driver ahead of you is defending heavily. Sometimes it's easy just to back out and take the points that you've got. So we do have a battle further back, and this is again Romanidis in P11 currently with Barilaro and Varga and Hopper all behind. This battle also has not ended, it continues on, and Romanidis is in a better position than he was at the start.
Well, I mean, to the point of what you were saying, what was it that Will Chadwick said earlier on in this broadcast? Of course, he is a team manager running the EMM squad today. He said he'd rather his driver would pull out of a fight and at least finish. So thanks for that great insight there, Will Chadwick. We see the battles at the bottom of your screen. That's obviously just outside the top 10. Michael Romanidis keeping Barilaro at bay, and Matej Varga as well, Jamie Hopper and Alessio Bonino. They're all involved that 5-car fight at the moment, just outside of the top 10. They're not likely to catch the top 10, but still every position's a point.
Exactly. That's how you've got to see it, isn't it? Even if you're at the back of the field, you're still taking points, and that's the main thing. Over a 24-hour, 24-hour event, there's so many races where even if you just pick up 10 points, you can add quite a lot up by the time you get to the end. So it's all about just continuing on and not really worrying about where you are in your position. As here we have the battle once again down for 11th place in towards the hairpin at the right-hander. Let's see what happens here. It is 3 wide as Varga and Barilaro are looking for the move ahead of Romanidis, and that time Romanidis, you could see, just sat back a little bit, didn't really bother fighting it, and has dropped down to 13th. He's under pressure here from Jamie Hopper as they head through into the next couple of corners, and Romanidis there, with his experience, of course, in many different sim titles, knows it's not worth going 3 wide there, because give it a lap or two, but he can go back ahead of them instantly as a send up the inside from Hopper.
Yeah, Romanidis out wide, saw that one coming. Oh, and Hopper just drives into the side of him. Fair enough, good job. These cars are built a little bit like a tank. But Bonino was then trying to give it a bit of a look on Jamie Hopper, who's down the inside into the penultimate corner. Michael Romanidis will stay out wide, and the Drago Racing driver will drop to 14th. You're absolutely right. His experience in the world of sim racing will probably mean he's going to play a little bit more of a long game than some others, and generally speaking, in something like this, that is the best way to go about it. We heard this from Sebastian Jobe in his interview after being victorious at Silverstone in the Super Formula Lights earlier on. This event, the whole structure of it is about consistency. You can kind of get away with the odd 10th, 12th, 15th, whatever, as long as most of your races are up there in the top 5, up there on the podium. I mean, Redline yet to finish off the podium at this event thus far, and they are the firm favourites to go on and win the title in at the end of the race in 15 races time, 15 and a bit races time. But that doesn't mean that they are, because one race can really unsettle things.
Indeed, I mean, you know, looking at the standings, before this race, EMM were third and Drago Racing were fourth, yes, and there was about 20 points between them. Because EMM are down in 32nd at the moment, of course they'll probably work their way back up, but even though they're in 32nd, they've now dropped about 20 points back from Drago Racing and dropped to fourth. So one race like that and just being even in the mid-pack can ruin it so much for you. So you've got to have that one poor race and then just go back into the top 5s and top 10s consistently, and that's why we see a lot of the time, you know, the teams like Redline taking many titles in the VCO Infinity, because they are just so consistent. They're not here winning every race. They win quite a few, but they're still up in the top 5 most of the times. We did see there the Impulse Racing car, slight bit of contact, and went round at the left-hander there, and of course not ideal for those guys who dropped their weight down the field. But battles-wise, it's calmed down for P2 and downwards. It's also calmed down a little bit in that battle that we had for 11th place. It's just that they're all still there. They're just not battling as hard. And Romanidis has dropped down to 15th now, so I'm not sure what the tactic is there.
Well, let me throw some numbers at you when it comes to how consistent you're required to be in this event. The first ever running of the VCO Infinity was in 2022, and Team Redline, over the 24 races, they finished in 34th in one of the races, which is not good. Then their lowest finish outside of that was 16th. They finished in the top 10 20 times. They were on the podium 11 from 24. 2024, stats are even better. Team Redline's number 70 car that ended up winning had 5 victories, 12 podiums, and 21 top 10. They were in the top 10 87.5% of the time. And then, of course, the VCO Pro Sim Infinity that followed that. It was 8 victories for the championship winning car. And here's the kicker. It was 23 top 10 finishes. They finished outside of the top 10 in just one race. That is the kind of consistency it requires to win an event like this. But, I mean, that is so hard to do across five drivers, 5 cars, 5 tracks.
Insane. That is absolutely insane. And that just shows the level that Redline and all, you know, and other teams that are up there with them are. You know, they can kind of combat anything that's given to them. But looking at the gap at the front, that's came down. It was around 3 seconds between Hides and Budzinski. It's now 2.5. It was down to 2.2 as here's Jamie Hopper into the pit lane now. I didn't see any damage. I didn't see any contact. Is this a genuine pit stop?
It's got to be for fuel. So Jamie Hopper for Thomas Eng Sim Racing, who was involved in that fight just outside the top 10, will bite and head into the pit lane. Now, by the way, I know one thing that a load of people will jump on is the VCO LFM Infinity, which is in 2024, that ran well and were even more dominant than any of the Team Redline ones. I kind of count that as more of like a side quest for VCO Infinity. It was another one of the VCO Infinities, but it was on the set course of Competizione, and it isn't. Your Team Redline weren't in it, and you know, your BS competition stuff. It was competitive. Don't get me wrong, but it was more of a. It felt more of a community thing. This is like community, yeah, but esports also, yeah. I mean, all the big drivers are you know, pretty much all the big drivers are here because as much as it's fun, they still want to win it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the point of it, isn't it? I mean, if you're quick, you want to win it, and especially when you can win such an event, which, you know, so many people around the world watch and tune into, and then also there's like, oh, that's not ideal for SCB, getting into some contacts and then kissing the front nose of the other car. I mean, that's the only issue that these cars can bring sometimes.
Well,
more carnage.
Valentine's Day's technically over in Europe, so enough of that. We want clean racing.
For us.
Huh?
20 minutes left for us still.
What are you saying is happening in this commentary booth for the next 20 minutes? Calm down. Budzinski and Sherwood, 0.3 of a second between the pair of them, but they've importantly pulled a second gap. Sebastian Job, and I think another car has entered the pit lane. Will this group be joining at some point in the near future? 2.5 seconds the gap for the race lead. You are quite right in pointing it out that the gap for the race lead is coming down. Budzinski's got that to 2.5. They say it was about 3 seconds. It's coming down slowly, but it is coming down.
It is, and maybe a tenth or two a lap can sometimes bring it into the point where you get within a second, and that's when that slipstream starts to come, and you bring that gap down within maybe half a lap, because this long straight here is such a killer for any sort of leading gap that you have. You could be 7 tenths behind heading out of turn 4. By the time you get to turn 5, you might even lose that spot. As Graham Carroll and Shomi Shintani are having a battle for P6 and P7, the two worst numbers that I hate. And Shomi Shintani has got ahead in that Williams Academy car and up into P6. And a great drive from him so far, who has been one of those drivers, was up in the top 5 at the start, dropped down to about P10, and over the race has slowly made his way up the field and now back up into the top 6. So I think Williams will be very happy with that one as Isaac Phelps gets a move back into P7. Of course, he was one of the main protagonists earlier on in that pole position battle as Dan Amor's in.
Dan Amor into the pit lane then for Coanda, the first of the big heavy hitters towards the front of the field. The pole sitter in this race is into the pit lane, and of course for Coanda there's a bit at stake here. They need to get on and score some decent points, win some races, do really well. Obviously they do, because they are the closest rival to Team Redline at the moment. And how fitting would it be to see this race, this event come down to the wire with a Team Redline Coanda battle at the front of the point score. I remember Urano taking it to Redline in the opening couple of the iterations of VCO Infinity, and it seems as though Coanda might be the one trying to take it to them today. See what happens when Dan Amor comes out of the pit lane.
Indeed. And we'll see whereabouts Dan Amor is at the moment.
16th.
That's not too bad. It could be worse, couldn't it, for the Coanda driver? Of course, he'll be hoping many others pit. I mean, all the cars around him have pitted below him. I mean, the 7 cars below him have been in. Some of them on lap 22, lap 21. One of them went in on lap 11. So, he's not the only driver that has gone into the pit lane. And of course, the main thing is, when do we see those guys at the top head in as well as all that's Contact EMM? Of course, third in the standings, have had a poor race, and it's going even worse now. And they drop even further down in the standings, 49th, and they have the pit sign. So I'm not sure whether they're in the pits or if they're looking to depart this one and not bother, because they are 2 laps back. So not good at all for EMM. As here's Shona Shintani going to battle with Isaac Phelps, and Jaden Sherwood continues on. Basinski is into the pit lane, and Isaac Caleb Hyde well.
Yeah, so Jaden Sherwood then will assume the race lead for Lion GP. Behind him is Sebastian Job by 1.3 seconds. This is going to be very interesting. Where does Hydes and Basinski come out comparatively to Dan Amor? Boloraro is also into the pit lane. You'll just see they'll literally be stationary for a very short period of time. A little bit of fuel will go in. It's effectively, it's not like a big fuel thing that you'd see in IMSA or whatever. It's effectively simulated as it being effectively just a can of fuel being chucked into the car.
Splash and dash, I think, is the perfect word as well. But yeah, probably he's just a canister, isn't it, of fuel?
Ooh. Amor's come out ahead of Caleb Hydes. Caleb Hydes half a second behind, so that would be a switch for the net race lead. And could Coanda be on the way for victory here?
Indeed. I mean, that now makes it interesting. Dan Amor played it very well in terms of dropping further back, went into the pits early, now sits in that, we presume, net race lead, of course. Because they've had to pick with 7 minutes to go, I don't think any others will try and hold it out here, because they've been pushing the whole time. I think if there was maybe like 3 or 4 minutes to go, they might try and hold it out at the front, but there's no point trying to do that when you've still got another 7 minutes of racing. So, as it looks to be, the net lead is probably going to be Dan Amor, Caleb Hydes and Elliot Basinski in third. Of course, Jaden Sherwood has the lead at the moment, ahead of Sebastian Job and now Shoma Shintani. The main thing is, when do they decide to go in? Most of them continue on. One of the drivers has made their way, and that's Graham Carroll, I believe. He's heading into the pit lane, and I mean, if Graham Carroll decides to go into the pits, I don't think it's that bad of a choice, is it? Because I think he knows more than others how to get his way around in the Formula cars.
And I do believe he does have a little bit of Mark Fletcher in his potentially in his ear, just trying to give some info on how to get after it. Of course, someone's very solid to know. The UK Formula 4 1600 champion 2024, Crofton Woodhatch, also joined in the chat. I did see that 2025 champion. So the champions of the cars are watching on. Where's Henry Moore? Get all 3 of those together and chuck them on the grid. Come on, we'll get this grid even more more competitive than it currently is. Caleb Hydes then and Dan Amor will go ahead of Graham Carroll, who leaves the pit lane ahead of Elliot Basinski, but pretty much right with him. The only thing for all these drivers that are going around at the moment that are continuing at the front, obviously when they come into the pit lane, they can take less fuel, theoretically. Obviously, I don't know if Dan Amor and that lot will right at the limit of fuel, or whether they decided to pit purely out of strategy. There's a look to the inside from Shoma Shintani. Will clear his way past Sebastian Job. Really not a good idea to fight right now, whilst other people are involved in pit strategies and stuff. And that car was going a lap down. Don't panic. That was very scary though.
Yes, well, I know it was a lapped car. It was more the fact it rejoined and there was a car in, I think, 5th and 6th coming through behind him. Like, oh no, don't make this happen with only 5 minutes to go. But no, the lapped car, I think, rejoined, thought, oh, there's cars there, let's go off again. And then they rejoined after they all made their way through. As we do see Sebastian Job and Shomi Shintani on our screens, as I think Shintani is going into the pit lane along with Jaden Sherwood, I believe.
Yep, certainly so. And we've got 5 minutes left to go in the pit lane. Elias Riker's also joined into the pit lane. So 3 of the top group are in the pit lane. Where are they going to come out when it comes to the comparison of Dan Amor and Caleb Hyde, who are separated by 0.8 of a second? Amor's trying to break that slipstream from Hyde's and is trying to run away with things. Importantly, that gap I did notice between Dan Amor and obviously it was Jaden Sherwood at the time was about 25, 26 seconds. It's only 24 to Sebastian Job.
This could get interesting then, couldn't it? Let's see whereabouts Shomi Shintani comes out compared to Dan Amor. Amor's gone ahead. What about Caleb Hyde as they head into turn 1? Hyde has gone ahead, and Graham Carroll is right there in the mix now, sitting behind in net P4 in this one. Brzezinski's dropped behind him, so this has actually worked out well as well for Shomi Shintani. Now sits net P3 in this race in the Williams Academy car. So we make our way back down towards the hairpin once again. You can see there slightly deep as the car's had an issue. I think it's that.
Matteo Varga, maybe?
I thought it was Jamie Hopper and Varga, but I don't think it is those two.
No, I agree. This is Isaac Phelps, Sebastian Job and Emil Bernstorff. That was a car going a lap down, obviously. Either way, it was a concerning moment for these to dart their way round, darting to the inside and going full commitment. Sebastian Job making the move into this double hairpin sequence. He looks to the inside. Isaac Phelps, though, returns to the front. Will these 3 be coming into the pit lane? Isaac Phelps certainly is. Is he dragging in? No. Yes, they are coming in. Wow, that was a late dive.
Oh my, that scared me. And oh, you can see how close Job is as well to the back of Phelps into the pit lane too, as here's Prison Motorsports in towards the hairpin. Oh, and that's what we saw, I think, wasn't it there? Those two got locked up together. And Olympus Esports was the one we saw parked on the apex as the leaders came through, and they're side by side as they head into the pit lane. Oh dear me, this could get tasty on the exit, couldn't it?
Oh, did Isaac Phelps miss his box and have to get into reverse? I think that was the second time he's done that in this event. I'm pretty sure he did that earlier on, if I'm not mistaken. We weren't on those races earlier on, but still. Out of the pit lane, Sebastian Job goes. Isaac Phelps has certainly lost a fair amount of time. And into the race lead, importantly, Coanda at the front. 1.2 seconds he leads. Where does Sebastian Job come out? 4th position. Isaac Phelps out side by side with Elias Riker.
I mean, that was close, wasn't it, between those two as they made their way out of the pit lane. Of course, Riker's got ahead after pitting a lap earlier. Phelps dropped into P8, and then looking up at the front as well, Shintani's got the move done on Caleb Hyde. Now sits P2 for the Williams Academy, and that'd be great to get their first podium of this event as Phelps goes ahead of Riker, gets that move done eventually, and now he's back up into the top 7. But those pit stops have really made this race interesting, because that gap, which was 3 seconds, is now just a second and a half. But Dan Amor up at the front, we said earlier, didn't we? Well, you said earlier, Louis. So it's not going too well for Amor because he's dropped back to P5. He's now in the lead as here's Shintani and Hyde in towards a hairpin.
Oh! That was a little bit of contact between Shintani and Job, and that's what Coanda are praying for here. It was a bit of drama for Team Redline, who came into this round 16 points ahead on the standings, and realistically they'll want to extend more so, or to close down more than just the 3 points. So look to the inside for Sebastian Job. We'll see him take over 3rd position from Shomi Shintani. So finally has that one complete. Minute and 30 seconds left to go in this race. We'll have a single lap, a single rotation of this circuit left to go, with Dan Amor at the front of the field.
Indeed, so here we go. This is pretty much do or die now, isn't it, for those at the top? Of course, Dan Amor's got such a lead. He's very comfortable to sit there. Caleb Hyde, I'd say he's probably also quite comfortable in 2nd, but that gap can come down very quickly. He's further back here. That's Jaden Sherwood and Isaac Phelps having a battle, bringing all those along with them as they head into turn 1. And does Phelps get that move done for 7th place? Because they were side by side into the braking zone, but I think Sherwood for now has kept that P7. And of course, Jaden Sherwood for a while in this race is off battling in the top 3, and now down to 8th, loses out to Isaac Phelps, who of course had that contact earlier on. He's back up into the top 7, and I think, Lewis, if you said earlier on to Phelps you'd be back in the top 7 by the end, I think he'd be thinking on a laugh. Oh, that's Riker round.
Yeah, Riker has dropped and unfortunately just almost got into the rear end of Isaac Phelps, and Jade and Sherwood continue the fight. 7th and 8th position for them. Emil Bernstorff, Formula Ford Festival champion here on iRacing, joining in on the fight, trying to search for something. Connor Jupp, who's raced the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, also into the mix. To look to the inside, coming in from the BS car. There's been some smoke and cars round up ahead as they'll drop their way past. Sebastian Job and Shomi Shintani will switch their way around a little bit further as well, as Shintani's keeping Budzinski at bay. 2 seconds clear of all of this. Dan Amor's only got a couple of corners left to go to avoid all this drama. Again, it remains really close. Bit of contact there between Budzinski and Shintani. Shintani with the inside line of the penultimate, we'll come out towards the penultimate corner. And that side-by-side will continue through the penultimate corner. Graham Carroll's into the mix, but through the final corner, Commander Esports and Dan Amor are going to be victorious here in Okayama. And it is going to be a Formula Ford victory for Dan Amor, his second race of this competition. And it is going to be a victory for Commander. They're going to close up a couple of points to Team Redline.
Oh dear me, what an ending that was. I mean, I think Hyde's down towards Carroll. You wouldn't know who to predict to put in the top 3 there. That was brilliant battling. And of course, Job in the end gets that next, another podium for Redline. I think that gives them their 7th podium now so far, 8 of 7 races. Really good for Redline so far. But what a race that was. I mean, I think Dan Amor played that perfectly, because at one point we all thought he was out of it in terms of fighting for the win. Strategy worked out well. He took the fastest lap as well at 35.4, which was, I think, 3/10 quicker than the previous fastest lap, and ended up taking the win.
Indeed. So Dan Amor will take the second victory for Commander in these competitions after the victory in race number 4 a bit earlier on in the night. Caleb Hyde, though, for Eclipse Imports, brilliant drive to second. Led a lot of those laps. In fact, led most of the laps of this race, but the pit stop unfortunately unfurled that race a little bit. Sebastian Job, as you quite rightly say, makes it 7 podiums from 7 races for Team Redline. Shomi Shintani for Williams F1 Gaming Academy in 4th, with Elliot Budzinski, Graham Carroll, Isaac Phelps, Jaden Sherwood, Emil Bernstorff and Connor Jupp will be the top 10. Behind that, and some of the tight fights we saw outside of the top 10, Elias Riker went for a spin late on in the race, still able to cross the line in 11th and score some decent points for BS competition. Sheza Esports and Mate Varga will be in 12th. Michael Romanidis, Drago Racing were victorious in the previous race, 13th for them. It could be worse for them, let's be real. Alessio Bonino in 14th with Samuel for Team PGZ. Christensen in 16th with Hopper, Levesque, Burlaro and Gonzalez, the top 20. Those positions behind that, we'll let them kind of roll through and we'll pick out a few of them. The likes of Jack Cedric for Was Cooking Racing Adventures there in 20 seconds. Some drivers that we'll see a little bit more out of position. Brabham Esports there for Janus Olber. You've got Ryden there. You've got Matthias Viton for the Dutch League Racing. We'll let the rest of them filter their way through. But your thoughts on that race? I mean, Nathan, it was pretty mental.
See, I mean, if I had no experience of driving the Formula Fords, I'd say, that was surprising. I didn't expect to see that. But because I've driven these cars a lot in my time as a rookie in our racing, never getting any higher than 1.5k, I wouldn't say I was too surprised at that. I mean, it was brilliant battling. The drivers are so clean. I think that's the main thing. We had slight little bits of contact here and there, but the cars were so close together. We know how minimal contact can cause a big massive crash here, and those at the front were consistent all the way through. So I think their battling was some of the best we've seen all evening, and I'm sure that will continue on for the next few races that we go to around Okayama, and proving that this combo really does work.
Certainly does, and it definitely did for Dan Amor, who now joins us in the commentary booth. I did say you had to win at least one of the Formula Ford races this evening, and there you go, you've won the first one you've taken part in, Dan. I mean, congrats, what a race that was. Came down to strategy, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, that was, the start of it was all pretty hectic. I think I wasn't expecting it to be quite as much of a fuel save as it was. Came out kind of lap 3, and I was looking at my fuel calculator. I was like, maybe I can make this on a no stop. And I slowly started to commit to that. Then I realized this isn't going to be possible. I changed my mind for about 2 laps, tried to catch back up to the Eclipse car in the lead, failed miserably. So I was like, back to fuel saving we go. Dropped back a bit to behind Seb, who was also doing the same thing I was. And I just sat there and I saved and I saved. And I decided that, I was either going to refuel 1 litre and, save to the end, or I was going to just go for the 2 seconds loss in the pit lane, and then with the 2 litre fuel and push to the end. And I was like, there's got to be a cut-off at some point with, pitting early to go flat out and gain that time back, which is exactly what I did, and a little bit more. So it surprised me, to be honest, but I'm really, really happy to come away with a win like this.
Obviously, it's very abnormal for these kind of cars to be going this long and making a pit stop in a Formula Ford. Obviously, you've got a lot of experience in this car, racing in the 2023 UK Formula Ford 1600 Esports Championship and such. I mean, what's that like to kind of do a longer distance race, more of almost in this case an endurance race in this car?
To start with, obviously everything's just as chaotic as the usual. Obviously a lot of bumping and whatnot, and then everyone's kind of slotting into lanes. The mid of the race, to be honest with you, it was pretty boring. Kind of just sat there lifting and coasting 200 meters earlier in a Formula car is not something I'm particularly used to. But it all translates pretty directly from the endurance side of things, which I also pride myself in. So yeah, it kind of became more of an endurance race than a Formula race. But the end, obviously, with the strategy, came down to just raw being able to attack the car.
One final question before we let you go. Obviously, the grid here in the Formula Ford is kind of going to be pretty similar across the evening. Sebastian, Job, I think you're going to be racing a few times until the end. You'll be racing in the Formula Ford for the next load of races. It'll be the next time we'll see you out. I mean, it's a really competitive grid. What are your thoughts on that? Obviously, especially considering you'll be in the car for that last race, taking on the Charlotte Roval in this car.
I mean, yeah, the kind of quality on this grid is phenomenal. Like you said, with the British FF series we did a couple of years ago, this is like that on steroids. When you look at some of the names on the grid, obviously specifically I have to point out Sebi, being Redline and whatnot, then leading the championship. So it's just been the whole of this morning's been they pulled away in the first 3 races. Well, this afternoon pulled away in the first 3 races, and then we just kind of been back and forth, gaining 2 points, losing 2 points. So I think all it is, every single one of these races is we turn up and we try and get the maximum out of them. And as long as we're gaining points on the people we're around, that's all that really matters.
Well, Dan, I can see you've got the replay open. We'll let you focus on your analysis and on the team, and we'll have a chat with you a little bit later on in the evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good one.
There we go. Dan O'More, Victor here in race number 7 this evening, Nathan. We've got race 8 coming up. We're excited for it. I mean, what do we think is going to happen in this one? We'll be taking to the Charlotte Roval. We'll be taking the trucks. It's pretty much a natural fit, really, isn't it?
Yes. I think compared to what, some of the combos we've got, I think this is one of the more, same ones, one of the more expected ones. And of course, NASCAR trucks around Charlotte Roval will be interesting. Yet again, Charlotte Roval, another track that everybody has access to when you sign up to iRacing. A track I don't like. Never liked it. I don't know why. I just can't stand it. It's a difficult one, especially that first sector. So easy to lose a car, so easy to tap a barrier and spin off. It's one of those tracks that, to be really quick at, you've got to have so much time on it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can tell you exactly why I don't like this track. Because I used to drive this track a little bit when it wasn't this version of the circuit. It was the one. No. It was a slightly older one, and it was when I was new to the world of iRacing. And we all know the graft of trying to get out of the rookie license for the first time. Now I could do it blindfold. It's actually pretty easy. But that first time you're trying to do it, it's really quite difficult because you overestimate all this, that, and the other. And you're trying to do this. You're trying to juggle. You're trying to win. It's dumb. And it's very easy just to fly out of it by just keeping out of trouble. And the way that I found was that I would take the Pontiac Solstice, which is nicknamed the Slowstice, and it was racing around here. Now imagine that. There was no chicane on the backstretch, so as soon as you went onto the start-finish straight, you would just drive all the way around completely. It's so boring. So either way, we should be ready to jump, I think, into the race. We can see the circuit here. This is where we'll be racing.
Indeed. I mean, a Solstice around here, with it in the old layers of it just being flat out, sounds rather boring. I don't think this race will be boring whatsoever. This could be another cracker of a race. Of course, what we had last time out was brilliant. Formula Fords around Okayama. It's now the NASCARs around Charlotte Roval. Then, of course, after this, it's Fuji with the Radical SR10s. I mean, I'm not just going to be biased and say I've got the best tracks because I'm here, but I really do think I've got probably the best that we have for the whole event.
Well, you can see the cars taking to the circuit. It is quite dark around here. Obviously, it is a 24-hour event here. Some of the races will be at night time. Obviously, not all of the cars have lights, so where we have the opportunity to switch on the floodlights and go racing still, then we'll take it. And that's exactly where we're at with these cars. So you will see a little bit of floodlit racing. Thankfully, unlike normal racing where it's at night time and you get the headlights on, you can actually see who you're looking at, which is very helpful.
The caps here, so close. 5 tenths separate the top 16. I mean, this could be brilliant. I mean, I know we're in NASCAR trucks, which you know, very similar. The gaps aren't going to be big naturally, but I mean, this is really, really close. I mean, the top 10 is 2.5 tenths. This could be a really close and tight race, which is what we've seen before. I mean, talking about fuel, I've never driven these cars, never seen them on track at all. What are we looking at here, do you reckon, going into the race, Lewis? Do you think it'll be a pit stop, or is it save and go to the end?
I'm not as experienced in the trucks. I believe it will be a pit stop. I'm pretty certain 45 minutes is too long for the trucks to drive round. I'd say it's almost guaranteed that there will be a pit stop. We're talking pit stops basically for most of the race. The Super Formula Lights can certainly get their distance. I think the Radical SR10s as well, they can get the distance. Yeah, some of them can't. Gotta say, this BS hybrid livery looks absolutely mental. I love this livery on this car. Josh Anderson as well, well experienced in tricky rear-wheel drive cars as well.
Yeah, that fits so nice. I love that livery. It's one of the best I've seen so far. It's like the car's made for that specific one, isn't it?
Yeah. Phil Denez, though, is the teammate in this event of Josh Anderson, and obviously the main BS competition car, and it is Phil Denez who is on that pole. Cooper Webster, importantly, has out-qualified the commander of Victor Wolfson, so that's important when it comes to the points. They might be able to gain those 3 points back. Well, they lost in the Formula Fords courtesy of Dan Moore. Oh, Hayden Bramley doing back-to-back races, is it?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he was just in the last race.
I guess so. I mean, he wasn't in the front, so I didn't keep an eye on his name. I'm not that developed in remembering 55 car names, Lewis, but maybe he was. I did look earlier on. There was quite a few cars that did do back-to-back races, or a few drivers, I should say, that did back-to-backs. I mean, fair play if you do. That takes something. I mean, 45 minutes, including your 8-minute quality. You look at it, but pretty much running it out to an hour. 2 hours on the bounce. I mean, for me, that 1 hour is a lot. Never mind 2.
Yeah, but it's not that the time's not the problem. I've seen people do 5-6 hour stints. I mean, Govan Keeney once did 10 hours and 15 minutes at Daytona. It's more the completely different cars. We've swapped out the Formula Fords and Okayama, and we've swapped in Charlotte Roval and the Chevy Silverado. And Phil Denez says, I'm going to steal pole position for BS competition by 400 of a second over EMM's Luca Alpert. Behind that is Damon Woods for Falcon Sim Racing, and then the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy car of Pablo Espez. Cooper Webster, the points leaders for Team Redline, will start from 5th ahead of David Bojka for the Grid and Go team. Then it's Solpec Precision, Blake Reynolds behind the wheel, Victor Wolfson, victory for Commander twice this evening, will start from 8th position with Cody Deeth for Eclipse. They looked really good in the previous race, and he's well experienced. We'll see what he could do. Sindre Setsource for Was Cooking Racing Adventures, Aaron Vasquez and David Toth for Sheza in 12th. Then it's Impulse, the second of the Falcon Sim Racing cars. It's Lewis Woods behind the wheel of that one. And then it's Varno, Fiercely Forward, Vitality for Yuri Toman, and the MG18 Simtech Pro Kart from 18th position. The last 2 cars inside the top 20 will be Jack Keithley for TC Esports, Thibaut Courtois Esports team, and Team PGZ. We're starting from 20th. Behind that is the Blue Mercure, Pertec behind the wheel, and then Rondeletto for Bike 500. Visceral and the Altitude 3M esports car of Zane Khan. For Dan Handover has taken over the Brabham Motorsports car. I've seen him a few times in VCO Infinity before. Delatraz, automotive by Majors Garage, will start alongside with Alexander Delatraz. And then Josh Hansen, just 27th position for him in that fantastic BS hybrid livery. Armamentario from 28th, Sim RC, and then the Sorrento Motorsports esports team from 30th. Delta Sports, we saw a spin from them in the previous race. Unfortunately, ERE will start from 32nd with Letao behind the wheel. Then it's Maniti, Shera, Olympus, and the Tatum Raztech team outside of a second, approaching the 2-second mark off of pole for Impact. Fast Repair as well. The Project 91 of Hayden Bramley on back-to-back races, along with Adolfo Perez in 40th position for 07. And it's the Absolute Motorsport Aslith car, Leonardo behind the wheel, and the Nervi for Capivara. Outside of 2 seconds, it's Samantha Tans Racing, and then the GTS Payne 92 with Stint 1, and then Avalon Ride and Dutch League Racing. Quite a few cars inside the top 50 will be FCB Racing and Drago. Nikodem Vizabicki, no time onto the board. It'll be a tough one for him to work his way through. And then we can see the rest of the field. See them rolling around. Again, the classic question. Who's your prediction?
Hard one.
It is.
I don't know this because of how close it is. I'm going to go with Alpert, starting second place. The gap was so small. But then again, even though I'm saying Luca Alpert here from second, it could be anybody. I think the top 15 a guarantee to be with a chance here, I reckon, by the end.
Potentially so. I mean, I'm going to lean. I'm going to go a little bit. Well, I say out there as if it is out there, but it's not out there. It's Cooper Webster. I'm just looking at that number 3 car,
Right,
fifth position it's starting. I just get the feeling that this is the kind of race he'll pick his way through. Then again, he might get spun at turn 1. Either way, we're racing, and it is Field and Ayres leading from pole position. They'll hold that inside line to keep EMM at bay as they hit the apex of turn 1 and begin the inner loop. Into the darkness they go, flicking through the left-hander, and boy is it dark, my goodness. Yes, the floodlights are around the circuit, but this is darker than I was expecting it. Turn your brightness up, boys.
I mean, this is... they just disappeared into an abyss and they reappear again with a few floodlights on the left-hand side. I mean, this is going to be something for us to be able to pick out. Drivers here, it's going to be so difficult. So those with the light liveries, we love you. Those with dark liveries, we hate you. As they all reappear once again. Of course, you can see there Pablo Espes looking to go ahead of Damon Woods as they make their way through the left-hander. Cooper Webster as well there, looking to go up into 4th as well for Redline as they all make their way through. And a decent start as well from Aaron Vasquez up into the top 9. David Todd as well up into 10th. We're up at the front. A decent 7/10 gap now here for Phil Dennis.
Yeah, Cooper Webster potentially trying to get through here on Pablo Espes, who's sending it into the chicane on the back stretch, and as they head their way through the bus stop, it is Pablo Espes still ahead. I mean, I would normally be screaming ARCA brakes for people not slowing down, for instance, but in the darkness of the inner loop, yeah, I'm not actually blaming anyone. That is
scary.
Mental. Do you know what? I love it. I think that's hilarious.
I mean, I don't think I'll be very good at that section. I'll probably end up missing the braking zone, going straight on and not knowing where I am. I mean, there they are. They actually disappear for a moment. They actually go out of view completely as they make their way through. They slowly appear as they exit the inner loop and make their way through the long right-hander. And even from the top-down view, we still can barely see who's who. So, dear me, I mean, I'd love to see an onboard view once we go through there on the inner loop next time around to kind of have a look on maybe one of the top 5 cars and kind of see what their view is, because I imagine it's not much better from what we have. But surprisingly, Lewis, the gaps at the front are bigger than I thought. I didn't think we'd have such big gaps already. 3 seconds separates the top 7 at the moment. I thought it'd be a lot closer than that, as what's happened to a couple of cars have dropped to the bottom. Wilson and Deeth there dropped to the low line and has dropped a couple of places.
Not going to lie, that inner loop is Renger van der Zande vibes. Petit Le Mans a couple of years ago, driving around in the Cadillac, no lights on, and still absolute full sense. And side by side in the background, I think that's David Bojka and Sindre Setsos. I mean, this is what it's like towards the exit of that inner loop, and you can see some of the contact happening. Oh my goodness, pick your way through. I mean, good vibes to drop below the white line. Not technically legal when it comes to overtakes, but I'm pretty sure it's solid for getting out of incidents.
Indeed. So they make their way through the inner loop again. Here's Damon Woods closing in on the back of Luca Alpert, who's dropped actually quite a bit of time to Phil Dennis for BS competition as they all head their way through. Of course, here is Damon Woods, part of the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. Of course, took the win in the first race with well, it was Damon Woods. There we go. Took the win originally. He's back into the top 3 again here in this one. So we'll be key to see what he can do. Of course, it was a win in the NASCAR as well, so he's obviously got pace here. So let's see what he can do.
Well, they drop into the low line, and I mean, I've got to say that whole middle sector. I know it's tough, but realistically speaking, it's one of those ones where I think all the drivers have practiced with it. They probably knew it was coming, and they've probably upped their brightness because of it. You know, you play with some of those brightness settings to make it that a little bit easier through the middle sector. It's one of those ones where in sim racing, some people can say that that's maybe a little dodgy. I don't know, but I think it's all fair. If you've got monitor settings, you can up the brightness. It's no problem. It is what it is. As the drivers continue to navigate, Thomas Enker Sim Racing, we ride on board with it. We'll see some more of this drama on the exit of the inner loop. Again, all the cars all over the place, people getting on the throttle. You're supposed to stay in position until you get back going. I think that might have been Jack Keithley behind the Thibaut Courtois Esports team. And again, just cars basically all over the circuit. Phil Dennis leads by 1.3 seconds of BS competition. Luca Alpert in second position for EMM, 1.3 seconds behind as they exit the inner loop. That defensive line coming in from Alpert, just keeping Damon Woods at bay. Pablo Espes knocking at the door, and Cooper Webster also. Victor Wolfson, though, for Commander, has lost a couple of spots, importantly, or at least a spot, down to 9th position. It's a big lead appearing for Fildenez. You kind of wonder if he's maybe burning more fuel than what we've seen from the let's say same kind of strategy as what we saw in the Formula 4. Some drivers kicking out of the distance, maybe burning more fuel. Less so fuel, more so tyres in this. You can really burn through those rear tyres if you're not careful. And Fildenez, maybe he's feeling pretty comfortable with the right foot. And I mean, look, he is taking control of this race at the moment, but that can unfold in a heartbeat, especially when they go through lap traffic, which is definitely going to be a factor in this. Clip of the curb coming in from Pablo Espes in the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy car, and then into the darkness they go once again. Nicholas Laubish getting past Sindre Setsource in the fight for 12th position. The World's Cooking Racing Adventures car trying to fend off, as we can see on board, the darkness for Pablo Espes. So I've seen him in sim racing, quite a lot, whether it's open wheels and stuff. This is someone sometimes a little bit of an abnormality, taking on a car like this that not too many drivers outside the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series tend to get involved with a lot of the oval stuff from a European space. Of course, it's one of the most popular forms on iRacing, but I know a lot of the top esports drivers don't tend to throw this car around on a particularly daily basis. I'm watching James Baldwin giving a go some of the oval stuff and giving cars like this a bit of a go, and so it's a bit of an eye-opening experience as Fildenez continues to lead Nathan. I mean, look, it is a great drive so far from BS Competition. They're very much in control of this race at present.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, from what we saw before with the slipstream, it's not as prevalent here than what we saw with the Formula Ford. So, having that gap now, you've got to bring it down again, which is going to be difficult to do. But it's not as given in terms of making overtakes with that slipstream like what we saw earlier on. So this is a great position now for Phil Dennis to kind of just keep pulling that lead ahead and ahead. And of course, if we do get to a position where the pit stops fly in, he's in a very good spot to kind of dictate when to pit. He doesn't have to worry about what other cars around him will do. He's kind of got a bit of a buffer to choose a little bit more of when he wants to head into the pit lane. Of course, another thing that can help him is Alpert's under pressure here from Damon Woods and potentially Pablo Espes. So it's not the easiest drive now for Alpert in terms of holding on to a podium. As here's GT Spain, 92. Oh, that's a little bit too late, don't you think, into the chicane? And did they not collect anybody? Oh my.
There is no pain. Well, there is a little bit. You've lost a lot of positions, but yeah, that's fair. There is a car crash in the background, so there's pain for them at least. As we'll see, 07 racing out a little bit wide and then getting tagged into a spin from the 69. That one is not nice, unfortunately. And the Tatum Raztec car just bumping a little bit there with the 07. Just easily done. I will say with that bust up on the back, I've raced this only in Xfinities. There's O'Reillys, whatever we want to call them these days. The middle category of NASCAR. And even in that, getting the brakes to slow down, it is tough. And in this, there's no ABS, no nothing. It's so easy to brake too late.
Oh yeah, definitely. And once you've braked too late, heading into a chicane where there's so many cars ahead of you and behind, you're kind of destined to hit somebody. And the fact that car there, the GT Spain one didn't hit anyone is, I think, that they're more surprised out of anything. I mean, there was 5-6 cars ahead, 5-6 cars behind. You made it through somehow. As we go back to here, the battle for second place, Alpert and Woods still separated by a couple of tenths as they make their way through on this next lap here. 36 minutes to go, so we've just got heading through in towards the 10th minute of this race. So still another 3/4 of this one to go. Of course, Pablo Espes, Cooper Webster, they're just kind of sitting there waiting for something to happen, really. They've got the pace, they're just not able to make a move. So their whole point of sitting there in 4th and 5th is just waiting for maybe Alpert and Woods to make a mistake or go into a battle, and they can just try and swoop their way into it. As we do see some battles further back for 14th, as Barbier and Lewis Woods are having a battle, so they make their way through, and a few cars even behind them as well are looking to make moves. So many cars here looking to battle. That's what we love to see here, of course. This battle for second still continues on. Alpert holding off from Woods.
As you can see in the top right of your screen, you've got the live standings as they're running at this point. Big slide there coming in from Pablo Espes from 4th position as well, and a big look coming in from Damon Woods into the opening corner of the track. But importantly, Team Redline will be leading by 17 points over Commander. I mean, you were pointing out in the previous race the gap between EMM and Drago, and how Drago had pulled out such a large gap courtesy of the issue for EMM in that one. Well, because Luca Alpert is now running in 2nd position and Drago way down the order, that position has switched around so aggressively to a big lead for EMM.
It has, and I mean, Drago, you know, cut their way down the field, so they've dropped what? That's about 30 points nearly, which is just a big shame. As here's a move from Damon Woods up the inside, trying to go ahead of Luca Alpert. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can. And Pablo Espes waiting for something to happen, and he has capitalised. Espes now for Williams up into 3rd.
That was a great move, really decisive down the inside as they depart the inner loop. And now out through NASCAR 2 into the bus stop, onto the brakes. Damon Woods now into 2nd position. Will try and eye up a potential charge to go and take on Fildenez. If you're concerned, by the way, with the line they take departing the bus stop, I will remind you this is a NASCAR track. Track limits are questionable. They're advisory. And so they don't tend to get off tracks 1Xs for abusing the track limits too much. You can kind of get away with a fair amount of track limit abuse. It's a bit like when Formula 1 goes to Austria and it's just a bit mental.
But if you cut the chicane, that's a track limit violation.
Yeah.
We'll put it
Yeah,
that
that's
way.
fair. That's fair.
I suppose.
But here, white line, it doesn't really matter that much. Just do what you want. Watch this on the exit here. No worries. Well, I mean, on this, where they're going side by side with Armamentario in the middle, 3 wide in the darkness.
Spicy. Ooh, and Armamentario got caught up in that one, and yes, not ideal for them either. Tap of the barriers, and because there's so many cars there, you can't just rejoin. Never mind, they go for it anyway.
You can't just rejoin. Armamentario says, hold on a second, let me show you what I can do. Slams that throttle down and nearly causes an absolute wipeout. I think there was a crash with cutaway as well. Absolute scenes here at the Charlotte Roval as the night begins for VCO Infinity. Big hits on the curb coming in from Pablo Espes. Luca Alpert now down into 4th position. Cooper Webster's the one charging up to the rear end. The important gap, though, really for me, Cooper Webster in 5th position, involved in this fight. Back to Aaron Vasquez in 7th, and then it's 2 seconds back to Victor Volsound in the Commander car. David Toth behind that, David Bojka behind that. But that gap pretty big for the Commander car to try and close down.
Definitely, and that is not what Commander want, especially considering they're only around 20-ish points back from Redline, who are not in their best position at all. I mean, they've been in the podiums pretty much all, afternoon and evening long, and this is one of their worst finishes in P5 as it stands with Cooper Webster. You know, realistically, Commander want to be up in there and ahead, which they've been in many races, so close to Redline. So this is not going to be the way Victor Volson would want this one to go. But of course, we've still got half an hour. Absolutely anything can go on in this next one. And of course, like what we saw as well, when it comes to the pit stops with Dan Moore last race, was, in P5, 3 seconds off, won it by 2 seconds. So, if that happens to Victor, Wolfson, that could also be a situation where he can get back up into the top 5. As here we see Aaron Vasquez in P7, who started, I think it was 12th, so has had a decent start so far. And of course, we'll be looking to go ahead of Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, obviously, this is still the fight for the podium. Second down to Aaron Vasquez for Matt Performance in 7th position. They're all pretty tight. They see some positions behind that still remain relatively tight. There is a car going a lap down involved with that. We riding on board with this top group as they were working their way past. There's a look down the inside for Aaron Vasquez, and Blake Reynolds gives the room at the apex of turn 1 and still works his way around to hold on to 6th position as they return to the darkness. You're absolutely right there about some gaps to the race lead and how that can go from 3 seconds and cut its way down. Damon Woods, after moving up to 2nd, it did get down to 2.6 briefly. It will ebb and flow a lot in this middle sector. Look at that for some track limits. The gap, importantly, is coming down. And I said this a little bit earlier on this race. We talk about fuel being an important thing. Yes, of course, how much they're going to be taking in their pit stops and whatnot. Tyres are also a really big thing in this car. This is how much curb is being used going through that bus stop as we take a look with Victor Volson. I mean, that is a lot. Watch this one as well. Smack it.
I mean, those curbs, they just... Do you know what they remind me of for some reason? A little bit like the small steps of like an inflatable, like bouncy castle. They don't look like solid, do they? They look like bouncy.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's the paint coating. It does look like it's that sort of rubbery.
Rubber.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you something. They are hard. They are like damn
concrete.
Hard. Not necessarily. Depends on who's done it, but it would be in the same hardness as concrete. It's that kind of, it doesn't move, but I'm not sure it is actually concrete. I think some places
is this more pain?
Potentially. See if he's going to be bit of a spin up ahead. That's it, big slide for the car up ahead, and then in sympathy, GT Spain goes round, and it is pain, unfortunately.
Yes. So, is it GT Spain or GT's pain?
It's GT's pain, I think.
Okay. I feel for them. Oh, Webster.
Well,
wide.
It is what it is, yes. I mean, look, Cooper Webster's doing all right. This is the battle for 6th position. We've got Blake Reynolds and Aaron Vasquez remaining side by side. The move coming in from Aaron Vasquez to get past Blake Reynolds onto the brakes to get past the Solpec car, and the Map Performance machine will move to 6th spot, taking a lot of the curbs again, as we saw with that replay of the Coanda car slamming over the curbs going through the bus stop, and Aaron Vasquez doing a great impression of that. He might get past here, though, into T1 by the time they get onto the brakes, and I say T1, it's actually the final corner, I know what I meant. Is it going to be moved? No, it's fine.
Yeah, stays there. I mean, this is one of those where you can be like a 10th back, but you know, with the fact there's hardly any long straights apart from that long one to the chicane, if you're not making a move there, you've got to wait all lap pretty much, because you're not going to get another chance through this sector, especially as we see on board. You see, I mean, you can't see the car ahead barely. You've got to have your brightness high up on the game settings, I think, to be able to actually see the cars ahead, because that is dark. As we're on board here with David Toth for is it Chester Esports?
Chester Esports, yeah. I mean, it's just as dark on the circuit as it is in his room. Look at that. I say this every time we see this. I couldn't do that. For me, I need the lights on. I need the lights on.
No, I need it off.
No, because the screen becomes so bright comparatively to what's around. It's such a strain on the eyes that late into a stint. I don't vibe with it.
See, but I've always gamed at night. Gamed at night. No, I've always gamed with it being dark. Can't do it in the day. I have my lights off at all time. I mean, I've got them on now because I'm on camera, but when I'm not, I'd have the lights off.
This is when you're going to be like one of these people that I drive barefoot or something.
No. I'll drive his socks.
All right,
that's fair, isn't it?
I'll allow it. I mean, look, I'm sure you got some oddities with you in your approach to sim racing. It's fine. Over the curbs at the final chicane goes Coanda. Chester Esports bounce off the barrier a little bit just to touch and a grind of the barrier on the start-finish straight. They are being catched is what I was going to say. My goodness, English is failing me at 20 past midnight. David Boschke, though, is closing in. Aaron Vasquez is having a problem. Map Performance, what has happened to Aaron Vasquez? He's into the pit lane. He's retired, but is that surely? Well, I was going to say, is it a retirement? But he could have just come into the pit lane, but I didn't see him drop behind Blake Reynolds until just then. No,
that's not ideal potentially for Vasquez. It'd be great to see later on what happened to him, whether it was a mistake or if it was, a planned pit stop. But then again, that's early to pit, isn't it? Really early.
Unless you're doing the opposite strategy. But it's one of those ones I don't actually see the benefit in running an opposite strategy, like pitting earlier, because he wasn't going to necessarily jump a whole load of people. I mean, yes, obviously, if you go on fresh tyres, you'll be able to set fast lap times. The problem is traffic is so thick around here, I get the feeling it's something a little bit more. And the fact that we've jumped to a replay, I think it is going to be a little bit more. Into the darkness we go. We've got, I think that might be Cooper Webster a bit ahead. Big snap onto the brakes, into the barrier, and Aaron Vasquez will return to pit lane, and that will be the Map Performance car out of this race. So there we go. It wasn't a pit stop. It was a crash.
Big shame for Map Performance, who in the points aren't doing that well either. They're down in 20th at the moment, and of course finishing pretty much at the back of this one. If Aaron Vasquez continues, that makes their day even worse, and they could even drop a few more positions down. I mean, they're only 20 points away from 28th, which at the moment is Thomas Sheng Sim Racing. So this is not a good situation for Vasquez and for Map Performance. But do we give everybody the benefit of the doubt and say, well, you can't actually see through the inner loop, so we'll let you off this time? Or are you going to be mean and say it's your own fault?
I'm going to be mean. I'm going to be mean.
When aren't you mean, Lewis?
Well, especially when we start talking about the commentator's curse, then I'm very mean, apparently, because there's no such thing. Johan Royer is into the pit lane for the second of the grid and go cars, the number 2. They've not been allowed, I'm assuming this might be even an Arjuna thing, because I know how much he hates it. They've not been allowed the 00 numbers, which normally go ahead of the grid and go numbers. Everyone's between 1 and 99. And normally Grid and Go like to go for a 001 and a 002. Not allowed it. Do you know what? Completely agree.
Makes it easy for us because there's not zeros everywhere.
At least the one thing, which is a lot of esports stuff, if you do allow the 00s, the 00 has to be a it can't be a different number, right? And the reason I say that is that if you have if you watch like NASCAR and stuff, it is in the rules that you're allowed to have a number 1, you're allowed to have a 01, and you're allowed to have a 001.
Yes.
And they're all allowed to be on the circuit, where I'm like, no. A 01 is still just a 1. The leading 0 still is still a 1. So as long as those leading zeros still attributed to being the same number, then I'm a little bit okay with it. This is Dexter Castro into the pit lane for Impact Sim Sport, and I think he might have missed his box a little bit there, and quite a bit. My goodness, it's like me doing the Daytona 500. Missed my box, slide through, straight back into reverse. Definitely illegal.
I mean, yeah, I don't think I'd do much better.
Do you know? I mean, to be fair, it's quite hard to spot. Whoa! Into the barrier! That was definitely someone into the barrier. It was a lapped car, though. I think it was.
Yes.
My goodness, that was a big hit into the barrier.
Yes, that was. I thought it was going to be Luca Alpert. And I'm not saying I was hoping it was, but I was going to say then, Lewis, look, that proves the commentator's curse existed because I said he'd win. So I'm not hoping he crashed, but it would have been a bit of a coincidence for me to prove you wrong.
But you said
I still think he's going to win, though.
You said he would win 20 minutes ago. This is the thing with the commentator's curse that really bothers me, is that people are like, oh, it was the commentator's curse because you said this, that, and the other. Cody Deeth, by the way, is into the pit lane for Eclipse. How long does the commentator's curse last for? Is it 5 minutes?
The
10
race.
minutes? Is it just the entirety of the race?
Yeah,
it's mental.
the race.
That's not. It's absolute rubbish. It is complete tosh. And it's normally a driver wanting to use a different excuse that's completely out of their control as to why they've crashed, because obviously it's because someone said something positive about them, and that's why they binned it. Sometimes it's just bad luck and bad driving.
I mean, I suppose that's putting it bluntly, but I like to call it the commentator's curse. I mean, Zach says the exact same as well. It's not just me. A lot of people agree the commentator's curse exists. I think you're one of the only ones that doesn't. Ooh,
yeah, because it doesn't exist. Look, I'm right. I'm a 2-time VCO senior winning commentator. I'm right. True. Actually, I think Arjuna believes in the commentator's curse, but it's total rubbish. It is total rubbish. I'm sorry, and I know a lot of people disagree, and I don't care. It's just bad luck or bad driving. 9 times out of 10, it's bad driving. Let's make that clear.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
If someone crashes, that's not the commentator's curse. That's just bad driving. This is getting a little bit crazy, a little bit uncomfortable for Damon Woods, though. He's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. He's going to lose a lot of time in doing so, and he's got to slow down for doing it as well. So Pablo Espar's coming through. Whilst all that's happening, Cooper Webb's just been into the pit lane.
That's a way to avoid it for Project 91.
You got a brake pedal there, mate. Hayden Bramley absolutely pinned through that flow. That's going to be a whopper of a slowdown.
I mean, to be fair, I think he was going to hit the back of the car that was ahead of him, so I suppose it's an avoidance, but you probably could have slowed down a little bit there instead of doing all of that through the chicane, but dear me, that's something. With the battling between Estes and Woods, though, and the slowdown that we've seen come through, that gap now for Phil Deness is 3.5 seconds pretty much, down to 4th, it's 6.2. So it would take bad driving, as you said, for him to drop outside the podium positions here. So I think it's quite comfortable to predict that BS competition will get a podium here, or the win. And Williams again with another good back-to-back result. They had a really good drive from Shonas and Shintani, who I think could have easily finished second in that one. Of course, finished off, it was sixth in the end, and Pablo Espes second at the moment.
Yeah, looking pretty solid for the freshly rebranded Williams team, the F1 Team Gaming Squad. Again, it's a name that I will get wrong probably quite a lot. That's fine. Whoa, bit of a spin. That's back marker. Don't worry about it, but it is a back marker that is having to be navigated by Pablo Espes. The back marking issues are going to be causing a fair few problems. Into the pit lane then comes Coanda, grid and go as well into the pit lane. There's some big slides coming off in that whole area, and this is the GT Spain car going for a big old Spain.
Again, they've been caught out. I think that's the first time was, oh, that was scary. Twice they've been taken out, once they spun themselves. It's not been a painless race for them, as here's Absolute Motorsport Asselit, who pop the curb on the exit to chicane, and around they go, and goodbye for now. They'll rejoin and hopefully not do what we saw from Armamentario earlier on, and just hope that everybody slows down and lets you in like a merging turn on a dual carriageway. As here's Victor Wolfson at the moment. Team P9 for Coanda, of course, has pitted. So this will be interesting to see whereabouts he feeds out in all of this. Of course, for him, it's to get ahead of Redline. And at the moment, they're 1 position apart, 3 seconds apart. As here, we see Pablo Espes still with Damon Woods behind.
Do you know what? I would say if Coanda finish only a single position behind Cooper Webster and Team Redline in this race, they'll be very happy with that. That's only 1 point difference, and that, you know, it's one of those ones, could be a lot worse. You'll definitely take it. Pablo Espes and Damon Woods will head their way into pit lane for Williams and the Falcon tyre car as they work their way down the lane. Phil Denez continues out on the circuit. EMM, Luca Alpa into the pit lane along with Blake Reynolds and Sindre Setsource. Lewis Woods also in. So Cooper Webster and Victor Fulsom will come through on all of those. Phil Denez will just continue to cycle his way around the circuit. Will most likely be into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Up to the jacks, they're going to go as well to switch tyres, and straight out of the pit lane comes Pablo Espes. Wonder if... So this is the thing that we've not spoken about. 4 tyres versus 2.
Yeah.
What's the best way? Woods has taken 4.
Yeah, but look how far down Woods has dropped. I mean, surely that's not the ideal strategy. I mean, Woods is going to be like 20-odd seconds back from Pablo Espes. To me, that makes no sense, but that's why I'm not a driver. But to me, that really doesn't make any sense.
I agree. I think 2 tyres is the right strategy, but then, you know, these drivers know best. Well, yeah, exactly. See how it unfolds into the move. Pablo Espes keeping Cooper Webster at bay, and will just about fend off the number 3, the championship-leading Team Redline car. Where are they going to be compared to Phil Denez when the BS competition car comes into the pit lane? Any strategy that they were having probably is switched around a little bit. A look to the inside for Cooper Webster. Deep onto the brakes comes the Williams and skips over. It's going to be a slowdown for Williams. Pablo Espes is going to get a slowdown penalty here, and Cooper Webster is going to be able to fly his way through in the second spot.
That's not at all, is it, for Espes? Of course, Webster now will be able to gain in. And here's Blake Reynolds in 4th, back up to Espes in 2nd place. Of course, they've got a few lapped cars in and around them now, so this will make things even more interesting and chaotic at the inner loop. So they make their way down towards the first corner again, and here's Webster looking to go around the outside in towards the inner loop. It's side by side for 2nd place. And can Webster get the move done? They disappear, and I mean, that is a scary moment there. Webster backed out, but easily could have been into the barriers. I think he was millimetres away at some point.
Gotta say, that was really well played with the slowdown from Pablo Espes. He pulled to the inside, slowed it down, kept Cooper Webster behind, whilst trying to serve probably a second and a half's worth of slowdown penalty after cutting over the bus stop. Very impressive. I hope he's cleared all of it at this point. I'm sure he most likely would have done as they head back out. Otherwise, he would have received a penalty by this point. As they head back out into NASCAR 1. That was very well taken from the Williams car. And Phil Denez will now come into the pit lane, and we'll see where he unfolds comparatively to Pablo Espes, Cooper Webster and Blake Reynolds. I suspect he'll probably be a couple of seconds ahead at least, depending on what they do on strategy. Will they take 4 tyres? Well, it's going to be 2, surely.
It's got to be, yeah. I don't think Phil Denez will do what we saw earlier on. There's no point going for what Damon Woods did with 4. I mean, he's dropped so many positions. He's down in, I think, 20, 30, if I read that correctly. A lot of positions lost. a lot of time lost as well. So let's see where Denez comes out. He's already gone in, he's already came out. Has he still got that advantage over Pablo Espes? I think he will, quite comfortably as well. 6 seconds to Espes.
Yeah, just right side tyres there for Phil Denez. This is probably the hardest bit when you're trying to lap the lap traffic. If you've got a car directly ahead of him that's on the same speed as you, I think this part is probably overrated in its difficulty. Like it's pretty hard, but you just drive the track that you're driving. It's when someone's doing a completely different speed to you and you still have to somehow react and get around them and navigate, as we're seeing here from Pablo Espes and Cooper Webster. That's the difficult thing. And you've got to hope they've noticed you, and you've got to hope about this, and you've got to hope about that, and you've got to somehow work your way through, and you've got to drive a really difficult car through quite a difficult part of the circuit. And like I say, they've navigated it very well, but very touch and go and a little bit sketchy, I'm sure.
Definitely. I mean, this battle is really closed in now, but between P2 and I think we can even include Victor Wilson as well in this battle. So P2 down to P6. If it carries on like this and the gaps keep closing down and the time keeps getting slower for Espes, I think we could even see David Toth, emerge his way into the battle as it goes on. I mean, he's only around 3 seconds-ish back from the commander car in P6, so we'll have to see what Toth can do. But of course, Pablo Espes can play this very cleverly now. He knows he's not going to be catching Phil Denez, so he can kind of set his own pace for the race. And if that means going a bit slower through the corners to save the tyres, he'll do so as long as he can get a good exit on the straights and not worry about Webster and those behind, as that's the Dutch League racing car going around before the inner loop. That is a scary place to be in, isn't it? Really scary, because cars will come through there side by side.
I mean, I'd rather be there than 10 metres down the road where you're in the darkness, so at least there is that. I did see, speaking of this dark part of the circuit, Errol Bernsdorf was in the Twitch chat. Of course, just saw him out in the Formula Ford, saying that his eyes up the brightness IRL, so it's all fair. Yeah, I'm sure. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Side by side between Blake Reynolds and Cooper Webster. Webster dropping back a little bit. Only a 2-point swing in the point standings if things finish as they're currently running. Only 2 points more they'd clear. It would be a 19-point lead for Redline if things finish as they currently stand. With 30 minutes left to go, it's definitely going to change somewhere.
Oh, definitely. And I think, looking at with Phil Denez in the lead, they're at the moment on 180 points, so they're gained 50. I could see them maybe making their way into the top 17 here, because all the teams ahead of them are like 10, 15 points, and nowhere near them at the moment, so they could potentially move to like 15th in this win if Denez can hold it to the end, which I think that there's no way that he wouldn't. I think that, I wouldn't say it'd be driver error, I think it'd be lapped car more than anything that would halt his progress of going for the win, as Luca Alpert just disappears. You actually can't see Webster ahead. Doesn't help he's got a black car, but you actually can't see him. I mean, well, just say Webster has to slam his brakes on here. Alpert has got no clue of that happening, and he'll just hit the back of him instantly.
Yep, that's the joy of this mid part of the circuit. I do actually agree with when it comes to Phil Denez. Phil Denez is essentially, without like I say, back markers and stuff, Phil Denez is too good of a driver to. I'm not going to say it with 12 minutes to go. I don't care. It's total rubbish. And if Phil Denez goes on to win this race, then I'll sit there and be like, "See, I told you it's a load of rubbish."
He doesn't know.
He's too good of a driver to make a mistake from the current position. Now, he's won an awful lot of races. To be clear, that's not just a Phil Denez thing. That is, if you switched Phil Denez for literally like Cooper Webster or Pablo Espes, and you put them with a 6 or 7 second lead at this point in the race, they're very unlikely to drop it by themselves. It just doesn't tend to happen. The big thing with a lot of this is the back markers, because as much as we have the highest level of esports drivers towards the top, as the Deltraz Automotive by Major Garage car comes through the pit lane, serve a drive to penalty, there are there's 55 teams in this, so we've got over 250 drivers in total. There's a lot of amateur teams, a lot of community teams that are out there that are involved in the same race as you'd expect from a community sim racing race like this. With that, the skill level difference from the front to the back is extremely large. So when it comes to back markers, it's probably the highest likelihood to have an incident with a back marker of any race that you're probably going to be running throughout this year, realistically, as there comes a look to the inside and a big move from Luca Alpert, and the switchback comes in from Cooper Webster.
what a switchback there for Webster. I mean, that was textbook from Webster. Great move there to get back up the inside of Luca Alpert. As that's not good at all for Victor Wilson. Has dropped down to 9th.
He's had a
has
spin
also
or something,
now
hasn't he?
dropped so much time. He was 8 seconds back from Alpert. They were 18. What has happened to Victor Wilson? I don't think he's been in the pit lane because he'd lose more than that. But that is not good for the Coanda car at all.
He's clearly had a spin, contact, a back marker, something in that kind of vein, but something's gone wrong for Coanda in there, and what was actually looking like it was going to be turning into a relatively solid race and only losing maybe a single point to Cooper Webster could involve in them losing a bit more as he loses out to Sindre Setsource as well. The Solpack car goes slow for Blake Reynolds and things go from bad to worse for Coanda as an extra position is gained for Cooper Webster. 9 minutes and 44 seconds left to go of this race. It is Cooper Webster for Team Redline, the points leaders that are working their way forward. Their main rivals working their way backwards at the moment on this field.
Yeah, and you can see there Wilson dropping below Sass here, who's up into P9 for was cooking, and that is not good at all for Coanda. Down to 10th, and I mean they'll be under pressure from Boschka and Rondelet, I would imagine, as the race goes on, because they are dropping lots of pace, and hopefully it's not damage. It was just some sort of spin or incident for Wilson. So of course we see here once again Cooper Webster ahead of Luca Alpert, who went for a move, got switchbacked, and I think now Espes is comfortable in P2 because their little battle, that gap's gone up by 3 seconds. So with the experience that Danez and Espes have in P1 and P2, I really can't see them dropping this now. I think for them it's just get to the end with 9 minutes to go. As we can see the live point on the board, it's now 21 points between the top 2 and another 65 back to 3rd. So, you know, this is really now between Redline and Coanda, but the way it's going, as we see every time, Redline, they're not winning every race, but they're so consistently in the podiums and top 5s. They're just pulling that gap by a point or two every single race.
Lifeline though for Coanda, it comes down by a couple of points because there was an issue for I think it was Cody Death and maybe Lewis Woods. Was certainly a couple of drivers dropping down from ahead. Also saw the second grid and go-kart come into the pit lane, so there is a little bit. And Luca Alpert is onto the rear end of Cooper Webster once again. So whilst things aren't great for Coanda, things could be getting a little bit better in the final 8 minutes of this race. And Luca Alpert find his way back through on Cooper Webster. The move's already been done once this evening. Could it be done for a second time, or look for the up and under from the 88 EMM car to the inside? It's going to get. Is it going to get to the low side? There is contact, but Cooper Webster just closes the door.
That was close, wasn't it? That could have been Cooper Webster round and off into the barriers as we head our way back into the chicane. Is there going to be a send here from Alpert? There is going to be a send. He's going to half commit. Webster keeps ahead. He's going to look to the up and under. Of course, Reynolds is going to be closing in as well there in P5, looking to make a move. He might get ahead of Luca Alpert if Alpert's not careful there, but Webster has pulled that gap out again to around 3/10. Well, this is certainly going to get close between these three. I think, you know, definitely until the end. I don't think this battle's going to end here unless there's a bit of contact somewhere.
Which, you know, you can't rule out, but I mean, I don't know who's coming out on top of all of this. Cooper Webster does not look ridiculously comfortable behind the wheel of that Redline car at the moment. I mean, 3rd position's great for them. If they are able to take that 3rd position, it would be an 8th consecutive podium for Team Redline in the 2026 iteration of VCO Infinity and the 5th running of this competition. But I don't know if he's going to keep that podium streak going, because I've got to say that EMM car is looking a little bit stronger, as is the Solpec car that was trying to make a move on the 88 as well.
Yeah, this is going to get close. Once again, you can see Alpert gets a really good exit out of the hairpin. And yet again, he's right up the inside of Cooper Webster. And, I mean, you're talking yet again, paper-thin gaps between these two as they head their way back down to the chicane. And this time, Alpert's closer than he was before. So is there an opportunity? No. Webster this time had a bit more of a line towards the middle of the circuit to stop Alpert from going for a sort of ascend there as they cut the track limits down towards the chicane again they go. And let's see, is there a move now for Alpert on the cards? But the thing is, Alpert's got to be careful, because if he goes for a move and has to back out, then Reynolds is going to have a lot of space to kind of close that gap down and go for a move himself. So Alpert's going to be very careful here as the Fast Repair Motorsport car goes off and into the barriers. Car 53 back at the battle for 3rd though. I mean, I can see this being one of those where we're watching Webster and Albert, and out of nowhere, last lap, Reynolds comes through and takes it. It's one of those, isn't it? This could be.
Yeah, the fast repair car, by the way, didn't even make contact with the barrier. Just about got it stopped somehow in all of that. Would have been stuck on the grass a little bit if you were watching the trucks last night. I was really surprised by one thing they've added this year in the trucks is they've got like I think it's like it must be hydraulics, but it lifts the car up when it's stuck on grass, just inside the car. Might not be needed for this one though, because here comes a look to the inside for the EMM car. And it is a big move from Luca Alpert, and I think Cooper Webster's thought, look, it's just a point, I'll give you the room. I'm still going to give it a go to stay ahead. With the inside line going through NASCAR 1 and 2 and the inside line going into the bus stop, this surely should work out for the EMM car. But will Cooper Webster get brave on the outside? He is going to try and send it, he is going to remain there, he is going to get brave, and he is going to muscle his way ahead again.
He is, and now look who's there. Blake Reynolds battling with Luca Alpert, and we said earlier on it could be one of those where Reynolds waits for a move and goes through, and he does go through, so it was looking like Albert had that P3 done and dusted. Never mind, he's down to P5 now as Reynolds for Solpeck goes up into P4, and Webster, I mean, that was one of those where most drivers probably will back out and be like, you know what, we've had a good fight, you know, go through. But Webster kept it there on the outside line, then it had the inside through the apex of the chicane and managed to keep it pinned in and keep that third place spot. Brilliant there by Cooper Webster to keep the cars in 4th and 5th behind as they disappear and reappear again. And ahead of these cars are lapped cars. There's about 5 of them within around 6 or 7 seconds. So this could also prove to be difficult now for Webster and Reynolds.
Phil Denez leads by 7.4 seconds. And with his current position on circuit, there will be 3 laps left to go of this race before we'll complete a third of VCO Infinity. Team Redline are in control, but I will say Coanda are looming there a little bit. I mean, Victor Wolfson is struggling a little bit in this race. He's got Bojka and Octavio Rondeletto directly behind. I think there might be some damage potentially on the Coanda car that doesn't seem to have the speed that it had before it had some form of issue with a spin or maybe even contact with another car. But we keep our eyes further ahead at their championship rival, which is Cooper Webster and Team Redline. They top the points at the moment, but again, they've not been convincing when it comes to pace in this battle for third position. Almost into the rear end of the Solpeck car and in a little bit deep. There was a problem in the background though for Luca Alpert, who's getting stuck with some back markers, and it's given the opportune moment for a look to the inside for Blake Reynolds.
Oh, Reynolds is keeping it pinned to the inside. It's going to be the outside as they head through the inner loop, but has got the move to what a move there from Blake Reynolds, and I think kind of spooked Cooper Webster heading into that first corner at the left-hander, and has got that move complete, and I'm going to be happy with that because I said 5 laps ago Blake Reynolds, he's got to come through and be in third, and he is with 2.5 minutes to go. Of course it might not stay that way, but as it stands, running work from Reynolds, and it's like he just clicked on the pace out of nowhere. He was comfortable in P5, all of a sudden clicked a button and he's flying, and he's got so much pace, and now sits in the third. And I think the main thing for him is what we saw from Cooper Webster earlier. Mid-corner, you don't have to worry too much about your pace. It's on the exits. When you get through to the hairpins, just pin it down on the exit, and then you stop the car behind having any opportunity to overtake you.
I get the feeling that's probably about as bad as it's going to get for Cooper Webster, because Luca Alpert with the struggles to get through those 2 back markers, which fortunately has finally got through on, with a couple of laps left to go at the line. It does seem as though Luca Alpert for EMM will not be able to join this fight for the podium once again. And it will be a 2-way battle between Blake Reynolds and Cooper Webster, a fair way behind Pablo Espeza, even further way away behind Phil Denez. Some pretty small gaps across the field, but certainly not that at the front.
Yeah, definitely not. And I was just talking about last race. I was having a quick chat with Shoma Shintani just, and he's saying that the reason he didn't defend on the last lap is he thought it was another lap after. Dear me. But I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that, aren't we, through this event? Drivers kind of not getting the right lap counts as we head into the final few minutes. I mean, I've been doing this for about a year and a half, and even I still think, hang on, how many laps have got left? I'm sitting there with a calculator trying to work out the times.
Yeah, but in the car, I mean, iRacing does have this really good feature where it just tells you whether you're on the final lap. So you see that white flag, you know you're on the last one. So I don't know how James Shintani quite missed that, but either way, he did. There's our race leader navigating those back markers. One more to clear. and then it'll probably have a clear run for the final lap of the race. 35 seconds left to go. We should get one more at the line. And I mean, he'll be able to drink this one in and soak it up. It's been an excellent drive from Phil Denez, dominating this performance.
Yeah, certainly. Really good drive. And as we have the white flag now, last lap for Denez to see what he could do. Of course, 8 seconds in the lead here. So he's, it's pretty much just a victory lap now for Phil Denez. I think the same goes for Pablo Espes, second for the Williams Academy team. Of course, it's just for him to get to the end and claim that P2. But of course, Denez has just got to be a little bit wary of a few laps cars here. I don't think he has to worry, and he probably could just sit behind them, but just got to be a little bit careful here, especially if it's some of those that are a little bit further down the grid who might be a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, you've always got to be on your tippy toes and on your best behaviour when working your way through. And I mean, he has been great, but what do you think about the commentator's curse now? I know we've got a few corners left to go, but very quickly, I mean, come on.
I said Luke Ralpert would win and he didn't. He's 14 seconds back, so there we go.
Yeah, but I said 10 minutes ago that he's not the driver to make a mistake, and he's not made a mistake, so what's the dealio on that? Do I not have the commentator's curse?
Yeah,
no,
but the final race to decide it then.
No, it's fine. No, it's just a load of rubbish. You making a prediction 40 minutes ago is like, whatever happens, happens. But whatever happens has happened. The last time we were racing at the Charlotte Roval was race 5. Diogo Pinto went on to take victory. BS Competition missed out on the podium by a single position. They're not missing out on the podium this time though, as Phil Denez will cross the line to take victory. BS Competition's first win of the 2026 iteration of the VCO Infinity. A dominating performance here in the Chevy Silverado in the light and the dark of Charlotte Roval.
Indeed. Great drive there by Phil Denez. It was one of those, once he pulled that gap, I think it was about 3 seconds after the first 5 or 6 laps, you kind of had a thought, yeah, he's going to run away with this, and he did. I mean, the pit stop gained him about 3 seconds. Then we had all the battling behind. Espes broke away from those in third and below, and it was literally just a drive to the end for Denez. So a really good drive from him. And of course, first win for BS Competition, second podium, of course. Will Murdoch taking one? It was at Charlotte Roval as well in the Radicals earlier on, so maybe this is BS Competition's track. We have, 4 races round here? Maybe that's 4 podiums for them. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see, but that'll also bring them out of the... it'll bring them out of 20th in the standings and probably up towards 15th.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a solid drive. Maybe it is their circuit. Certainly not one. It's kind of one of those ones of even if I went well around it. Some people are really biased towards circuits they do really well on.
Yeah.
Mate of mine, Oscar Hardwick, always hated Interlagos because he was always terrible at it.
No, he'll laugh on you.
He'll say that he's really good at it. He was fine at it, but no, he was weaker at it. It was only because he was bad at it. He didn't like it. That's fine. Just accept the ego. The ego, which is well earned for Phil Denez, who was absolutely dominating it. 8 seconds he was clear for BS Competition ahead of the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy. Pablo Espes behind the wheel. Blake Reynolds was able to get past Cooper Webster to deny Team Redline 8 consecutive podiums. I mean, let's be honest, 4th place isn't exactly bad on the old points list. Luke Ralph for EMM in 5th position, David Toth in 6th. Sindre Setzels for Wars Cooking Racing Adventures in 7th, and Victor Wolfson for Coanda Esports drops down to 8th, but still some solid points for him. Didn't make a bad situation any worse. David Bojka in 9th, and then Octavio Rondoletto for Bike 500 in 10th position. Falcon Sim Racing Teal in 11th position with the MG18 Simtech Pro. Movano Eclipse Vitality for Yuri Toman up to 15th position. Visceral Impulse, the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue Car. TC Sports and Jack Keithley we saw backwards at one point, and Delta Sport we saw sideways at one point, and they still were able to get through into the top 20. The Sherritt Esports car Eknui in 21st position with ERE, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, and then the Maniti car, the Blue Mercure in 25th position with Samantha Tan, Brabham, and then the U Amateurs Altitude and Stint 1 in 30th position. 2 final pages to muscle our way through on what has been a pretty exciting evening before we'll catch up with Phil Denez. You can see them on here. some teams out of position. Your Team PGZ's Drago, Nikodem Vizicki from the back of the field, only to 33rd position, well out of spot. Lion GP had a great drive with Jaden Sherwood in the previous one, not quite as good in here, 37th position. Johan Royer, we saw into the pit lane for the second time later on, down in 40th. Some huge drama in this race. There's your penultimate page. Nicholas Laubish down in just 49th position for Fiercely Forward. Again, another one of those drivers well out of position. Dutch League had a couple of bits of drama in that one. Fast repair missed a barrier, but still 7 laps down. I'm pretty sure that fast repair was used pretty early on in the race. We'll jump, though, into an interview with Phil Denez, who will be joining us here in the comedy booth. Nathan, you're going to have a little chin wag with our race winner from race number 8 of the VCO Infinity.
Phil, welcome in. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Perfect. Well, what a race that was. I mean, first of all, pole position, very close grid. I think it was about 2/10, the top 10. I mean, was you expecting to be right up there for pole, or was it just one of those where, because everybody's so close together, it's just hoping that you can get that top spot?
Well, after warm-up, before warm-up, I had no idea. And a little practice session, I put in a really good lap, and I felt like I had more on the table. So I was really confident going into quali. I made a little mistake in quali, but it still ended up getting the lap. And I knew from that point onward that I just had to manage everything in the race. And man, it was just awesome. It's been a long time since I've been able to do something like this, stay at the front, and just have such a great time leading the field the whole way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the first, I think 10 minutes, you brought that gap up to 3 seconds because of all the fighting further back. In the pit lane, you gained another 3 seconds. It was like 6 seconds then. And because of all the battling for P2, it just grew and grew and grew to 8 seconds at the end. I mean, was that, do you think, down to, pure pace, or was it just about being consistent? Because, I mean, there was lapped cars everywhere. A lot of the track was really dark, so you kind of hard to predict where to go. I mean, was it just about just being consistent all the way to the end?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was just managing tires and trying to be consistent. If the moment you over push with this car, it's over. You're wheel spinning, everything, and I was just trying to keep the tires safe the whole way and make the right strategy call, and seems like everything went to plan. So couldn't be happier, and I'm looking forward to getting back into the next race.
Yes, definitely. Well, Phil, well done on that one, and hopefully we'll see you back on the podium in the next race for you. Of course, congratulations on the first win for BS Competition, and yes, we do wish you the best of luck. So well done once again.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Oh, there we go. Phil Denez, great to hear from. And like you say, finally with BS Competition moving a little bit forward on the points. They were further down the order, up to about 15th position, scoring the 50 points for it. The last 3 races have gone relatively well for them. Well, to be fair, the last 4 races have gone relatively well for them after a pretty torrid start.
You know what, Lewis?
Scored just 2 points in race 4. Oof.
Well, I'll take that. I'll predict it right. They are 15. That was a guess. I'll take that.
And so not the commentator's curse. Am I right?
No,
that's right.
Well, this is a spreadsheet. You can't curse a spreadsheet, can you? Surely.
I mean, to be fair, if you'd have been seeing some of the spreadsheets that I've been trying to make recently, they're pretty cursed. At the top of the points, it is Team Redline. 390 points to their name. 372 for Commander. Of course, these are still relatively provisional. Some things from that race will still most likely be under investigation. But after a 7 consecutive podiums and a 4th place finish, my goodness, it's so bad for them. Team Redline lead by 18 points. Big gap back, though, to EMM, who have pushed themselves ahead of Drago. That position has switched over twice in the last 2 races, and EMM now have a 13-point lead for 3rd position. A further 10 points clear of Grid and Goat. Do expect them to get quite strong as the evening unfolds as well. I mean, some of these teams are going to chop and change a lot over the night. That's the important bit. This night part, which normally causes a bit of drama in the normal 24-hour endurance races, it's definitely going to cause its drama here. Well, we'll catch up with Nathan in a minute. So, unfortunately, he's in there, so decided to bail from us for a second. We'll catch up with him after qualifying. But either way, we can see The night has very much hit. We can see very little of the Fuji Speedway, and it will be, you might not be able to tell, it is a Radical. And the Fuji Speedway, of course, earlier on in the evening, we have raced the Radical SR10s at the Charlotte Roval. Diogo Pinto for Team Redline was victorious then. And he is back behind the wheel, and he is back up to the front of the field. It is Diogo Pinto on the provisional pole position ahead of Oscar Pai. Thibaut Casvon, great qualifying for the Vitality car there, up in third position. Drago for Michael Romanidis up there as well. Alessandro Quintai for Grid and Go moving into the mix. I think that's the second of the Grid and Go cars as well, because Sven Haas is in the lead of their cars in the number one, down in ninth position. We're on board with 07 up into this final sector, and it's a final sector which I have never, in all my years of sim racing, I've never found the apex in either the penultimate corner or the final one. I just don't know where it is. It's so hard to find. It's such a late apex as we head back up. You've got the Bridgestone Bridge on the left-hand side, and also wisely informed some good golf courses. We'll come back to that a little bit later on as Matteo Blotto onto the start-finish straight, practicing pit entry on that start-finish straight, flicking it through the right and left, so difficult to fire your way through. Great that the lights flash when you're in pit lane as well, when it is complete darkness. But Team Redline will have the pressure of Coanda alongside them on that front row down into the opening corner. I get the feeling that Oscar Pai might get his elbows out just a little bit and try and muscle his way through into the race lead. For Coanda's first victory of the evening, that is exactly what happened in the hands of Elvis Rankin at Okayama. He started from second position alongside Enzo Benito, who had the pole. That was in the Acura GTP car, and it was a move around the outside of the opening corner that saw Elvis Rankin take over the race lead and saw him take control of the fourth race of VCO Infinity. Try and pick out the teams in all of this. It's going to be pretty tricky over the opening portion of the race. There's no floodlights to assist us here. It is just the darkness. Don't think we can take the Chevy Silverado for a bit of a run in this level of darkness.
I mean, this is... Yeah. This is something, isn't it? We can't even see the car of Levesque at the moment. Yeah. This is not ideal, is it?
I've just had a message from Gary Paravani, Dynamic Photography. He's the one that will be doing a lot of the photographs that you see on social media done by VCO. So big shout out to Gary. Unfortunately, I have to deal with my voice sometimes on British GT rounds when he's sat behind my commentary booth as I shout away, trying to edit photographs with me yelling in the background. He just messaged me saying, I don't know how I'm going to shoot this. And you know what? Fair shout. Where do you begin? You might get some shots down into T1 where the cars are all lighting each other up, and outside of that, probably very little. Diogo Pinto, though, will be the one leading the field down into the opening corner after taking pole position by a tenth of a second. It was the second of the Grid and Go Esports cars, number two, who is starting from third, alongside Thibaut Casvon. Great qualifying for Vitality, who are starting to find their feet in VCO Infinity. Drago Racing and Delatraz Automotives by Majors Garage in sixth position. And then we've got the Capivara car, BS competition after the victory. Will Murdoch behind the wheel, 8th position for them. Darren McCormack behind the wheel of the EMM car in 9th. Grid and Go for Sven Haas in 10th. Watch for that car to move forward. Devon Sobrero for TC Esports alongside Cheddar Esports, Daniel Ola in that 12th spot with MG18 Simtech Pro and the Lion GP car. 07 and the Falcon Sim Racing cars will be starting basically line astern. Team Teal directly ahead of the Team Blue car. Armand Montari will be between them and alongside Guillaume Levesque on that 9th row of the grid. Dominic Pesta will start for Sorrento Motorsport Esports, which is really hard to say, Motorsports, and then Esports directly afterwards. But still, Delta Sport will start from 20th position. Then it's Visceral, ERE, Team PGZ and Sim RC for Simone Pisoni. And then it's Eclipse, Stint 1, Absolute, Scherer, Blue Mercure, who are really moving their way forward in sim racing. Solpeck will start alongside Nathan Moore behind the wheel. 9/10 off of the pole. Next couple of cars will be outside of that 1 second from our pole time, back outside of the top 30. There is the Project 91 car, 31st position, still within a second. And then the Fast Repair, fiercely forward, Tatum Raztech, and then Movano Ride Sim Sport in 36th position. Oscar Mangan will start for Was Cooking Racing Adventures, 1.2 seconds off the pole with a BS hybrid car of Nick Ledecky. And it's Bike 500, Impulse, Maniti, and Impact just within 2 seconds of the pole. Outside of that is Samantha Tan. Matt Performance will start from 44th position. They've had some good speed, but unfortunately not in this qualifying session. You can see the final few roll their way through. You know what? Because you're so convinced this commentator's curse does exist, I'm not even going to ask you for a prediction as to who's going to win. Just going to ask you the classic prediction of we're going to get Chaos or Carnage at turn 1. I love this one.
No. Because it'll curse and there will be Carnage.
But well, no, you can't. No, that's not how it works.
You know what? I'm going to go for a prediction for the win, and I'm going to go with Kazabon from P4.
Oh, that's a wild prediction.
He's got it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with Diogo Pinto for pole position. He did it earlier on in this car at Charlotte Roval. But then maybe Coanda have got a little bit of fire in the blood of Oscar Pye, and they'll need to gain some of those points back. They're still well within contention for VCO Infinity as we enter the middle portion, the dramatic portion, the part that always causes its drama, whether it's in endurance races, whether it is in VCO Infinity, this middle bit when everyone's getting a little bit tired, everyone's getting a little bit pushy, mistakes abound, even for the very, very best. The pace car will pull its way into pit lane, and the control will go the way of the front of the field. That's Diogo Pinto and Oscar Pye alongside. Team Redline, Coanda, they'll be going toe-to-toe. You've got Vitality in there, you've got Grid and Go in there. You've got lots of cars in the background that are almost certainly going to crash. 55 cars about to do action here at Fuji as we head onto the start-finish straight. Green flag is out. Diogo Pinto will try and cover the Grid and Go car. Bit of contact there between Coanda. Oscar Pye tried to cut across, and he's knocked the lights off of the front end of that Grid and Go car. There's a big slide there, and a big crash is Drago Racing, who was sent round. He collects the vitality of Timo Kazmon, and I'm not accepting that as a commentator's curse. That was pretty sus.
I mean, that is a perfect example of the commentator's curse, and I'm going to hold you to that one, but oh my. I'm not joking when I said it was 7 wide between those in the mid. It was actually 7 cars battling side by side down to turn 1 around Fuji. I mean, I said to you before that this will be a good, before we went live, I said this would be a really good combo, this will. Fuji and the Radical SR10s. Believe me, it has been what a start we've had. Of course, Pye up into first, Pinto second, Camillo up into P3, McCormack has somehow made it to P4 as Pinto's gone wide.
No, it was McCormack. Darren McCormack, I think, missed his braking point, went straight on. There's some contact in the background and a few spins, a big crash in the background. Indeed, Darren McCormack will get ahead of Will Murdoch. Diogo Pinto's back up into second position, but I think it might have been McCormack. It was certainly McCormack or Murdoch who missed their braking point going into the into that hairpin. This is all of the calamity that happened on board with the U Amateurs car as they try and figure their way through. Thankfully, the car lighting the way as it's getting blocked and blocked and blocked. He does indeed say hello to the BS hybrid car, gets a smack on the back as well for good measure, and back out on the start-finish straight we go. Coanda leads from Redline, from EMM, from BS Competition, and then from the Grid and Go car. Darren McCormack up the 3rd position, and you can tell, looking at the front of that car of Darren McCormack, there is no, unless that's a, I was going to say, one time it was a visual thing, but I was concerned there was no lights on that car.
Well, I was going to say then, I thought you was going to say something about damage, and I was going to say, how your eyes that good? Because I could barely see the front of the car, never mind anything else. But no, great start from Oscar Pye. Of course, somehow avoided all the contact as he is fiercely forward through in towards the 3rd sector into turn 13. And yeah, it was just a concertina. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars involved there. And here's the Williams F1 team game, an Academy car who was near the back of the grid already. And they go even further down, a slight bit of contact, and off we go. We spin around fully out of the final corner, and that is that's like, what? There's no way this Avalon Motorsport car can say anything. This is an actual onboard of an actual car trying to actually drive around this actual circuit. That is impossible, unfortunately, for Avalon. 1.2 seconds, the lead for Oscar Pye. Diogo Pinto trying to close that one back in. One thing that we don't have to deal with in this race that we have done for the previous 2. Realistically, there'll be no pit stops for the SR10s. They'll be able to run their way through this 45-minute race, no problem. Darren McCormack knocking at the door of Team Redline.
team that he's fought time and time again in competitions outside of outside of just VCO across the world of sim racing. He's battled them time and time again, whether it's been on Wrench Sport or elsewhere. He'll find his way through on Diogo Pinto here. So clearly he's taken to iRacing and this Radical SR10 pretty comfortably. Into second place he's going to go.
Definitely has done. And so, I mean, Will Murdoch and Sven Hasser have also had really good starts to get up into the top 5. I mean, Francisco Camillo, who we saw file down the field, is back into 7th for the Capivara Racing, so a really good job from him to get back up into the top 10. Of course, Gregory Hoverson, 8th, Pester 9th, and then Daniel Ola, the top 10 as it stands, as Pedro Martins goes up into P12 there, making a nice move for Delta Sim Sport as we make our way down towards the braking zone once again. You can see that gap at the front between Pi and McCormack now, sitting at just over 1.1 seconds. I mean, at what point does Pi feel a little bit comfortable here in this one?
When the gap keeps growing and it gets to more than about 3 or 4 or maybe 10 seconds, then he'll feel comfortable. At this point at 1.2, definitely not feeling comfortable. Diogo Pinto there on the right-hand side of your bottom of your screen. Alongside him is the BS competition car. Will Murdoch behind the wheel of that one. Got to say, like him, Diogo Pinto. Obviously, the whole setup and stuff with the red line logos and stuff obviously looks sick, but also it's lit up, which is something which the race circuit would be very envious of. At this moment. Bit of lap traffic for Oscar Pi to already deal with here. He's already picked his way through it. Still leads by 1.2 seconds, but that's going to be added slipstream given to Darren McCormack, with the lap car now basically halving the gap between him and the group behind.
Certainly, and that helps, isn't it, when there's lapped cars involved, especially when you need slipstream, as Pinto goes back into second place, battling side by side there with McCormack, as here's a Falcon Sim Racing Team blue car having a bit of an excursion there with another car. Oh, and bit of net code there, and against half spun rain, rejoins a few positions below, and that could have definitely gone a lot worse for him, as MG18 SimTech Pro there with a car that made their way through on that one, as Pinto still under pressure from McCormack here, but I'm sure these two will just keep swapping and changing for P2 and P3 as the race goes on. Of course, just trying to bring that gap down to Oscar Pi. Of course, they've got Will Murdoch in 4th, Hasser in 5th, as Hoverson there going ahead of Francisco Camillo. That's a great move to put him up into 7th place. So yes, I mean, the top 10 so far, it's interesting. A few of our bigger teams that we normally see there aren't there at the moment, are they?
No, that car though, getting out of the way, that was a back marker that jumps out of the way. This is looking back from Gregory Hoverson with Dominic Pester and Francisco Camillo, who were going side by side. David Sobrero will now look to the inside for TC Esports and will complete the move again. That car out of the way, that is just going a lap down. Do not panic too much as we'll navigate this uphill section. I was saying towards the end of qualifying, I don't think I've ever hit the apex through the penultimate corner or the final one. It's so brutally difficult to find the apex in those final couple of corners. It's just such an awkward couple of turns. Genuinely, I don't use this word lightly. I actually despise the final sector here. Cannot stand
I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Not because I think it's hard to battle, but also I can't drive it in any car.
It's hard to drive, yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible. It is absolutely horrible. One of the worst sectors, I think, of all tracks I've driven on iRacing. But you know what I do love? The long straight down to turn 1, which I believe you probably know more than me, because you're a stat fanatic. Isn't that the longest straight of any sort of like top grade circuit in the world? Surely, I'm sure.
It depends. It depends how you classify the straight, because some people will classify it as Baku, but that technically goes from what is effectively like the third to last corner. But yeah, exactly. I think the front stretch here is 1.5 kilometers from memory. I distinctly remember it was just under a mile long. Yeah. It is very, very long. Certainly is one of the longest straights you'll ever see in motorsport. The straight in Shanghai might be up there, but that's not front straight. But things like that, I'm not 100% sure. But either way, it's very, very long. Certainly is the longest straight that we've got on the on today's calendar.
Yes, definitely. It's got to be up there. I mean, it's great for moves, especially in these cars which love slipstream. That they love that. So it just means that sometimes we're going to get some really good battles, especially when you've got big groups of cars together and they're all just trying to dilate the slipstream, they're darting across everywhere. And the question is as well, pit stops in this one. We've seen in the past 2 races that the race pretty much I wouldn't say be decided by pit stops, but it's had a heavy influence in the top 3. I wonder what we're going to get to see here, especially with the gaps being quite close. I mean, the top 3, 1.2 seconds. The top 5, 2 seconds. I mean, they can't be losing a 10th here and a 10th there. They've got to be gaining at minimum, haven't they?
Yeah, I said that longest straight thing with such confidence, and I kind of forgot that we actually raced at Road America. I'm not sure how long the long stretch is at Road America. It's up there. Tell you what, you give me a minute or two, I'll tell you how long they both are. All right?
Yes, go for it. Get the stats and get the ruler. Oh no, I'm playing data as well. It's GT Spain, but we're going to call them GT's Pain because they've had like 5 crashes so far. She's not full. Oh, that's the Brabham Motorsport car going off the track, and there was, I don't think, close to a barrier, but we couldn't see the barrier. They rejoined anyway without any incident, without any damage, as Fast Repair Motorsport go round, as Sven Hasse goes into 3rd, makes a move ahead of Darren McCormack, and that's a great move for Grid and Go to go up into 3rd place. And I think McCormack's made a mistake or has been involved with in something to do with Will Murdoch, because they've both dropped back.
Yeah, I think there probably is a little bit of a, like I say, there's more to it than just the gap that appears, right? That's that is the important bit to know. Thankfully, I was right, by the way. Whew, I just stuck with confidence. 1.5 kilometers is the start-finish straight with Fuji. 1.25 is the start-finish straight at Road America. So don't worry, just trust the stats. Trust the stats.
Ignoring the corners, will Baku be longer, surely?
Oh, not a clue. I'm not even going anywhere near it.
That's fair.
The Baku's definitely, I think it's definitely shorter if you go from the actual final corner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
But yeah, that was a bit of a cut over from Sven Hasse as Darren McCormack back in the 3rd position. Will Murdoch very close. Whoa! Sven Hasse just driven into the back of him. What a mistake from the Grid and Go car. I'm a little bit speechless. Just drove straight into the back of him. I mean, clearly just didn't get on the brakes early enough.
And I think that was close on the rejoin as well. But no, that's really odd from Sven Hasse. Not the sort of mistake we expect to see from him at all. Especially for Grid and Go, who are actually starting to work their way up in the standings. They're 110 points back as of last round, and they sit P5. And there's a replay again, just straight into the back of McCormack, and that was not ideal. And I don't know how that didn't take out McCormack as well. I mean, it didn't look like a light tap at all, did it? It looked quite hefty from our view at least, but I mean, that is not good at all for a Grid and Go, as we can see here. What's happened to Oscar Pye? That came down to 5/10, so I presume he's been caught up into the 1 second gap, and then of course Pinto's used the straights to bring that gap down. But Diogo Pinto closing in again to look for the win. Of course, he did take a win earlier on. That was in these cars at Charlotte Roval. So can he go back to back in these cars is the question with 33 minutes to go.
Yeah, Gary Paravani's brought up, but it's obviously not in. We're now just talking about the length of straights, which is fascinating. He suggested the Dattinger obviously on the Nordschleife. If you go from Galgenkopf to the apex of Antonsbücker, which is obviously where the bridge is, that's about 2 kilometres. If you carry it all the way up to the next braking zone, which is going down to the Tiergarten, the apex there is 2.8 kilometres off of the apex from Galgenkopf. So yeah, that's a little longer, I think, than 1.5k. I mean, the Mulsand's got some big chicanes in it. If you remove the chicanes in the Mulsanne and take it all the way down to Mulsanne Corner, like it used to be, whopper
3 kilometres.
Yeah, that's. So now I've got to go and find that out now. I'm on side quest in the middle of this broadcast whilst Co-Ander and Team Redline are trying to battle it out for victory. 32 minutes left to go in this race. Plenty of time. No pit stops. Just an all-out battle between Oscar Pye and Diogo Pinto for victory here at Fuji.
Indeed, through the horrible final sector between these two. Of course, you're never going to see a move between turn 11 and turn 15. Of course, we're on board here with Pinto into the final corner, and you can just see these cars are so lively that they're skirming around everywhere, and the gap's 3/10 here as they make their way down to turn 1. As we know, 1.5 kilometres of a straight here for Pinto to go for the lead. This shouldn't be hard of a move at all. Co-Ander Esports there of Pye keeping the lead, and actually Pinto choosing at the moment to stay ahead. So I think this is tactics here for Pinto just to stay behind the back of Oscar Pye as Darren McCormack goes back into 3rd place ahead of Will Murdoch. Of course, those two are just going to swap and change to try and catch up to the top two. So that gap sits at 2 seconds. But clever there by Pinto to sit behind the back of Oscar Pi, and I suppose a little bit like what we'd see in F1 and call it the DRS chicken game, or just the DRS game, just sitting behind and not using that slipstream to the normal advantage you'd expect them to do. So interesting, as David Sobrero there I think has run into a mistake, and I think he's crashed and into the pit lane.
That is a bit of a shame there for TC Esports, losing out some much-needed points at this point in the competition. But yes, back into the pit lane. The answer, by the way, is 5.6 kilometres if you go from Tete Rouge all the way down to the Mulsanne corner.
Triple this, nearly.
Yeah, right. This is the conversation you would have in a typical 24-hour race at this point, where you go on side tangents because obviously not too much is going on. Obviously, everything's still going on here in VCO Infinity, including this for David Sobrero, who went for a big slide. He clipped that curve basically at the exit of turn 3, 4, whatever you want to call it. You've got the curve, there's a little bit of guttering where it's for rainwater to go into, and it's one of those ones you either want to go over it or not touch it, because as soon as you touch it, you go for a spin. It's unbalanced car and off you go.
Yeah.
Big shame there for TC Esports, and yes, losing out an awful lot of points. Will Diogo Pinto go for a move, or is he going to quite happily, and understandably so, just sit behind Oscar Pi? 30 minutes left to go in the race. If he battles with Oscar Pi now, he'll definitely bring in Darren McCormack and Will Murdoch. If he doesn't battle, and hope that those two do, then it's no longer a part.
No, definitely not. I mean, McCormack and Murdoch have brought that gap down by, I think, nothing over the past lap. They've not lost, but they haven't gained on Pi and Pinto. As we see further back there, a move for Levesque into P15 ahead of Sven Grootz. Further back as well, there was a couple of moves happening, and just looking at our live timings, I mean, it says battle for position pretty much everywhere. There's like 8 or 9 on here which says battle for position, as we do see Dominic Pester make the move ahead of Gregory Hoverson and goes into P6. Great move indeed from him for Sorrento Motorsport. So he's smashing there at the Falcon Sim Racing car. As we still keep an eye on this battle here between Pi and Pinto. Of course, Pinto was on pole. So many P's there between Pi and Pinto. The P1 and P2.
Cormac. We'll just keep calling. We'll change everyone to have a P up there as well. Cormac, Purdock, Plotto, Pester. We can do. That's fine. Little bit deep there for Diogo Pinto, unfortunately, through the final corner, but nothing too major. Again, picks up the slipstream on the 1.5 kilometre start finish straight. Here's a reminder of the race start and how things unfolded into that opening corner. A bit of contact there between Commander and the grid and go-kart dropping backwards. Just very messy with us. And then look at that! Whee! Drago Racing right.
And there's the commentator's curse of Thibaut Casabon, who was going to win the race. And I wonder why he didn't. Lewis at turn 1 at about 30 seconds after he didn't win it. I mean, he didn't have a chance of winning it, sorry.
You will get fired from racing.
Oh!
Wow, Drago having the
that Drago racing car.
Was it? I think it was Drago.
Yeah, Romanidis, because he's like 5th, and he's the one who locked up and slid into everyone. As quick thing, Dominic Pesta up to P5. He's flying, isn't he?
I think Michael Romanidis might get a little bit angry if you said that he locked up. I definitely think he was tapped.
Was it contact? Was it?
I am 95% sure that it was contact. Here's some lovely romantic slow-mos on your Valentine's Day evening / night. Look at this. Stick some piano music on that bad boy. Off we go. And I'll give that a 15 out of 10 for the finish.
That's fair. I'll rate that. Oh dear me. I mean, you can tell it's the graveyard shift, can't you? I mean, it's 1 AM for us. It's even late for those in Europe. Of course, you, Lewis, have a nice 5-hour break before you're back again. I suppose, well, luckily that I'll get to have a little bit of longer rest, but not unluckily the fact I'm not going to be back again, because, I mean, this has been an insane event so far. And, I mean, we've covered 3 out of 24. That's an 1/8 of the event. I hope my maths is right, but we've covered an 1/8. I mean, what we've got in 3 hours is what I would have expected to see over the whole thing. Brilliant so far. Yeah.
Well, this is the whole point of VCO Infinity is you watch a 24-hour endurance race, and normally at this point of the race it's pretty calm and not much is going on. But obviously every hour you get a restart. Every hour you're getting a race start down to turn 1. You're getting battling. You're getting a race finish. You're getting pit stops. You're getting strategy. You're getting overtakes. You're getting everything. You're getting crashes. You're getting memes. You're getting slow-mo replays of people flying through the air. You're getting Delta Sport going for a spin and nearly getting collected as well. That was fair sticking that one in reverse. But find the forward gear and off you go once again. Kane not wanting to rejoin straight back onto the apex as they return up the hill, rejoining the race circuit. Oh, it's just so scary rejoining at that point of the track.
Did see someone asking as well, is it Silverstone with the Acura next? Ding, 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 you are on the money. It is going to be Silverstone with the Acura next. I mean, that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, that? That is going to be really good. I mean, you know, the GTPs, I do like them a lot around Silverstone, so we'll have to see what the drivers can do there. But yeah, the Acura, I don't know how it's been so far, because we haven't had that one yet, at least for us. We did have the Acura early on around Okayama, didn't we? Around 4.
Yeah, indeed, and it was won by Elvis Rankin. Yes. An expected pit stop in that race, of course. And when it comes to our top teams, we will see the red line team being driven by Gustavo Ariel in the GTPs in that one. See how he gets on. Elvis Rankin, who was victorious in that car earlier on, will be back out in the GTP as well. So curious to see how that's going to work out between those top two. Elvis Rankin, who's already got a victory in that car, should be very big for the top points scorers between Coanda and Redline. Which this race, this is the thing, right? We're looking at the battle for the victory, and obviously it's 50 points for the victory, 49 points for second. So as much as you're looking at the fight for the win, and it's obviously very important that Coanda do win this race, it is only a 1 point swing. So it's one of those ones where if you're in Diogo Pinto and Team Redline's boots, you sit there and be like, how much do you want to put on the table to go for this? Because genuinely, if they sit in second position all the way to the checker flag, which would be really boring and they're not going to do that, but if they were to, they're going to take 49 points. They'll be on the podium in 8 of the 9 races. They'll be looking really strong.
Definitely, and I mean, that's the Gridgo.com Esports 2 car going a little bit late on the brakes and unfortunately rear-ending the Movano car. But yeah, I think that the thing is though, with Coanda being 1 point ahead, even though we know it's a point, do Redline want to sacrifice a point to their rival? If it was maybe Gridgo.com or Edition, maybe they'd think, you know what, we're happy to sit in second and go for the move if it is like concrete, 100% done. But with it being Coanda ahead of them, they don't want to lose a point to Coanda, because just say we get to the final round and it is 1 point, this race will be looming around them for the whole event then. So I think, you know, if it's like now here, easy move up the inside, you could probably make it. I'll go for it, but obviously if you're like 4 or 5 tenths back, it's just not worth it at all. So it's just about, you know, just picking it at the wise moments. As we do see Matteo Blotta go ahead of Gregory Hoverson, and we can see that happening here. P1 and P2 together, 3 and 4 together, 5 and 6. They're all just working together, just trying to bring the gaps down and just pull away from those behind. It's, I wouldn't say clever, it's just quite self-explanatory what they're all doing, isn't it, at this point in the race?
Yeah, it really is. Like, you kind of follow the leader, don't worry about it too much. Let the laps tick off, do battling when you can, but don't worry about it too much. That's just how you play this part of the game. There was a look to the inside from Gregory Hoverson. This is back to the race lead where Oscar Pai remains at the front. You've got to worry about that slipstream. I mean, this thing is, I don't know. The drivers most likely will be well aware as to it. If you leave the final corner at, say, quarter of a second behind, like Diogo Pinto is at the moment, who leads at the line if you keep everything completely pinned? Battle, though, for 6th position, Sven Haase, who's already been off the road once today. Gregory Hoverson has now been dropped behind the Grid and Go kart, but seems to be sliding around quite a lot in that Radical SR10. Clearly, he's very comfortable with where the right foot is on that car.
I mean, these cars do slide. I've driven them once. I've commentated a lot on these in the Radical Esports series, and they are very slidey cars. And I think the good thing is because they're quite light, because they're, you know, quite narrow cars, and, you know, they're not that big, that they battle really good. And I think the shameful part is because these guys are playing it clever, but we're not getting the full extent of what we do see sometimes in these Radical SR10s. I mean, sometimes they are just constantly battling 2-3 wide, but because of the nature of the race, they're not going to bother doing that. They don't want to lose time to those behind them, as this, of course, is the battle for 5th down, and a back to the battle for the front. So I would say a battle, it's more just a train of 2 of them following each other, with Coanda Esports of Oscar Pai and Team Redline with Diogo Pinto who lead the way, of course. Darren McCormack doing a very good job in P3 for EMM, of course. At the moment, they sit third, but they are 86 points back from red line at the moment, so they're not going to gain, but it's not like they're going to be losing loads and loads and loads. And also it means they can pull ahead of Drago Racing more, GridandGo.com, Williams, etc. They're at least gaining on those behind.
I just wonder with this, like, will the likes of Darren McCormack and Will Murdoch be able to close in on Oscar Pye and Diogo Pinto? Because at the moment the gap's been it's been holding genuinely over the last 10 minutes, somewhere between 2 and 2.5 seconds. It's not really been flying out, it's not really been closing down, it's sitting where it is. Matt Performance down the inside and into the inside of, I believe, the Blue Mercure Esports car, and that was a pretty solid hit. And more fighting coming down the hill. I mean, that was a pretty egregious hit at T1. But yeah, will Darren McCormack be able to close in? If they battle, sure, between Pinto and Pye. But outside of that, I just don't think that they've got the pace behind to catch up with these two right now.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need Pye and Pinto to battle, really, don't you, for the others to get involved, and that's just not going to happen because these two are very wise. They're top of the game. They know what to do and what not to do in these situations. As Sven Haase passes Matteo Blotto and goes into P5 again for Grid and Go Esports, who in the standings are, before this race, sit P5. So they're 10 points back from Drago Race, who are a lot further down than P15. So that would put them into P4. So this is a key race for Sven Haase, and, you know, well, he's not going to gain on Will Murdoch, they're 8 seconds back, but if he can keep ahead of Hoverson and Blotto, this is a decent chance of them going fourth here, which of course gives them momentum to hopefully try and catch up on EMM, who are only 30 points up the road.
Which, considering he has driven into the back of Darren McCormack in this race, you know, it's...
You'll take that.
You would absolutely take being in the top 5 right now, because that incident going into turn 3 could have ended far, far worse for Sven Haase. It's such a fast corner and such a brutal corner. I mean, we've seen it already, how much it's bitten some, like the TC Esports car, David Tabera, who continues on the circuit in 11th spot. I thought he might have actually turned to pit lane, but he is actually driving. But he had a big slide off that corner, was lucky not to hit the barrier, and, you know, lost a whole heap of time and a whole lot of tyre wear in doing so. Sven Haase could have repeated that feat, and thankfully just about avoided it, as we see the number 1 car there at the bottom of your screen. He's ahead of Gregory Hoverson by about half a second, and we'll lead that down into turn 1. The top of your screen is the battle for the race lead between Pye and Pinto. Indeed,
and I also think, talking about that contact with Haase and McCormack, I think McCormack was so lucky. I mean, once I saw that, you know, the GridandGo.com car hit the EMM car, I thought that's it, they're both off into the barriers, good night, you know, that's your race over. McCormack, the car didn't even act like it got hit, it just carried on at full speed. So yeah, I think McCormack would have been very scared for a split second in that one, as of course Will Murdoch was there watching it all happen and just made his way through and thought, yeah, I'll take P4, thank you very much. I don't mind that whatsoever. It's looking a little bit further down, and the gaps are starting to increase. Of course, it's about 7 seconds between 4th and 5th. It's about 3 seconds between 8th and 9th, another 3 back to 10th place, as it's Alex Garcia now in that spot for MG18 Simtech, who I think will be quite happy with the top 10 here, given their start so far in this series. And I think the same goes as well for 07, who sit in P7 at the moment. I think they'll be very happy with Matteo Blotto for getting a top 10 here, if they can of course keep it.
The gap did come down to 2 seconds. Darren McCormack closing in with Will Murdoch in chase. Someone into the pit lane. You can hear there with the siren going off. Don't worry, it's not just for fuel. That will be a damage repair. No one's expected to come into this pit lane for a fuel pit stop. We'll expect this one to run for the next 17 minutes and 40 seconds all the way to the checkered flag. Gregory Hoverson back ahead of Grid and Go, up in the 5th position at the moment. So those two switching back round again. There's the look to the outside for Gregory Hoverson, the Falcon car trying to make the move, and it will be Grid and Go. Sven Haase keeping ahead. He's got the outside line going into turn 3, which normally is the one that prevails. Big and aggressive on the inside of Gregory Hoverson, but the outside line does indeed prevail for Sven Haase, so he does remain ahead.
was scary from them, because I thought there was going to be contact there, because they both drifted out wide and wider than I thought. Of course, Hoverson's done a great job so far in the Falcon Sim Racing teal car, who it's normally swapped around. It's normally the blue Falcon Sim Racing car there in the top 6, not the teal one, as he is to the outside for Hoverson now into towards the braking zone of turn 10. It's going to be all the way around the outside, back to the inside. Oh, has to go steep. Hoverson has to avoid. Little bit silly, I think, there from Sven Hasse, and that allows Matteo Blotto now to try and go through. But in all of that, Hoverson got ahead. So in the end, it doesn't really matter what happened, I suppose, there.
I think Hoverson probably will have a slowdown penalty from doing that, though. But Sven Hasse, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've got to say, this whole, you know, it's my corner, I'm ahead, it's my corner or whatever, and then you drive on the circuit. It's just not, it's not always the best idea. One. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you. Sven Hasse gave it a good go there on Gregory Hoverson, and Hoverson skipped over and went to a final, 7th position anyway. Don't worry about it. I think the slowdown penalty. Yeah. I mean, if he has served it, either way he's lost out to Sven Hasse anyway, who has now found himself ahead going down into the opening corner of the track. Oh, well, there's a slide as well from the back marker. Lovely.
I mean, if it was me, I'd say Hoverson, you know what, might have the position. But obviously, no, gets the slowdown. The game doesn't take context into account, as we all know and love, especially for my iRacing, which seems to tank itself all the time, even though I don't think I'm that slow. But there we go.
What's your iRating these days? Go on. Shane, name and Shane. What's your iRating these days?
1.4. I did get up to 2.2 at some point, but then I don't know what happened, genuinely. And now I'm 1.4, so...
There's the Avalon car, which at one point did get into the pit lane again and repaired the front of the car, because we did see it earlier on in the race with no lights on, and it had to complete an entire lap like that. I'm like 3.2, which is actually way above where I really should be, and every time I drive...
You're like 4.5 at one point?
No, God no. I'm at this... No, never been 4K. I'm like 3.5 max is how I've been. The problem is if you went to a race, like say for example I want to go and do the IRO 4s, right? Yeah. Or Formula 4s, whatever they're called these days. I drive them. I'm not that quick, so I qualify at the back, and then everyone crashes, and I still gain I rating. It's like I don't actually want to gain I rating. I'd really like to lose some. I'm not going to lie, I could do with it. There is a look at your live standings at the moment. 17 points separate Team Redline and Koanda, so no major switches towards the top. EMM, Grid and Go, Drago, you're absolutely right. Not a good race for Drago, down in 15th position, courtesy of that opening corner flip, roll, like everything just did not go well for Michael Romanidis.
I mean, they was like 20 points ahead of EMM before we jumped into the comms box. They are now about 7 points clear of P8. I mean, 2 poor races and you just file your way down the field. I mean, it's not going to be good at all for Drago for the next upcoming races if it continues to go on like it has done. But of course, you know, Romanidis got a little bit hard done by at turn 1 with I thought he locked up, but I guess he got tapped. And then of course in the last race at Okayama, that also didn't go too well either. Did it with them qualifying down in 20th odd. So not been too good for them, as we do see here Gregory Hoverson looking for P5, and Haas goes back ahead again into P5. This battle could get very juicy between these three, I think.
If I was the safety car driver, which is not in this race, don't worry, I'd be preparing to get into the wheel. Ooh. Especially when stuff like this. What are you doing driving into each other in a straight line? God, can't drive in a straight, mental. The Tatan Raztek car goes over the inside, then makes even further contact. Look, that is 2 people that are like, no, you haven't. No, you're going to have some of this. You're going to have... They were pushing their luck, both of them.
Ooh, as Murdoch makes a move ahead of McCormack and goes into 3rd. Of course, the top 2. What a surprise. They sit 1st and 2nd as Hoverson again back ahead of Sven Hasse for P5. So they make their way back down towards turn 1. Let's see what happens here. Can Sven go back ahead? No, but I think he was looking for a bit of an up and under. But as it stands, Hoverson sits in P5 with a Fulton Sim team car. Both go off the circuit.
We're getting some very odd bits of contact heading into turn 3 with some complete lack of awareness as to where the other car is that you're battling with. It's another time this happened. And Sven Hasse will be up in the 5th spot. I'm not saying whose fault it was, because I actually don't know, but there's a lack of awareness happening one way or the other.
Indeed, yes, and I think I don't think Sven made it easy for himself, flashing the headlights. He's probably trying to figure out where he's himself. As there we have Blotto doing the exact same thing, as once again, Hoverson's going for the move at the outside. Sven will push him to the inside as much as he can, and Hoverson goes through into P5 now for the Falcon Sim Racing teal car. And we're just on board here with Matteo Blotto as they head their way through the third sector now. Of course, this will be a key battle to see what Dominic Pester can do. Of course, it was Blotto behind Hasser and Hoverson. Now it's Pester's turn to try and move his way forward with 11 minutes to go. As we see, no pit stops in this one. Ooh, that was a slight bit of contact. I think either that or Hasser had a really big tank stop heading through the final corner.
Let me tell you about the flash of the headlights in cars like this. I did it in GT3s. I was coming up to some lap traffic and I thought, right, I'm going to flash them because I need them to get out of their way. You would assume there's like some like full beam, like full mega beam that it turns on when it does the flash. No, it does the opposite. Turns the lights off and on again. That is terrifying. Terrifying. If you didn't know that's what that button did, yeah, you're in for a bit of a shock, and you kind of saw it a little bit there when we were on board with Matteo Blotto. There's the defensive line coming in from Sven Haase. Look to the outside, and the up and under potentially coming in from Gregory Hoverson, the Falcon car, all the way around the outside of 110R. I mean, this is going to be a big one if he can do it. Still there, still there, still there. Oh, he's taking the Charlotte Roval line, going on the exit of that corner down to the hairpin, completely ignored the track limits.
Yeah, Blotto's there now on the outside of these two. This is a brilliant battle. Very feisty. Oh, Hasse, there's going to lose, and he's round. Oh, dear me, he's hit the back of him, and he's gone round Sven Hasse. That was a bit over-ambitious.
Poor. It's the lack of awareness of where the front of the car was, and for Sven Hasse now, no lights, and we'll have to drag it back into pit lane. That was always going to happen. They were fighting very aggressively. He was trying to get down the inside. I get what Sven Hasse was trying to do, trying to get to the inside, coming down to the hairpin. Maybe just having a bit of fun. That's it. Like, you don't know. Maybe the driver's just having a little bit of fun out there and whatever. But that was poor. It was never going to work.
Yeah, no, never. I mean, I don't even think that the other car ahead of him, Hoverson, backed up. I just think he had that much speed. He just hit the back of him, which at first I thought he was going to go through the middle of them, and I thought, oh no. Then, of course, he decided to go behind him, and goodbye to Sven Hasse as Matteo Blotto, who sat there behind, waiting for it all to unfold, now has that P5 himself. So we'll see what he can do with that as Hasse drops down again to 15th. He's lost another couple of seconds, and he's in the pit lane. Oh, dear me. Now, that is a sign of not happy.
He's got no lights. He's got no lights, so he needs to get that repaired. I mean, what that instant reminds me of a little bit is the 2025 Canadian Grand Prix, when there was contact between Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, which, to be clear, was absolutely nothing like the incident in 2011 between Jenson Button and Lewis Hamilton. They look similar, but they are not the same thing. Anyone who says they are, go and learn some racing. So, it's not as if I was that old, but you go and look at history of motorsport. I mean, you weren't alive, but I wasn't that young.
Exactly.
That old when the whole, like, 3 people setting the exact same lap time between Jacques Villeneuve, Michael Schumacher, and Hans-Harald Frentzen. I didn't know what Formula 1 was. I was 2 years old. Yet still, I know what happened.
I was about -10.
Yeah, you got to go and look at your motorsport history. That's the whole point.
I do remember that. Well, I don't remember watching it, but of course I don't know what it is. You know, I'm not that lost in the world of motorsport.
Well, to be fair, when Zach Sweeney's gone to sleep, so he can't come and defend himself. When Zach Sweeney first started commentating here in Race Sport, he didn't even know what Thruxton was. So
yes, I remember that conversation. And he didn't know any of the British tracks, did he, apart from the main ones? And now he's up.
Well, he didn't know any circuits weren't really F1 circuits, so tragic, really. 7 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Coanda continue to lead from Diogo Pinto's Team Redline car. 2 seconds back to Darren McCormack, but that gap's ebbed and flowed as they've worked their way through traffic. Now, realistically speaking, it probably will settle a little bit more. I believe that car racing behind, though, might be a 1 lap down Sven Hasse, who's come out in effectively in the lead battle, but not in the lead battle, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The lap traffic is what could potentially bring Darren McCormack and Will Murdoch into the fight for the race lead. We'll have to find out how that one's going to unfold over the final 7 minutes of race number 9.
I mean, despite the fact this race has been nothing for the top 4. Below that, we've had some really good, close, intense racing. As here, of course, is our top 2, making their way through to the final corner to go once again down towards turn number 1. Of course, there'll be a lot more laps of traffic. And is that Sven Haas behind them? It is, isn't it? Or at least he's one of the cars behind them, at least.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I say, it's not too major for them. They're just going to keep driving and not battling. I do get the feeling that Diogo Pinto will go for something on the final lap of the race, but I don't think he'll go on for anything before that. No, like a very low-risk strategy. Because, again, the more they battle, the more they might bring Will Murdoch and Darren McCormack into it. And then your chances, at the moment, you're guaranteed to score 50 points or 49 points. You bring them into it, then you might score 48 or 47. It's not that bad, but it's one of those ones. You play the long game.
The thing is, though, if Pinto goes for the move, which he should be able to do quite easily with the slipstream, would you, if you was Oscar Pye, let him, like, would you let Pinto go through and just come home in second, or would you try and fight back and go for a risk? Because, I mean, that's a difficult spot for Oscar Pye, because he could all go down in one corner like that, or he could hold up for Pinto and take 49 points.
Yeah, it's difficult because it's you don't want to lose a point to the person that you're battling.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what I think. If it was any other team, I think they might not. They're not going to let him go, but they might not fight them that hard if they were to go for something. Because the win's important, but 49 points is way more important. You'd rather score 49 points than 25, because if you have a crash and you drop down the order, it's very hard to work your way back up into things. But when that person that you're fighting is the person that you're trying to slowly eke some of those points off of, you have to beat them. Coanda have to really stay ahead of Team Redline here. They have to get some consistent wins onto the board, and that is interesting. So we were on board with Diogo Pinto there, and you saw how early the lift was. That tells me that if Diogo Pinto is in second position and that far behind, that close to the rear end of Oscar Pye, I think he is getting passed by the start-finish line.
Yeah, it'll be an easy move. He's got so much slipstream behind us. A few cars are just making their way for the leaders, and look at the gap there. Will Murdoch 1.7. It was nearly 3 seconds earlier on. So with 4 minutes to go, maybe there could be a bit of a late twist in this one if any more of the lapped cars hold up our leaders, as there is one ahead of them, as this is Brabham Motorsport, who had a really poor start earlier on. They got into some early contact, and they get into some more contact and go spinning off the circuit. Do they collect a barrier? No. I don't know. No, they've rejoined. They disappear. They were just making their way back on track. But here we go again, the leaders. 4 minutes to go. You're looking at what, 3 laps here?
Yeah, it's about that for the top 2, and again they remain very close. The scary part for them is there's a lot of people behind them, and I don't just mean Will Murdoch and Darren McCormack. I mean there's like lap cars and everything in there. It's all a little bit crazy. Here's the Tatum Restec car that's trying to fend off. Oh, there's contact, it's broken the suspension and into the barrier. A big spin on the start-finish straight. Thankfully it knocked the lights off, and there was no light disco happening on the start-finish straight, which has been very distracting for everyone driving past.
Yes, certainly would be. And I think also not ideal as if we go for the move.
Finally, for the race lead, then Diogo Pinto will go for it. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Oscar Pye drops back into second position, and it will be Diogo Pinto for Team Redline leading the way. Darren McCormack 1.4 seconds behind, almost on the cusp of taking some major slipstream and dragging himself and the EMM team along with BS Competition back into the fight for the race victory, which is still slightly on the cards. It's been a long wait for them. They've pushed as hard as they can. Is that victory there for the taking?
Going to be close, isn't it? Of course, Pye has a chance to fight back, but of course, to what extent will he do so? That's the question. As make our way through once again, as someone entering the pit lane somewhere, as we hear the siren go off, as it always loves to do. And that gap now, McCormack to Pye is 1.4 seconds. Well, to the leader it's 1.4. It's 1.2 between Pye and McCormack. So if any more mischief happens here on this next lap, we're battling for the top 2. McCormack and Murdoch are right there to get involved for the final couple of laps. So here we go again with our 2 leaders. And will Pye try and fight this back? I think because of the gap coming down, he's got to go back ahead, hasn't he, and just use that slipstream to his advantage.
I mean, look, I don't know what the right strategy is. These are always the races where I say about how, you know, the ones where they're like, oh, well, if you're in second position heading onto the start-finish straight, then you're guaranteed to like find your way through and win and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes trying to play those kind of games, sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they get a slipstream from back marker that you weren't predicting. Sometimes they get a better run. Sometimes you have a bad final sector. And being patient like that sometimes actually lets the race slip through your fingers. It's a tricky one to navigate, and it's one of those ones where really there's no right answer. You'll just know when you cross the line.
I mean, lap times here, we look at the 1:35, so I think we might be having one more here after this as Gregory Hoverson goes into P5. A slight tad wide there for Pinto, but still has that lead. But Will Murdoch has got that gap down to a second there to the leaders, 8 tenths back to Oscar Pye. So we are probably going to have another lap here. Maybe there's a late twist. Is there anything that Will Murdoch can do? Likely not, but you'd rather be there just in case something happens.
I mean, he's within the 8, 9 tenths. Really, it's like once you get below 7, that's when you get the major bits of slipstream. Maybe, but Diogo Pinto's getting a little bit of slipstream here from some cars ahead. But they're getting out of the way, getting in the way, and opening the opportunity for the Frenchman to try and look down the inside as we head into the third and final sector. 50 seconds left to go. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. There will be one more, and Diogo Pinto will have to survive one final lap of the Fuji Speedway to try and take victory in the SR10s. They go back out onto the start-finish straight. Will Oscar Pye go for a move down into T1? Surely he's got to do something. Time is ticking.
Well, it's the last lap, and you can see there Will Murdoch is 7 tenths back, so realistically Pye's got to go for a move here to take the lead ahead of Diogo Pinto. Of course, these are the top two in the standings as it currently goes. In round 9 of 24 to the outside line goes Oscar Pye. Can he look for that leading spot? He backs out. I think it's just because Pinto's got that inside line. He's going to go for the up and under, potentially through the first corner. He doesn't go for it then. It did look like he backed out. Pinto broke a bit later to the inside, but Will Murdoch is literally 3 tenths back from Pye, so he's got to be looking behind him for the first time in this race.
And Will Murdoch has dragged that BS competition car back into contention for this race, looking for back-to-back victories of BS competition after a dominant performance in the NASCAR trucks, the Chevy Silverado at the Charlotte Roval. And Will Murdoch could be making it another victory for them. Phil Denez behind the wheel in that one. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But Oscar Pye, he's as close as he's ever been. This is going to be a big drag race at the start-finish straight, surely.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And Murdoch's there for the taking as well. Any mistake from these two in that final corner, any send from Pye, Murdoch's just got to take the initial racing line and then go for a really good exit to make a move. And you can see again, Pye looking for the send on Pinto, but Pinto's not bothered whatsoever.
Here we go then, onto the start-finish straight. Strap yourselves in and get the drag race ready. Back out onto it. Team Redline lead, and here comes the snake. Here comes the trying to break the slipstream. Here comes the weaving in the darking. We'll see what he can do as the light has fallen here at the Fuji Speedway. 2 tenths of a second between Oscar Pye and Diogo Pinto. The gap's closing and closing and closing. But the victory will go the way of Team Redline. They are back on the podium. 8 podiums from 9 races, and yet another victory for Diogo Pinto. Oscar Pye and Will Murdoch will round out the podium. Who did I call as going to be the race winner at the start of this race? The Mr. I believe in the commentator's curse?
You said Pinto, but I said Casabon, who got took out at turn 1.
But I said Pinto, and you said the commentator's curse is real, and clearly it's not.
It's been cancelled out again, so it's not real. It's just you didn't get the commentator's curse.
No, it's total rubbish. That's what it is. It's fine. That was fine. Again, good. Just some good solid driving from Diogo Pinto, and a well-versed move, and again, just good timing.
Yeah, very. I mean, it was controlled by those two, and yet again, Pye and Pinto have a lot of experience. They know what they're doing, so when they have a decent 2-second gap, that's a third and fourth. They know it's just about working together, literally becoming teammates for most of the race, and then letting hell break loose in the last couple of minutes, which is exactly what we saw, because as soon as they started battling, Murdoch was on the case. So it was always going to be the thing of work together, then near the end, start to battle more, and of course let everyone catch up. But because of the gap they had, they didn't have to worry too much. But I think if we had one more lap there, that would have been an absolute cracker of a final lap.
Well, I do think Darren McCormack might have been involved in it as well. Will Murdoch was just knocking at the door at the end, but it wasn't able to get himself involved too much with Oscar Pye and Diogo Pinto. Team Redline and Coanda, those that are battling for the title here, finished first and second again. Only a tenth between the two of them. Will Murdoch in third position, Darren McCormack for EMM Esports in fourth. Teo Blotto 07, great drive there to keep Gregory Hoverson at bay. There was some great battling in that fight as well. Daniel Ola for the Shezza Esports and Sorrento Motorsport Esports team. MG18 Simtech and TC Esports. David Sobrero had a big slide at turn 3. Still somehow managed to get into the top 10 and hang on to it. Lion GP in 11th position with Visceral. The Solpec precision car of Nathan Moore in 13th position with Impulse and Capivara. Rounding out that top 15 with Team PGZ, Scherer, ERE, and of course Armamentario in Stint 1, rounding out the top 20. Impact, Project 91, the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy car. Not a good race for them after a couple of good ones in the recent past. Big shame for them. Thomas Engerston Racing and then the Grid and Go car of Sven Haase with a costly mistake late on in the race. Tom Bland in the Altitude 3M Esports car with Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. Fiercely forward, Brabham and the Absolute Motorsports Aslith team in 30th position. Dutch League, Vitality, BS Hybrid, Was Cooking Racing Adventures and Maniti finished on the lead lap with Movano 1 lap down. Same with SCB, Fast Repair Eclipse and the Blue Mercure car in 40th position. We still have the Drago, the GT Spain and the Map Performance, Grid and Go and the Prism Motorsports cars. Those were finishing 1 lap down. Delta Sport Olympus, U Amateurs, Avalon, had no lights at one point, still managed to get to the end of the race, finishing a couple of laps down. You can see the rest of the finishers. It is an important time, though, to try and catch up with our race winner. Diogo Pinto joins us in the commentary booth. Diogo, great drive. Well timed when it came to that move on Oscar Pye to take over the race lead. How was that through the race? You had to be so patient on making that move. I mean, what was going through your mind through the race and making that one?
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. The start was chaotic as expected. The rest of the race, I just found myself in a position where I was behind Pye. I didn't see the need to fight because then the guys behind will catch us, so that will be pretty stupid. So I just waited until the end, and I saw an opportunity with the lapped cars. So I went for a move, got a little bit of tow from the lapped cars. I think I even got in an incident with one had an incident with me, I don't know. And that was pretty good. I managed to put the pace down when it mattered on the last sector, and that was the race.
How confident were you when you made that move that it was going to be fairly secure? Like, or did you think when you got through that maybe Oscar was going to go back on the attack?
Well, I was not sure at all. I thought in my head 3 options, right? The first option was to just wait until the last lap, the last corner, and get him up to the line. The second option was to wait until the last lap or the last 2 laps and dive him into the airplane on the last sector. But then I thought those are pretty risky, right? If I wait until the last lap and then I try to go for a move and it doesn't work out, I look like an idiot just waiting the entire race to go for a move that doesn't work out. So I saw an opportunity with the lapped cars. So my idea was to overtake him and then get some slipstream. That worked out nicely. I think his last lap wasn't very good. Probably did a mistake somewhere, and that gave me just enough distance to hold into the lead.
Clearly balancing risk versus reward very well. Diogo Pinto, race winner. Well, congratulations. We'll see you a little bit later on this event. There we go, Diogo Pinto. We'll depart the comedy booth. Nathan, obviously your first thoughts, done like 3 hours, 3 races. What are your thoughts on VCO Infinity so far? We've had a great event. Team Redline, though, they look in control.
Brilliant, they do. But then again, I don't think that's a surprise. You know, they've won 3 on the bounce. They are one of the, the best teams, not just here, but in general in sim racing. Such a strong roster. And of course, 8 podiums in 9 races. A couple of wins thrown in there as well. Not really such a surprise to see them up there. Coanda, though, just say Redline have a bad couple of races. Coanda aren't that far behind. They can go and take that lead for definite over the next 15 or so races that we've been through. Of course, the 3 we had, Lewis, I think we had a really good selection. 3 perfect perfect tracks, 3 perfect cars. I think we had some really good racing. And of course, as the night continues on, we've got a lot more darkness for our broadcast team to look through. So that's going to be interesting as well. I'm definitely going to stick around for the next couple.
Well, they'll be talking pit stops as well in the next race as the Acura will take to Silverstone. And when I say they, I obviously don't mean us, because myself and Nathan, we're going to jump out of the commentary booth. I'm going to get a little bit of sleep and I'll be back on in 5 races time, because we'll take a breather. When we're back, it will be tall and not so small, because it'll be Arjuna and Ewan. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
Well, hello everyone, welcome back along to VCO Infinity as we head into the final couple of races through the night. Tall and small, Arjuna Kangipati, Ewan O'Leary ready to rumble, and Ewan, Acura, Silverstone, 9th Rain. 4 words that all combine into what should be an interesting 45 minutes ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already seen rain with the Super Formula lights at Road America. I was doing a little bit earlier tonight, and that was a real challenge. We saw both top teams, actually, Redline and Coanda, have trouble in that race and actually come through the field again quite well. So you do wonder whether this is going to be one of those races again where if there is early trouble for one of those top contenders, they do have the time and the skill gap, if you like, to actually make their way back through the field again. I'm just looking at the weather forecast. My attention has shifted slightly off camera. It's a little bit more intense than the sprinkling of rain that we had with the Formula Fords at Road America. I think a little bit closer to what you had, Ewan, with those Super Formula lights. But it's not constant. It's one of those things that, again, at least for the time being, as we wrap up qualifying in the session, that continues to be changing. And that's where the challenge always becomes a little bit more unique. If you're just joining us here in VCO Infinity, let's quickly talk about, well, what we're doing. A 24-hour event, but unlike any other. 5 different cars, all ranging, although a couple of more downforce-oriented cars. And of course, with 5 cars, 5 tracks in the mix as well. And here's a look at the contenders that we've been working our way around. 5 cars, 5 tracks. You do the math, that's 25 combinations, but we drop one of them, and it means that the Acura at the Charlotte Roval is the one that maybe aptly gets skipped. However, no shortage of drama, that is to say the least. We are ready to go, though, for the 10th of our races here in VCO Infinity, and just now waiting for the final moments as the drivers will work their way down to the starting grid. Let's grab a look, though, at how they'll line up. Sean Campbell masters the changing conditions best of all, and by a healthy margin in the gridandgo.com Acura. Team Redline's Gustavo Ariel. Might be another interesting race for him, to say the least. Abel Torres from Map Performance, inside of Drago Racing and Nicholas Boy. TC Esports and Falcon Sim Racing then share row number 3. Behind them, look at these margins as well. Biggest gaps that we've seen. Jerome Fisher for EMM Esports, Johan Royal for the gridandgo.com machine, and then Coanda Esports. A little bit of work for them to do for Elvis Rankin back in 9th. He won the first of the GTP races, let's not forget.
Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy complete the top 10, with BS Plus Hybrid and the BS Plus Competition car splitting row number 6. The big green machine for Maniti is 13th, Altitude Freem Esports alongside. Fiercely Forward and Fast Repair behind them on row 8, 17th for SimRC, and 18th for Shemislav Lemonek. Shezi Esports, Tamas Shimon and Capivara Racing and Gabriel Piver round out the top 20, with Delta Sport and Dutch League Racing just behind them. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and Tatum Raztech in the middle of where we expect the madness to be, with Byte 500, Lion GP, Fenster.com, and then the Ride Simsport and Team PGZ machines. Sorrento Motorsports, Esports, and You Amateurs, your top 15 rows, as Impact Simsport, MG18, and then Prism Motorsport, Thomas Eng Sim Racing. A couple more tents splitting those cars. Impulse Racing and the Samantha Town Racing Esports crews just behind them as we get to, well, the final cars, seemingly with times on the board. Falcon Sim Racing, GT Spain 92, Vitality Sim Racing, Absolute Motorsport Aslith, and Visceral Esports. 5 seconds covers them, but maybe more significantly, you and a whole handful of cars and teams not setting times on the board.
Yeah, so again, this is what it was like with the Super Formula Lights at Road America. We had even more, actually, not set times on that occasion, but the gaps were similarly as large through the field. Sean Campbell came into YouTube chat, by the way, throughout the last race to say, I'm really looking forward to race 10, and you can see why. Maybe he's been looking forward to it a bit longer than just in the last hour or so. This definitely seems like Sean Campbell conditions to me. He has to, well, one of his better chances, let's say, to win a race at VCO Infinity this year.
When I look through the conditions, it's constant rain that is going to impact the start of this race, and that's going to be, well, a little less interesting, because constant means lack of variety and therefore ability for these drivers to dial themselves in. But we know what the rain can bring: chaos, sprinkle in some night, and here at the home of British Motorsports, closing on the halfway distance in 2026 VCO Infinity once more, the green flag drops, and it's a much cleaner getaway compared to the first time we were here at Silverstone. Gustavo Ariel roars around the outside and rips the lead away, though, from Sean Campbell. That's the boldness on these wet tyres, to trust the grip that you've got underneath you. Now into the village loop they'll work for the first time, and you've got to be very, very careful putting the power down now, sweeping onto that back straightaway. Nicholas Boyd pops to the outside of Abel Torres. He'll try and get the drag race one on the run down towards Brooklands, but quite surprisingly, Ewan, a clean start for 53 drivers that took the green flag.
Yeah, amazing. Maybe the rain has concentrated the mind slightly, because that was a very, very clean start, especially, again, compared to the last rainy race at Road America earlier. Side by side for Carlos Fenellosa, meantime, trying to get past Casper Ummerlin, who qualified really well, but has lost a couple of positions pretty much straight away for TC Esports. That's still not over yet, coming out of Luffield. Look at this. Spectacular start from everybody getting away cleanly.
Everyone, as you'd expect, is on wet tyres as we'll sweep out through Kops for the first time on the old pitch straight. First side-by-side is Casper Ullmanen, who I think is finally going to pick the pocket of Carlos Fenellosa, as chopping and changing, running down to Maggots and Beckett's. At least one driver has been pushed out wide. That's Ruben Lasso in the Fiercely Forward machine that will tumble down the timing screen, but everybody else through the snake. Oh, a bit of a moment slightly further back. That was Was Cooking Racing Adventures that got mixed up in things, and Tamas Shimon has been tangled up as well.
It was bound to happen at some point, but right back further down in the pack in towards Maggots and Beckett's. Finally, there is a little bit of trouble back there, but again, a spectacular start from everybody to keep it so clean. Fenellosa did end up losing those places, by the way. Ummerlin up to the top 5, and Jerome Fischer was able to get up into 6th position, just capitalising on the running wide, effectively, of Fenellosa a few moments ago. But yeah, great stuff from everybody. In the midfield, there is so much side-by-side heading into the chicane. That's too deep on the brakes.
That was Team PGZ that blew through, but Matteo Victorino was able to slow down in time to avoid digging into the gravel and losing a lot more momentum. Our lap times are slow, though. There is no question about that. And the reason why I bring that up is I wonder if this is going to be another race that potentially, for the GTPs, can be done without a trip down pit lane because of the intense nature of that rain. We'll have to wait and see. But as we pick our way onto lap number 2, first side-by-side battle out of the village section. This time is for 10th position. Johan Royer, Grid and Go, challenging BS Plus Hybrid. Elliot Badinsky is going to lose out here to Pedro Sanchez-Albert in the sister BS competition car as well. There may be a slowdown because opportunity for Harrison Crowther, who is not able to slip through, and so as they unwind through the right-hander, start to pick our way through some of the incidents on the start, and already gone wrong for Fiercely Forward here.
Yeah, that's through Cop's corner, it looks like. Assisted into Cop's corner by the looks of things on the opening lap. But again, that was further down back in the pack, not at the front of the field where it's been spectacularly clean to begin race 10 despite these conditions. And to the point, by the way, of no pit stops. We might only see pit stops in one of the combinations for these, because it might rain at Fuji as well. This is the off-board shot. I'm trying to figure out who that is hitting the Fiercely Forward car, but I can't quite at the moment. Just seemed to be a case of too many trying to go into one space there, really.
It was a white and black car, and that's about all I've got for you.
Oh.
One steps onto the curb. That's FCB Racing Sim. It's a little bit further down the running order. It was not what happened in towards Maggots and Beckett. Can you pick out Tamas Simone in the middle of all of that? Oh, whack to the right-hand side. He takes the Dutch League Racing crew with him too.
Yeah, the 24 car just having to go across the tarmac through Maggots and Beckett's and survive, but yeah, not ideal particularly. This has not been an ideal lap, by the way, for Elliot Brzezinski at all. He's not got caught up in an incident there as Crowther tries to get looking down the inside through the final turn, but Brzezinski holds on to 12th place. He was ahead, don't forget, of his sister car earlier in the lap, already nearly 2 seconds behind, so not a good second lap.
Difficult conditions. He goes deep slightly. And now door open down low. Harrison Crowther bobbles over the inside curb. Got to be very careful when you touch the curbs, the white lines here. And Crowther going to lose a whole bunch of momentum. Back up front, let's check in with race leader Gustavo Ariel, one of the drivers who's really been through races up and down already today. 1.2 seconds to the good right now. You can see him bottom right of the screen. Sean Campbell, the driver, hunting him down on his left.
And it's very good at the moment for Ariel. He's driving very well in these conditions. I thought Campbell would have his number in these conditions, actually, but it seems only in the qualifying session has that been the case so far. Ariel, extended another 0.3 of a second on the previous lap, although Campbell is keeping him close. This is a big opportunity, though, for Redline to put some serious points into Coanda in a way that they haven't really done in previous races. 4 points into them in race 8 in the trucks at Charlotte, but other than that, we haven't really seen them finishing that far in front of Coanda since the very first race where Coanda were not in the top 10. So this is a big chance for Redline to extend some points.
On board the Frenchman, Johan Royer. While you were talking, I was clicking the buttons away, Ewan, to update the championship standings that will trigger that live points calculation that now pops up in the right corner of the screen. Oh, big bobble there for Philip Schiff in the Maniti Racing Machine that sits in 9th for the time being. But at the time of running, still 38 minutes to go, a long distance to run here at Silverstone with these Acuras. Redline sitting at the front with Elvis Rankin all the way back in 8th position. That gap's really growing to 26 points. Shifts all over the shot, by the way. Johan Royer's picked his pocket.
Yeah, nicely done. It seemed like that pressure was going to crumble at some point. Anyway, that's a nice pass from Corentin Green down the inside. And Mau Deniker into turn 3 and up to 14th place for Kurt Green. He also did the last reigning race at Road America in the Sid Formula Lights. Oh, Deniker's off, and Thiago Marto is going to go through.
That's going to be at least one position lost, and behind, I think, Blue Mercury Esports past the Argentine outfit Bike 500, although David Adam overcommits. Pedro Moreno back underneath, and now they'll continue to fight through the long right-hander. God, what a wonderful sight this is as well. Not often you'll see night racing at Silverstone, but really is an interesting challenge. And you can see every time they slightly tag one of the curves, it goes wrong. Big time wrong for Moreno. Sliding wide at Copse. There's another driver that's found himself in strife, but Moreno's hit the wall and sliding down the order.
Yeah, it looked like he hit the wall, went in pretty hard as well, so that is going to drop him a long, long way down, because spectacularly there's not been very many incidents so far in this race. to have put. In fact, I don't think anybody's taken their first repair yet after a long pit stop. I might be mistaken on that, but it's been very, very clean so far through the field. See it again into. Oh, well, let's see something else again. Sorry, this is 96 going wide, and spinning through the Brooklands corner. That's What's Cooking Racing Adventures.
Yep, could have been a lot worse. Lemonette able to gather it up. Does Moreno actually hit the wall? No, there's enough gravel there that now with the updated model on iRacing, I think it does slow you down slightly.
Right, it definitely does, because the way, well, I just presumed wrongly that he was going to hit the wall there, but no, the gravel does do a good job of stopping you there. Almost too good there on the outside, but there you go. He's lucky to get away with that because it's a silly mistake, really. He's basically on the outside curb there, on the turn-in for Copse Corner, and that is a recipe for disaster, really, in conditions like these.
Well, you know, if we're going to get really technical with our simulation, are we going to simulate the fact that gravel now, I'm sure, is bogging the cars down even more? It must be really difficult for a car to get out of the gravel if you get in there. No, that's not a serious suggestion. Please don't come after me with the pitchforks. Moreno's back into the fight instantly. There's a very slow car down low. I think that's the MG18 Simtech Pro machine. But look at this gaggle. Edge of the top 30 or so, and they are continuing to run in what effectively will be whiteout conditions with all this spray.
Yeah, it's so difficult to see. You can see it from this onboard here. Spray, well, it's not, to be fair, around this corner through Luffield, but as we get up to speed here for Chris Shorter up towards Copse Corner, he just won't be able to see anything. Now going to just focus on the car in front effectively and try and work on making a pass and hope that in doing so you don't hit the car in front of them. That's a nice pass, though, down the inside at Copse Corner. Taking the inside line. As long as you force the other driver out a little bit wide, they might hit the puddle on the outside and they might not be able to return. So Shorter does get into the top 30.
We only have 2 more night races after this. It's a rather short night, all things considered, with 5 races in the pitch black. You don't really have a sunrise or a sunset because the car we have in those time slots is the Formula 4. It has no lights and therefore can't really race once it's got below the horizon. The sun, Nicholas Boy and Abel Torres, they're having a bit of a fight right now as Team PGZ have just headed down to pit lane. I wonder if that's to get them out of some of this fighting. These two have lost a lot of time to your leaders. I mean, Boy lost 3 seconds alone on the last lap.
Yeah, it's slightly puzzling that that's such a big amount on one lap. But yeah, it is a big gap starting to appear now, and Nicholas Boy is showing himself tonight to be quite a wet weather driver. He won the Road America race a few hours ago. This is in the Acura though, not in the Super Formula Light, which he was much better than the rest of the field at. It seems that Campbell and Ariel are the pick of the field here in this car. So let's see whether he can get past Abel Torres, because it's, with all respect to him, I think with the other strength of the others in the top 10 here, this is a good drive from Torres to be in third at the moment. Was Sebastian Job in that Super Formula Lights race, Ewan? No, he wasn't. Ariel was driving for Red Light. Gotcha. So no, the reason I asked is Sebi broke clear of drafting range with the Super Formula Lights cars here at Silverstone in what was a dry race, race 3 of 24, and it was remarkable. Will Chadwick and myself kind of ran out of superlatives at some points to describe how clinical a task it was to pull away from Dan Amor in the Commander Esports car for the most part, hunting him down all the way to the very end. On board with Jerome Fisher. I just got a message from Will Chadwick, by the way. Jerome, at the start of this race, OMG, everything is white. That was the message over the team radio. What do you mean before the race? Why? Anyway, at the start. Sorry, maybe I said something wrong. Oh, at the start. Sorry, yeah, maybe that would fit. But you know, yeah, that if that is the case, then absolutely true. And look at the conditions, even not at the start. It is pretty filled with spray, his windscreen at the moment. Just so difficult to actually figure out what's going on here as Fischer looks down the inside of Ummerland. Can't get down the inside there. Clearly going well. I mean, it's a great thing about Infinity, to my mind, is that some of these drivers I don't know very well at all, but they're showing themselves to be able to compete with the very best right up towards the front. Maybe not over the course of lots of races, but in this race we're seeing a few new names up towards the front.
That's Marcel Chinchik, who's no stranger to prototypes, although maybe a bit more of a stranger on iRacing to prototypes, touching the curb. And another one into the kitty litter, slowed down sufficiently. Oh, Philip Schiff has just gone deep through the braking zone at the final complex, and well, he'll take a slowdown there and lose a couple of positions, but it could have been a whole lot worse. And there's a couple more incidents that I unfortunately see on the timing screen. Let's see if we can catch up with what's happened first. The Delatraus Automotive and Darius Andre.
Already a long way. So there's something going on up in front here, and oh dear, contact with what looks like a teammate there, and so
they all look like teammates in the dark.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a little bit awkward into the final chicane. This is well outside the top 30 as well, into Stowe corner.
Yeah,
that's all fine.
Trying to get to the actual replay. Apologies, Ewan. Technology not playing nice. Oh my days. That's Stint 1 Motorsport that had driven directly into the side of somebody, and that's where the chaos had continued from.
Right, yeah, so there was a move down the inside initially, very big contact with the 12 car here into the first chicane. That's pretty hard, but then trying to this is a bad rejoin here. Trying to get back on the racetrack at that angle is very, very poor. And then just, be overwhelmed by everything going on around them. They just slam on the brakes and come to a stop just to make it stop. But unfortunately, then they get powered into the back of. So, yeah, that was a comedy of errors, unfortunately. And a big mess down at the final chicane.
Well, while we were watching those replays, I regret to inform you we may have some more replays now to go and dig out, because Nicholas Boy has dropped back slightly, and Drago Racing now in 9th position. It's another high-speed error, although this one through Stowe. And another mistake from Nicholas Boy, who also, if I'm remembering correctly, did this at Okayama on the opening lap, made a small mistake. He's now got to fight back once again.
Yeah, the Drago car definitely went off. I can't remember whether it was him at Okayama, but yeah, that car did go off on the opening lap there into the gravel. I mean, those are the kind of spins he was so good at preventing with sort of quick reactions in the Super Formula Light earlier on. So surprised to see these conditions catching him out now, although I understand, of course, that this is a very different car with very different characteristics. I would argue that Super Formula Light's not an easy car by any means, but it is easier to not spin than this one is, which can be very, very tricky in these wet weather conditions here, as these two are showing in their mastering, really, of these cars.
Another incident for the altitude-free M Esports machine. Harrison Crowther will grab a replay in a few moments' time, but let's just take the time to enjoy this fight up front. We've seen so many great battles here in VCO Infinity, and this is giving me some deja vu. Ewan, back to the iRacing Portimao 1000 last year. You and I got to see, well, it was these two. Add in Diogo Pinto, add Jake Dennehan into the mix as well in some LMP2 machines, and maybe, genuinely, the best battle I have ever commentated on in sim racing.
It's got to be up there, hasn't it? Certainly in terms of last calendar year and maybe ever. Yeah, it was spectacular stuff. That's not good for Campbell, who gets caught up with a lap car there. And look, you can see exactly what he thinks of it. The lap car there let Ariel through. They didn't let Sean Campbell through as well. Campbell felt, I suppose, that he should have, and piles into him at turn 3, and a second is lost pretty much, and we'll see whether there's damage too.
So first up, what happened to Harrison Crowther? Oh no, oh no. On the old pit straight, he's just gone slightly left onto the curbing, and that's a very, very awkward place to be on the entry into Copse. Just trying to get us to replay then of the moment with Sean Campbell through traffic. That was definitely not it, but I will get that in a couple of moments' time. Could that be a defining moment of the race?
I think so, to be honest. It's one of those races where the leaders were just trading blows and in terms of lap times. And yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I agree with Campbell that the lap car's totally at fault here. Maybe I need to sort of see it again a few more times to understand his perspective. But I do feel as if you certainly have a responsibility as the driver coming up behind to actually make the pass there in towards turn 3. And I'm afraid Campbell, it looked to me like he just ran into the 91 car there. almost expecting them to get out of the way, but that's not really how the blue flags work in when you're not in F1.
Oh, absolutely. Comment in chat from Conan Wurr, and he's about to jump in for the next 5 hours in 5 different cars. That is the Iron Man stint here in VCO Infinity, so that means that he will first be with the Super Formula Lights at the Charlotte Roval, then the Radical SR10 at Okayama, Formula Ford at Silverstone, NASCAR truck cars at Okayama as well, and then I think one more after that back in the Acura at Road America.
That's a ridiculous combination, by the way, for different cars and tracks to do. That's the only drawback I can think of, really, of this event, is that we don't have the proper, marathon overnight stints from so many of these teams. But actually, I bet there are some stories down the field of some people doing this. So yeah, let us know if you're one of them, because maybe they're already happening.
Exactly.
Because it is night time over in Europe. It's the only drawback, but I'll say maybe some teams are doing it. Yeah, what a ridiculous number of combinations that is. But that's another great thing about Infinity and the way we run these. So many different types of car being used for this, that you can go from a NASCAR truck series truck to a high-level sports car prototype thing in the Acura within a single race. It's quite remarkable.
Ewan,
Yes.
You said a NASCAR truck series truck.
I phrased that sentence. I didn't intend to say that. I just phrased the sentence wrong.
It's redundant. To be fair, it's not as redundant as me saying, what was it at Daytona down on pit lane? Lewis loved it when I said, was it front clip? I think that's what I said. And he's like, well, that was front nose. That's what I said. And the reason why...
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I said front nose because I was thinking of front wing. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Fight inside...
I'd let you get away with that.
I did get a little dig into it from some other people as well. Anyway, outside of the top 10, there's some fights starting to build, and it's from some drivers who, once again, did not qualify very well. Dutch League Racing fall off the track. Kyotago Marteau slips back in front momentarily of Bike 500 and Pedro Moreno, but one of those teams that's really made up some headway, Solpec Precision Racing, you in 28 positions gained so far.
Yeah, remarkable. And this is one of the things about the field size we have for this edition of VCO Infinity. The fact that you can come through the field so many cars. Started 44th in this race and are already up in knocking on the door of the top 15. You'd expect that from Solpec in this car, though, I would argue. John Johnson, decent prototype driver. Certainly not on the level you would argue of Ariel and Campbell, but nobody else is in this race at the moment. Certainly a higher level than much of this field, though, I would say. And I think he'll pick off a few more places, maybe even a shout at a top 10, although we are nearly halfway through.
Here comes the lunge up the inside, and Harrison Crowther. Well, at the end of the day, he's the one that got the worst of it. So, yes, Impact SimSport slipped past the DLR machine, but dropping back even further is Crowther once more. Check back in up front because these two are within, well, 2/10 heading into the fast sweeping Maggots and Beckett's with the Rooster Tails still flying up. Traffic could be a factor in this race. I don't think there's any question about that. Real question is, closing on half race distance, is the rain slowing the pace of this Acura enough that these drivers are not going to need a trip down pit lane, which is what we did see the last time the Acuras went out on track, albeit that was in dry conditions at Okayama. They were just doing plenty of fuel saving.
There. Just as I was pausing there, heard Sean Campbell lifting in towards the final chicane. So there's definitely concerns around fuel. I don't know how relevant this is, but last time round, Sean Campbell set a fastest lap of the race overall, 58.0. We'll see what the times are as they come across this time round. They're into the 59s again. So this track is getting faster. So I suppose that won't be helping. Not sure how relevant that actually is, though, in as far as making it on fuel is concerned.
I think it's hard to really judge as three wide for a moment past some traffic. Impact SimSport and Dutch League Racing still fighting. It's hard to judge because of the rain. The forecast that I have in front of me, I think is showing some heavier rain in the next 5 minutes, but it's been relatively constant in light rain through the opening 23-ish minutes of this race. This fight for 18th will only intensify with Harrison Crowther closing in once again in that altitude 3M machine. check in with the fight for fourth. Kasper Ulmanen's made some good moves in this race, but now he's defending from Jerome Fisher in the EMM Esports entry.
Yeah, having to defend again. Well, I suppose this battle, we could say, has been going on for this entire race now. Ulmanen and Fisher were fighting for fifth earlier, but somebody's dropped behind them since then, and I've forgotten who it is, but they're now fighting for fourth. So Fisher continuing to just seek his way through the spray, as we were hearing earlier. He was finding that very, very difficult in the early stages of this race. How is he going to be able to get himself through? You just see him looking for the free bits of free air, you call it normally, to get out the dirty air, but actually it's just a sea coming in towards Maggots and Beckett's.
I love the driver's eye view we get right now. This is cockpit cam. What you experience on iRacing if you join. And that is the whiteout that he was referencing on the race start, and that's just with one.
Goodness.
Remarkable. Oh, mistake! Oh. The Falcon car goes deep. Not a reaction there from Kasper Ulmanen, but Fisher instantly on the radio, and I get the feeling that there's now going to be some talk about how to play the remainder of this fight. 20 minutes left to go. Ulmanen now, contact with Fenalosa. Can Elvis Rankin make his move? But he's not quite Lewis Hamilton, not quite 3 wide.
Oh, God, he's gone! He's gone into the back of Ulmanen, and he's in the wall. Elvis Rankin, and he's got to be careful rejoining. My goodness, that was a tight gap, and he's nearly been hit and spun again by Ulmanen. We'll have to see how bad the damage is, because that was a pretty hard hit on the wall.
And maybe that is going to force a pit stop, even if fuel-wise they were looking okay. Jump on board, just at the moment of madness. And Elvis Rankin has got a meatball flag. He will be headed back to pit lane in the next 3 laps, because there is too much damage on that car. Johan Royer now on the case of Carlos Fenalosa. Nicholas Boy trying to recover his way back through the front of this field, and he might get another opportunity. Slight tag, but Fenalosa will hold on as they continue to fight out of the long right-hander. Ewan, here's the look at the replay.
So, Ulmanen already Ulmanen's already side by side and pretty much been seen off by Fenalosa there in the TC Esports car. And Rankin does see himself as Lewis Hamilton, thinks I can get through here. And I don't think he can. See, he just takes the racing line, and Ulmanen is there, obviously going slower because he's on the outside. And Rankin there, for me, just drives straight into it.
Oh, live pictures! Oh, Johan Royer's gone for a wild ride. Sorry, Ewan, to cut you off. Oh my goodness, the rain, that slightly heavier rain, has brought some change, and with it some unexpected madness.
And Sean Campbell lost quite a lot of time to Gustavo Ariel as well. The pressure he was putting on for the race lead has also been released slightly in these heavier rain conditions. It's very noticeable in iRacing, the different levels of rain, and you can just see it by watching the drivers fall off the circuit. This is just oversteer through, at a normal speed, really. And that was great avoidance from Nicholas Boy, who somehow avoided. He's now in pit lane.
Is this the recognition that you cannot get to the end, even with this rain, and come in early and maybe try and find some track position? This actually is not going to be that costly for Elvis Rankin and for Coanda Esports, because one fast repair in every race, and that meatball flag is about to get instantly cleared as soon as Rankin finds his marks. A little bit of fuel will go into that car, and back underway for the last 18 minutes they will go.
The problem is, and the difference, we spoke earlier about this might be a good race for there to actually be trouble, but actually the field is much closer in this race this time, and despite the wet weather conditions, it wasn't like this at Road America. 7 seconds down in the lane. The one advantage he definitely does have, though, is that he'll know he's got the fuel to get to the end now. He drops to the back end of the top 30, but as it stands, he's well over doubling Coanda's deficit, nearly tripling it, and so that's the real concern. There it is, 46 points. It's nearly tripled this gap.
Wow, and 46 points is almost a full race victory, not even halfway through. It's the relentless consistency from Redline that continue to see them in this position of the past 4 editions of VCO Infinity. There is a reason why, Ewan, they are 3-time champions of this unique event.
Well, absolutely. on occasion, years gone past, I think back to the very first one, they've come under some serious pressure from teams to go on and win this title. But I have to say, in recent times, they have managed to sort of find the method, and that method is stay consistent. You don't have to win every race. It's far from it. They've only won 3 out of 9 so far, which by Redline standards is positively crisis. Yeah, very disappointing. That's a crisis in Redline land. But in this event, that's exactly what you need, just consistent results. And the fact they have not finished lower than 4th is the reason why they are leading this at the moment. And as I say, at the moment, that gap is nearly being tripled in one singular race. Some would say that's a reminder as to how easily it is that Redline could lose such an advantage. But you know, they haven't made such mistakes so far.
So just to drive home the point, Ewan, because you've just said they've finished no lower than 4th. I'm going to go one step further with that train of thought. If it finishes like this in 16 minutes time, 10 races in, Redline have dropped a total of 10 points, aka 10 positions they have lost over the course of 10 races. That is the consistency that makes them one of, and likely the best team in all of sim racing.
And so you could already say that Coanda are now hoping on other results, as we'd say in other sports. You're hoping for trouble now, because Redline already know 48 points, 14 races remaining. Redline can lose 3 points a race and still win, even if Coanda win every single race. So they need 4th place or better every time, and they'll win without without Coanda being able to do anything, even if they won every single race from here. That's the sort of advantage they've got. So yeah, it is a massive lead to have at this stage.
A little loop there for Mivano as Andrea Barillaro holds on, avoids being tangled up as well. When you frame it like that, they can bleed 3 points a race. That's the sort of margin you can't afford to give a team like Redline. Gustavo Ariel still continues to pace at the front of the field, as now officially 30 minutes complete into the final 15 minutes of action. Pedro Sanchez Albert has now blinked as well on pit lane. I wonder if we are going to see more and more trickle their way in, Ewan. In terms of lap times, it's not like we've seen that much, I would say, conservation. Yes, another big lift there from Campbell. I'm not quite sure if they're just trying to get to the end or make their time in pit lane as small as possible.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be... I'm becoming more of the opinion that there's going to be pit stops because of the amount of other teams that have been in here. I mean, there's nobody any lower than 32nd who haven't been in. That's 23 drivers. Only 1 below 28th haven't been in, and 2 below 25th. So very much towards the bottom of the field, as they would be, because they've made stops at well, it's not that long of a pit lane, but they will drop to the back. That's become the norm. So are we going to see something in the last 15 minutes? If we are going to see a pit stop, then expect it to be soon, because lap traffic is starting to really affect these guys up front. And it's just as thick as it would be if they pitted and dropped into the middle of the pack here, of the top 10 or something. So the window's definitely open now for me.
I love the line you use, waiting on other results. It does have a bit of a feeling of a relegation season ender.
Don't talk to me about that.
No, I know. I was trying not to. But you know exactly what it feels like. And, well, Gustavo Ariel, Sean Campbell, any questions about their fuel saving? Well, out the window, because down to pit lane at the conclusion of lap number 16. I wonder if anyone else will try and go a lap or two longer, but clearly no chance of getting to the checkered flag when you pit with 13 minutes left to go. What this does now mean, execution. Last thing either of these drivers can afford to do, slide through their box at the critical juncture. On board with Campbell. Ariel looked okay. Campbell's good too. Now it's just the battle to the very end, the sprint to the checkered flag. Look how close they are.
And that was pretty smart from Campbell there. You might have wondered why he was just staying in the fast lane for a little bit longer than normal. He was just trying to see the pit, well, the lollipop man, as we call it back in the day, just trying to see where he needs to stop there, because Gustavo Aerial was right in front, blocking his view effectively, because your view is so low down and he was so close in behind Aerial. He would have just needed to move to the left edge just to see where he was going. You can drive through the driver in front of you in iRacing, so that helped. But it doesn't help much if you can't see what you're braking for. That was smart from Campbell there, because he very easily could have blew for his box. As it is, it hasn't actually helped him gain the lead here. He has at least not lost too much time.
So it's Map Performance, EMM Esports, and TC Esports now running 1, 2, and 3. Although they will relinquish those positions when they exit the track and dive down to pit lane in the next couple of laps. Comment in our chat, Gustavo's hair looks like he's in the rain. You know what? It might just be that he sweated up a storm so much in some of the races that he's been doing.
Like the fact you were going to say Gustavo Aerial there. That's quite that's
good. I wish you credit me with being much more intelligent than I am often. That's a great one.
Well, yeah, I think you're probably right, though. He probably is just sweating at the moment. I'd imagine he is over in Brazil. It's the evening time, but this is the kind of time you want him in the car, really. You know, the fact that it's not an endurance, as it were. It's just 24 different races. Doesn't take away from the fact that you do have to do some night shifts, as we'll know in the next few hours. But same for Aerial as well. Well, some of the Europeans, I imagine, are sleeping from the Red Line team. Aerial is out there doing some of the laps in the night.
And I would assume Gustavo going to be joined by Super Duper Cooper Webster. Although,
yeah,
poor Cooper, his IndyCar Thrustmaster iRacing Pro Series season has been kind of tormented by technical issues. Round 1, there was a power outage in Australia that prevented him from joining. This past Thursday, the round of the championship that Diogo Pinto won, Cooper prevented from joining the session because his computer didn't want to play ball. Windows didn't want to start. And, technical issues. Much like sometimes in the real world, engines, gearboxes, they'll seize. Windows issues are equivalent, to say the very least. The rain, just to give you a quick update, with 10 minutes now remaining in this race, it's going to be fairly constant but fairly light to the checkered flag. And Sean Campbell hasn't really had an opportunity so far in this race to get back to the lead. Remember, he put it on pole. He did say in chat that this is a great opportunity to fumble pole as well.
Yeah, he didn't fumble pole, but he has lost the lead and has not been leading for much of this race. Just the question mark will be hovering over these guys as well. Have some of these guys in front of me actually feel saved enough to make it to the end here? There'll be that doubt beginning to creep in, because there are only 5 laps to go when they get to the line. But I would argue that Campbell hasn't actually given it a proper go at making the pass yet either, and that's why we've seen Aerial leading the whole way through. I think Campbell in the first part of this race was very happy to sit behind and save the fuel. Now, though, he's going to want to challenge. Has he left it a bit late, though? There's 5 laps to work on what's going to be a very difficult pass.
On board, and Campbell once again taking advantage during these night hours to ride on board with as many of these cars as we can.
Screaming at himself. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
Himself. He shook his head there through Stowe. He took his hand off the wheel like an Italian would, I would say, and was just sort of screaming at himself that he missed the apex there at Stowe.
Well, maybe that's one of the tricks to going slightly faster than you and I have been able to do. Corentin Gunez next down onto the lane. I'm slightly in your camp as making their way past some lap traffic. That doubt starting to seep into my mind if Abel Torres, Jerome Fisher, and Fenalosa have been able to do enough lift and coasting, which is one of the big components of modern endurance racing. A certain Max Verstappen may not enjoy energy conservation in Formula One, but if he wants to come and race a GTP, I don't know if he will find it that much different in many regards, unfortunately.
No, exactly. I saw some discussion this week about the fact that it's not real racing, lifting coast. I mean, anyway, we'll not go
let's
there
not
now.
go there. You're about to get me going on a rant that will last the next 4 hours that you and I are in the booth.
We might have time later, but not in this race. It's only 8 minutes ago. The thing is, I don't think Fenolosa has saved enough to survive those guys. Even if he can make it to the end, I don't think he's got enough of a gap to survive those guys anyway. I think we can park him, but Jeroen Fischer and Abel Torres may have the gap to actually stay in front of Ariel and Campbell. Maybe they are going to come in. It's just going to be very, very late on, and they're just using the clear air while they've got it. But it would be just serving as a doubt in my mind anyway if I was one of the leading two.
I've just got a message from one of the teams in that front three. I won't say which one, but they are going to come down and pit in the next lap or so. The question was the gap to be placed in, and they didn't really see one. And finally, all three, I think, will be in. Torres, Fischer, and indeed Fenolosa as well. So it's going to hand the lead back over to Red Line and Grid and Go. And so once more, once they sequence through, keep an eye on the top right of your screen where our championship points show the story. It's been a decent fight back, it would seem, from Coanda Esports. Elvis Rankin back up into 15th place after the incident coming out of the final corner. But the advantage is still up to a full 33 points, 33 positions, 10 races into the championship.
Exactly, and they can still leak 2 places each time. So if they continue on their podiums, Red Line, that would still be enough, whether Coanda win the next 14 races in a row or not. And I'd suggest that would be difficult for any team to do at this competition. It's coming out the pit lane. Fenolosa's going to be 6th place behind Johan Royer. Torres and Fischer, though, were 3rd and 4th. I mean, fair play to them. Among this kind of field of drivers who are, Ariel and Campbell obviously out front are in a different league at the moment, but you've got some proper drivers further behind, like Johan Royer and Nicholas Boy and Guine. Pedro Sanchez Albert is very good at a prototype like this. Yeah. They're beating some real top names in this race.
I've got to give full credit to EMM as well, because consistently now that's a team that through various VCO competitions, they've put it together. Our Esports Racing League champions, we saw them crowned, of course, at Sim Formula Europe. Ewan was there, albeit not on the broadcast. We tried to sneak him in, but it was just such a busy day, unfortunately, and running around. Ewan, you ended up running around helping us actually grab some interviews, so that was quite nice of you. And what an interesting format we saw, right, with a sim that none of the drivers had a chance to practice on, a track and a car that they'd never really been able to analyze and look into before. And through all of that, Rafa ERA by EMM, as they were known in that competition, able to outlast the rest.
Yeah, I think they are definitely a team with that competition and this one, and certain others as well, where they're starting to make a move or so in sim racing a bit more visibly than maybe before, which is just allowing them to have some good performances like that. And that was a great win, I thought, a few weekends ago in the Netherlands. Taking a LAN event like that is always impressive, but actually the teams they were up against, I've got to say, I thought Team Nitro would go on and win that, but they were very, very, or indeed one of the other teams actually, but they were very good, and they're having a good few weeks. They're having a good VCO Infinity as well. 3rd place is pretty comfortably theirs, you've got to say. It's not just, like they're just in 3rd. They are 3rd comfortably. And
been racing as well, EMM in the DNLS Championship once more. Likes of Raphael Renhofer in the Porsche Endurance class. Always great to see that team continuing to give opportunities to some really capable and talented drivers. Next time we'll cross the line and see what should be 2 laps to go. Sean Campbell is, well, within striking distance, but still not quite close enough. And time at this point is really not on his side, and he's made a small bobble and gone into the grass.
Well, how big's the slowdown going to be? He's, I can't tell now whether he's screaming or laughing. But it looks like he's laughing as well. It's absolutely cackling. I'm not entirely sure what about. The slowdown here is going to put him out of this now. He had a real chance into Brooklands this lap, I think, or was it Luffield maybe? They were very, very tight. Just as we were talking about EMM there, it was about 2 tenths behind, and maybe with hindsight he could have had a go there, but I was beginning to become doubtful of, and this is the incident itself, by the way, as we go through Brooklands and Magnussen Beckett, sorry. big save, to be fair to him, and he's able to rescue, therefore, second place. But yeah, that's going to put him out of contention for the win now. I must say, beginning to become doubtful as to whether he could actually make the move at all there, but he certainly won't now.
I think he was laughing because that was a quite ridiculous save. That speed, that car going sideways with that slip angle, downforce ain't meant to work like that, and he defies the laws of gravity and makes it stink. Already the Lango's breaking out in chat. There's going to be some very happy Gustavo Ariel fans in a lap and a half's time. Black flag, drive-through penalty incoming for Philip Schiff. In the Maniti Racing Machine, there's a incident point limit of 25, and I'm not surprised that drivers are falling afoul of that. Behind him, though, it's going to promote the likes of Ride Simsport fiercely forward, side by side up through Stowe. The yellow fiercely forward car left on the outside, and oh, big wiggle then from Ride Simsport as it pinches fiercely forward down into the next braking zone. There's lap traffic in front of them with Philip Schiff going down to pit lane. It's disaster. That's Felix Domin, and the Ride Simsport machine takes the shortcut.
It's gone way over the chicane there, and will drop behind these guys after serving the slowdown now. That was, well, you'd think so. It's only dropped one place so far, so what's going on now? Not entirely sure, but yeah, these are the battles further down that you just watch this race for. You know, out the front, it can be difficult to overtake. You've got some top drivers at circuits. Sometimes it can be hard to make a pass, but I mean, further down in the pack like this, you know, there's side by side all the time. Groups like this developing all the time, and fair play to so many of these teams for getting through this race so well. I was expecting this to be very tricky indeed, but we've still got something like 40 on the lead lap. It's way better than what we saw in the previous rain race,
and we're still seeing all 54 of the teams expected to continue through the night out there on track. Next up, remember, Super Formula lights at the Charlotte Roval. No headlights for those cars. They are reliant on the lighting that only surrounds the banking. The trip through the infield going to be very interesting. Gustavo Ariel's on to the final lap of this race. Johan Royer's made a mistake, and that grid and go machine looking worse for the wear. What's happened here? This car started with such promise on the outside of the front row, but things went wrong pretty quickly, unfortunately for them. And Ewan in the final sector, they'll limp that car around now on the final lap. What's happened here as they work behind some traffic?
Oh no! A stopped car, completely unsighted. Johan Royer had nowhere to go. He will, I mean, have a look at this. This is scary. Oh my God.
Days.
That is scary stuff. I mean, I say this quite often, but you're thankful it's sim racing in a moment like that. You've seen some very nasty crashes in real life, very similar to that, at that sort of speed. That is very nasty. And Johan Royer, unfortunately, for this race, he's going to lose quite a lot of places. Elvis Rankin's going to get one bonus point there. Well, one bonus place. 11th position now for him. Royer's going to drop well outside the top 15 here because there's actually a lot of cars quite close to one another back there.
Oh, well, breathe. Like Ewan said, fortunate that this is sim racing. That was very reminiscent of Memo Gidley's crash at Daytona all those years ago. But in what was another fun fight, Sean Campbell and Gustavo Ariel resuming the battle. Lango reigns supreme as Gustavo Ariel redline win once again in VCO Infinity.
And how important was that first lap, by the way? Campbell couldn't get back past him again ever since Ariel took the lead from the very beginning, and look at what that means to him again, taking the victory this time around. The red line drivers are just executing again and again in these races, and it's going to be another 9 points into Coanda Esports, who recover well to the top 10, although they're not finished yet.
No, there's still some fighting. Lemonek pressured by Jordan Johnson, who, as we saw in IMSA Esports, is becoming increasingly potent in his pace and utilization of it. Pedro Sanchez Albert, timing screen bobbles for him. Although I did see the BS Plus hybrid machine lost a lot more ground than the previous lap of this race. So some storylines as we run to the end. And the next rain-affected race, not for a while. Super Formula Lights at Fuji, race 16 of 24. So a chance for us to dry our virtual race suits and enjoy some sunshine starting in a few hours.
Well, yeah, we're going to enjoy sunshine later. We'll have dry conditions in the darkness, at least for a little bit of time, the next couple of hours. As the final guy, is that Royer still? Oh my goodness, still trying to get back to the end here. Where is he going to finish here? Outside the top 20, you'd imagine.
Oh, well,
nearly, yeah.
Worst part is I think he just got a black flag for the off track for going wide through the final corner, and so what could have been 29th I think might end up being even lower than that. Still final drivers yet to finish this race, and I'm looking forward to having that catch up with Gustavo Ariel in just a few moments time. Before that, that was car wrecks across the line. I mean, to be fair, don't really need that car anymore as we get set to switch things up once again. Confirmation of red line supremacy once more as they extend the points advantage. 1.4 seconds the margin back to gridandgo.com. Abel Torres, Matt Performance holding on to third and building the advantage over Jerome Fisher as the latter stages of the race played out. Thibaut Courtois Esports in fifth with the Drago machine of Nicholas Boy bouncing back to sixth. Karin Tengunes for SimRC in front of Pedro Sanchez Albert for BS+ Competition. Casper Ullmann and Elvis Rankin, the top 10. Rankin at least minimizing the deficit after the contact on the main straight. The rest of the cars will filter through the results. Jordan Johnson plus 31. I did tell you he was being more potent in the pace utilization. Big moves for him. Lewis Woods as well, plus 19 in this particular race. Also plus 19 for Visceral Esports, while plus 22 for Scherer. Working our way down, though, outside of the top 30, you get your way into those fighting through a bit more troubles. One lap down for Delatraus Automotive. Frustration, I'm sure, for them, knowing how good they've been in prototypes across VCO Grand Slams. Outside of the top 45, even more struggles. And Mika Hakimi, Brabham Motorsports not having an easy race, neither for Stint 1, PGZ, Vitality, or Project 91. Well, unfortunately, I don't see Gustavo Ariel ready to chat to us, and instead, what that will mean is, well, welcome back into the VCO Esports remote broadcast booth, Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary, and Ewan ready now to see a bit more dry running racing for a little bit.
Yes, thankfully, I think for some, although I thought that race was pretty good as far as incidents are concerned. You really expect a bit of a mess at the beginning of one of those races because of the wet weather conditions, especially I think in those prototypes, which can be quite difficult to drive if you don't have much experience in them, especially at the low speed corners you have at the start of that lap there at Silverstone. But actually, they got away with it really well. I thought, yes, there were some incidents down the way, but overall I thought it was very good. But you're right, they will be relieved, I think, those drivers who just completed that race to get into some dry running again now.
And as we heard in our chat, at least one driver getting ready to begin a bit of an Ironman stint, back-to-back runnings of races, 5 cars in 5 races. That's going to be an interesting experience with the range of cars that we have on display. We'll also just get a final update on where the points have settled out, because Ewan, I think one thing that makes this VCO Infinity slightly different from the 4 previous editions is the way penalties are being paid out in terms of affecting the race and championship balance. All penalties count as penalty points, whether that's in-race penalties, things that race control reviews during the course of a race, or things that get protested just before the end of the race and take a little bit more time to drag on.
Yeah, and that is probably a good way of doing it. We've already seen for some of the top contenders, indeed, points taken away due to various incidents that happened after the Radicals race at Charlotte. We saw Oscar Pai get a couple of penalty points taken away. So effectively, the second place he got was demoted to a 4th, although not everybody is promoted up a place each time. And so that's just a little difference, if you like, from the normal way that penalties work in some other series. But now there's the gap, 28 points it is. So that's exactly 2 per race that they can lose, and then there'd be a tie, and then I don't know what we'd do.
I don't even want to have to go back and look in the rulebook. You are... that's a conversation for morning, Arjuna. We've got the next 4 hours, Ewan and myself in the booth, and then we'll hand the reins over to Lewis McLeod, Zach Sweeney, who will pair up with us and Jake Sperry to walk you through to the end of the race. I see Gustavo, by the way, is in our waiting room, but he's still muted himself, so I don't know if that means we are or are not going to get the chance to catch up with him. But these championship points really do set us up for a question of if Redline can continue to stay out of trouble. And this next race is one where I think qualifying is going to be ultra important. Sebastian Jobe will fly the flag for Team Redline, but you and we are making our way to, well, my new home track, the Charlotte Motor Speedway Roval configuration. And I'll be honest, I really don't know what to expect.
Yeah, when you say home track, is it hours away still?
Oh no, it's literally 40 minutes away now.
Oh, okay. Oh, that is quite close. That's close to you're close to any racetrack than I am. That's extraordinary. Yeah, I mean, I think Sebastian Jobe has to be a big favourite. You're probably right that qualifying is going to be important, but actually, I think every time I come to the Charlotte Roval, I'm a little bit surprised at how not easy it is to overtake, because that would suggest that it is easy. It isn't, but it's not incredibly hard, I think, is probably the way to say it. And I think it's going to be a bit more complicated than just the pole sitter gets the win. However, Sebastian Jobe showed that you can run away at the front at any circuit in the Super Formula Lights if you're quick enough, and he is quick enough. So that's more likely the scenario, I think.
Let's quickly catch up with Gustavo Ariel, who has made his way into our interview waiting room. I know, Gustavo, the fans want to hear you after that win. What an interesting race, all settled on that initial start. You sweep around the outside of Sean Campbell, and then in those changing conditions, you were able to hold on. Talk us through the race.
Yeah, it's been an amazing experience here. It's my third VCO Infinity, so it's really nice to be here. I did one with RHE. Now it's the second one with Redline, defending the title, right? So it's really nice to be here. And now with the rain, I think it's another challenge. We need to be always ready for the situations. In the Formula Ford race was dry and then start to rain, but the driving didn't change much. So it's a really nice event. I like how people jump from cars to cars and still be competitive, still be in front. So this is the kind of event I like to do. I do most of this in my Smurf account, normally when I'm streaming, jump from car to car, but here the pressure is a bit higher. We have just one lap on qualifying, so it's really difficult to put everything together, to be honest. And also when you see your teammates delivering P1, P2, P3, so you know you need to do a good job. And on the Super Formula race at Road America, I had a lot of problems, but I still finished P2, even losing like 30 seconds in total time in the race. So it's really nice to be here. It's really nice to talk with you guys, and it's really nice to win again in VCO Infinity.
Great to catch up with you, Gustavo, but we got to watch your teammate Sebastian Jobe in our next race. So Lango, we'll see you next time in VCO Infinity.
See you guys. Thanks, Team Redline. See you later.
Always great to catch up with the Brazilian Gustavo Ariel. But as mentioned, we are getting ready to go. Final moments of qualifying trickling through. Most drivers already with times on the board, although I see a whole handful that are not going to set a time. And clearly no attempt set either for the time being, but it's EMM Esports and Matt Caruana. Someone that's really been flying in these low power but high downforce machines, thinking of his performance in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. Sebastian Jobe for Redline, 95 thousandths off the pace. He'll line up inside on row number 2.
Yeah, not a bad place to be, but it's certainly not on the pole as he would have been hoping for. Yeah, Caruana is well suited to the Super Formula Lights. I haven't seen him drive these cars specifically very much at all, but as you say, that sort of characteristic definitely does suit him. The top 3 or 4 rows, very, very high class as far as the drivers on there are concerned, but the quality through the field just remains, and it will do all throughout. Very, very close times as well, so I think we are in for a very close race. And as I say, I think it's going to surprise people a little bit as to how not difficult it is to overtake around here, but let's see.
I think you're just hoping for a bit of chaos, which, to be fair, Ewan, I'm not necessarily going to argue too much with you. Just a handful more races here in the night conditions. Next time out, Radicals at Okayama will travel back across to the land of the rising sun before we break back into dawn, and we will go racing with the Formula Fords at Silverstone for the first race once again in the daytime. Let's run our way down through the starting grid once again, as once more 54 will do battle. Matt Caruana 112.550, 91 thousandths quicker than Kieran Harrison for SimRC, who in turn is 4 thousandths quicker than Team Redline and Sebastian Job. Shoma Shintani, one of the better qualifying efforts for the William F1 Team Gaming Academy crew, while Elliot Veyron trying to close that gap on Redline, starting right behind the blue and red machine. Jaden Conwright for BS Plus Hybrid, lining up in 6th with Maniti Racing and Blue Mercury Esports. Then behind them, Sheza and GridandGo.com round out the top 10, 3/10 through the field. Remember, Isaac Phelps, our winner at Road America in race number 2. Eclipse Simsport and Map Performance, 11th and 12th positions, with 13th away of Sorrento Motorsports, 14th away of Dale Trows Automotive. Conan Wern starts his Ironman stint in 15th, with Falcon Sim Racing on his outside. Drago Racing, Alexander Spetz and Peter Bieder and Stint 1 Motorsports then behind them, while completing the top 20, Vitality Sim Racing and Delta Sport. Fiercely forward, the ERE Race Esport team back in 22nd, with Olympus Esport 23rd, Fast Repair Motorsport 24th. About halfway through the field, and Graham Carroll is buried in the pack. Second of the Falcon Sim Racing machines to his outside, with Capivara Racing and Thomas N Sim Racing then on row 14. Shera Esports and Armamentario on row 15. 31st for Lion GP Fenster, 32nd for MG18, while GT Spain 92 Prison Motorsport, Ride Simsport, Samantha Tan Racing, and then Impact Simsport, Avalon Motorsport, Absolute Motorsport, Brabham, U Amateurs, and Dutch League Racing. If you're wondering why I'm flicking through the pages, well, they're already rolling on their formation lap, and so look at some of these names at the back. BS Plus, Was Cooking, the Grin and Go Machine, and Team PGZ. Lots of strong contenders, Ewan, that will start at the back and with some work to do.
Yeah, Bike 500's driver Santiago Pastaque was very, very good in the Road America race in these cars as well. Yes, that was in the rain, but he clearly knows the Super Formula Light very, very well. Be very disappointed to miss out on a lap in qualifying, but this is one-shot qualifying in VCO Infinity. The pressure is on. Unfortunately, some drivers were not able to deliver under it.
I really enjoy the one-lap qualifying session. It's something that is very much a unique thing, increasingly at the top level of esports. And we continue to fly that flag here in VCO Infinity. An early green flag as well that will signify the start of the racing. And off and away we go, with already a couple of cars scraping into the wall. But can we get through safely? No, they run into one another at the very tail end of the field, but we sweep our way onto the infield, and look how dark it is.
Somebody was backwards there, right in front of the field, coming out of turn number 1. I hope everybody got past them, but I'd be amazed if they did.
Up towards the back half of the infield section. This is where it gets bumpy as well if you run off the racing surface, which is kind of where you want to be. Heavy hairpin now, changed to the track a year or two ago. And there was some block passes made there as they work back onto the banking. Plenty of downforce in these cars to work their way through the infield. It means the draft's a powerful weapon as they slingshot up to the chicane for the first time of asking. Sebastian Job's already up to second, gives a bit of a gap into the braking zone.
Oh, look at this, side by side for 9th position, a little bit further back. Bernier gets in front of Jaden Leydick, and then it is Phelps who goes up high. Aaron Vasquez already up into the top 10. He qualified well outside of it, so that's a very good start indeed from him. But out front, it's been a nice start from those leaders. They've managed to get away cleanly and without trouble. Harrison losing out to Joe, though, will be disappointing him a little bit, although he's still in the front group. That's the main thing that matters here early in this race.
Oh, Jaden Conwright's had a big issue as well. Fortunately, the car's okay. Rejoins in what will be 22nd behind the Capivara Racing team. There's more trouble in front of him. It was Alessandro Ottaviani in the Vitality Sim Racing. That bright yellow's hard to miss, even in the dark conditions. And drama once again for Redline, crabbing through the infield. Oh, and now a big gap splitting the top 4, who once again turn left and rejoin the banking. And with a big gap to those behind, chasing them down, it's Augustin Bernier leading the peloton on the charge.
Yeah, it effectively is like that, isn't it? It's one big group on the back straight again here. There's going to be a challenge for the lead indeed. Joby's going to get past Caruana on the way into the chicane. And it seemed like that was an exchange of the lead there, really. Caruana wasn't too willing to fight it so early on in the race.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move as well. If these four can play ball, we could be in for a blockbuster of a finish to the race. Now, I say finish to the race because what we could actually be in for is a rather boring middle of the race where these drivers don't really do too much and kind of swap and play the game. Pit lanes are relatively busy place, by the way. Coanda Esports, one of a number of cars that have had to make their way down and return for what is a very, very fortunate fast repair. These cars do have enough fuel to get to the end of the race, though. We're not thinking about pit stops as Shoma Shintani gets it wrong and spears into the side of Kieran Harrison.
Well, and they've come right in front of the others as well here. Right in front of the others as they rejoin. That is not ideal at all. And this is a leading two now. And as you say, it could be a boring middle of the race. Well, maybe between Job and Caruana it will be as they try and extend the gap over the rest. But this group certainly won't be as they jockey for position behind. Outside for Phelps, but Vasquez wasn't going to let him have that. It's a great start for Aaron Vasquez. And in a type of car I've not seen him drive very often. He is up to 6th place after qualifying outside the top 10.
Yep. Meanwhile, Shintani's going to have to peel off towards the pit lane. We'll get some replays of the start in just a moment. The reason why it's taking so long is I've been trying to identify the car that did the flipping because let's be honest, that's what we all really want to see. And your patience has been rewarded as the leading cars head off into the darkness through the infield once again. Let's shine some light, Ewan, on what happens here. And the checkup's already started. Remember, technically the race has begun. Yeah. Alessandro Quintai goes around. Visceral Esports, they're playing the pogo stick. And oh my goodness, 07 Racing speared into the Tatum Restec machine. And I'm glad once again, this is sim racing.
Yeah, we can say it again because that was massive into the final corner there. I mean, look at this, 4 wide, 5 wide into the chicane as they get going here. And yeah, a bit unfortunate. But a very, very big crash through the final turn. Now, I'm absolutely sure there was somebody backwards in. Yeah, there was out of turn 1. It was Falcon Sim Racing. Oh, and they weren't avoided by everybody. I said I'd be amazed if they were avoided, and indeed 3 Oh, it's going to be more. There's going to be more. Yep. Oh my goodness. Oh no, look at this. Gymnastics out of turn number 1. All sorts happening here. That is a bad start further down the field.
Yeah. No, it just kept getting worse, and so there was no point in ending the replay. Just let the tape tell the tale. So dark, by the way, in this infield, but just enough light. Our traditional Roval has been Daytona, where I'm going to break my fact out. The headlights for most cars, they want them to be in play, and so they turn the lights around the track down to just about 20% of their maximum capacity. Here at Charlotte, there are no lights around the infield, and that's what makes it so much more difficult for these drivers. Now let's go back and start picking our way through some of the other incidents, Ewan, and let's start with Jaden Conwright, BS Hybrid, all by himself. No, Coanda Esports, that's where things go.
Wow.
My goodness gracious me.
Well, I'm amazed, therefore, he's gotten away with it, in a sense. I know he's dropped down lots of positions, but when you think about it, the fact he's been up and over, he has actually got away with this. Oh, it's a slide there from, who is driving? It's Bayron, isn't it, but driving for Coanda at the moment?
Yes, sir.
And that has put Conwright up and over and somehow survived there, which is amazing. Just through watching that, by the way, Vasquez now drops down.
Yeah, Vasquez has lost some ground. There's another replay to show at some point there. Jaden Conwright still in 11th. If he finishes this race in the top 10, having done a flip, I mean, that might be effort of the day. Whatever, we need a new award. Some sort of award that recognizes the ridiculousness sometimes that we see in Infinity.
I thought you were going to suggest that you were going to do something on stream at the end, but
no, I would never do that. Never.
You're not silly enough, which is helped you on this occasion. But yeah, I see what you mean.
Not
You'd
a
have
career
the
to
spirit of
preserve
endurance
at
or
this
whatever
point,
if it was a long race, wouldn't you? but it's not quite the same, is it? Yeah. For one of these races.
Here's a look at the bumblebee of Kieran Harrison. I mean, I don't think he does anything wrong here.
No, I didn't fully catch this. Ah, right, yeah, no, he definitely doesn't. I didn't fully catch what actually happened there first time. So Shintani, or at least the extent to which Shintani just didn't have control of that car at all. Yeah, so Harrison definitely not in control of this. I mean, I don't think Shintani, having seen that on board, was actually intending to go down the inside at all.
Agreed.
But sort of found himself with a lot of speed and thought, well, I'm either going to crash into Harrison in the back or I'm going to try and go down the inside. But he decided that so late that he did end up crashing into Harrison in the end. More trouble out the final corner here. It is so narrow out of there.
That was Lemonek in the Was Cooking Racing Adventures machine, not cooking up anything special in this particular race, it would appear. Although I regret to inform you, Ewan, that through the cacophony of replays that we have looked at so far, haven't quite noted anything for Aaron Vasquez. We finally will take a look. That's what happened to him.
So he was beginning to get clear, and this is an unforced error. Oh, and he's been collected by 3. Oh my goodness. He, as I say, was getting clear there, and he was about to push on really for, I think, third position, but an unforced error, and it's going to drop him all the way down. And yeah, that's another car with damage, unfortunately, down on pit lane. Isaac Phelps goes down the inside of Augustin Bernier and gets through into third. That might be the interesting group, really, for the next half an hour while these two are waiting for the end of the race.
Agreed. I don't think that Matt Caruana's got any designs on making his move just yet. Another incident for Jack Olivier further down the field in the ERE machine. We're on board with Caleb Hides in the Eclipse SimSport machine. He's got Sabrina Carpenter watching on from behind. I think that's Sabrina.
Why?
I mean, why is Nicolas Cage on the back of Sean Campbell's monitor?
Well, I've gone past questioning Sean Campbell. That's a means to no end there.
Right, once you've seen his webcam when he's got, what, the 6 fans in the background, like legitimately actual fans that cool you down, not spectators and supporters, yeah, I guess anything could happen. 11 seconds the margin between the leaders, and then Isaac Phelps, Bernier, Spets, who's done a great job working his way through 12 positions in this particular race. But it's Rainer Talvar, while, yes, BS Plus hybrid, Jaden Conwright, as Phil Dinez suggests, contender for Barrel Roll of the Year award, but Rainer Talvar is plus 31 in this particular race. Team PGZ plus 32. Oh, through all of the madness that we've seen today, Ewan, another decisive moment in the championship. Elliott Veyron back down to pit lane, and they've already used one of their fast repairs, their only fast repair. That might be day done in this particular race 11.
I mean, I think we've got to start looking at the battle for second now, because Coanda could seriously drop down this field to, I mean, it could be,
3 wide.
Place. Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Oh, Bernier thinks better of it. Alexander Spets gets aggressive. 34 minutes to go, Ewan. They don't realize that, do they?
Well, no, but I'm glad, because we're not going to watch the leaders for the next half an hour, I don't suspect. Caruana and Joe are going to follow one another for a very long time there, but these guys are going to probably fight. Phelps has got a chance to get away here. He's got a few car lengths, and with a bit of help from Bernier, who would be smart, I think, to stay behind Spets just for the next lap or so, Phelps could get clear of the rest here. And look at the concentration here. He's got his force feedback high, hasn't he? Goodness me. Really concentrating to try and either stay in this group, get out the front of the group, get ahead of the driver in front, keep the driver behind you behind. It's really intense in this battle for third at the moment.
See, if you want to look at force feedback turned up, you're almost asking me to go and bring Sebastian Job's webcam up. I still don't understand how Sebi drives with it that high. Yes, and well, talk about the lead. We didn't think they would swap around, but Matt Caruana done waiting around and swaps back to the front.
So why did he decide to do that, is the question I've got. Yeah, that is quite high, isn't it? Goodness me. My arms couldn't cope with that. but that's not saying much. Oh, look at that for the curves as well. Dear me. Caruana, though, is taking the lead, and I'd say surprisingly so. The question I've got now is, has he been sort of foregoing an overtaking chance for the last 10 minutes, or was that the first time he's actually had a chance to go through and now he wants to take it? I'm not entirely sure.
Doesn't look like Sebi's too bothered. Nonplussed is how some might describe him, looking backwards from Phelps. iRacing has a rallycross layout which uses this part of the infield, and it's so interesting. It's got a weird camber to that section of the track that when you're sliding through on dirt, a lot more noticeable, to say the very least. Oh, contact! Spets runs over the left rear of Phelps, spits him high and wide. I'm hoping that's not going to lead to a meatball for either one. There's a meatball for Caleb Hydes, unfortunately, in the Eclipse SimSport machine, in that pack slightly further behind on these machines. Varga for Sheza Esports pulls to the outside of Alexander Spets, squeezed, and then Sen from Augustin Bernier robs him of fourth.
Yeah, it's been really rising through the field very quickly in the last couple of laps, but just a couple of places lost there to fifth place for Varga. But this group is just disintegrating a little bit now with the incidents of the last couple of moments. Already suspension damage on this car, by the way, before the incident. So turning to the right quite a lot. Phelps going way, way wide. Didn't seem to me to be contact, but maybe there's already damage there or something.
Yeah.
It's a shame that Phelps has had to drop out of this group as a result of that.
I can confirm there was another meatball flag. That's the iRacing indication. Too much damage. Return to the pit lane. Phelps will rely on the faster pairs. They're only stationary for a flying 1.2 seconds. If you could get a factory fresh car off the lot in that amount of time, sign me up to whatever online process gets me out of the dealership. It took me a couple of hours to walk out with the keys from my car last time, but the pit crew turning around Phelps as quick as you would like. Second and first, split by 0.3. Third through 11th, covered then by just around 7 seconds right now, and at no point could you expect any of these drivers to be completely safe, given of the 55 that started this particular race. Only 30 are left on the leading lap, with now a full 15 minutes washed off the clock and 30 minutes left to run.
And you can imagine there's going to be quite a few more before this race is over. This has been one of the more attritional races of the day. Well, I don't know about of the day, but way more than last time. And you know, you wouldn't expect that either. You know, rain and GTPs in the dark at Silverstone, less attritional than Charlotte Roval and Super Formula lights. Yes, they can't really see where they're going in the infield because there's no lights on the infield or whatever, and that does make it challenging. But I don't think that's been a contributing factor to any of this at the moment. I think it's just been the racing that we've seen, and just a lot of contact, a lot of ambition, and unfortunately a lot of incidents over the course of the first 15 minutes. Maybe it will just calm down on that front over the next half an hour.
So as some might say, in certain cases the ambition has not necessarily matched the adhesion. Rainer Talvar's made his way past Jaden Conright, so I think Conright is suffering with some of that damage, and in fact make that now past Carl Boss as well, because the fiercely forward machine has spun off the exit of the chicane. Fortunately, that car looks like it's got away scar-free.
Doesn't look like it's got any damage, although it didn't look to me like Phelps had any either. Oh, he has hit the wall. So has he got away with it will be the next question. Quite smart there to use that little bit of tarmac on the right-hand side there to sort of get himself turned back round again, or at least turn around that corner so that he could not get smashed into by those on rushing behind. But he'd rather not have the spin in the first place, as we see Rainer Talvar, who, how many places he gained now? 1 million, is my guess.
He's up to 37 positions gained, so it's not bad.
It's a bit way off 1 million, but he has got, yeah, that is not bad at all. 44th starting position, 44th place starting position, and yeah, done a very good job. I mean, just staying out of trouble from that part of the field, more than anything, is the impressive part for me.
The couple of cars having issues on the return to the banking include Shoma Shintani. Not the first time today he's run into struggles there. back up front momentarily as your leaders are slowly just having to pick their way through moments of traffic. What's happened here to Shintani? Oh, he's looking aggressive once again. Again, Jinx very, very late. All sorts of outs of control, and that's a second time in the same place. He's got tangled up in an incident.
Yeah, so first time round he went too early, trying to avoid Kieran Harrison going for a spin in that that direction. This time he's gone way, way too late. Look at him diving for the apex there. Yeah, that's the way you dive for turn one, not the hairpin there. That was very, very narrow. Not least because you run then onto the back straight, be rubbish. But he's just dived in there, and unfortunately that has sent him into a spin with contact. And yeah, Shintani now back outside the top 15 all over again, and he's back in the pit lane again as well. So long repair going to be happening down there. So reminded me actually to look where Coanda are. 44th position now in this race for Elliot Veyron.
Sir William Chadwick, I've given him a new title, passing on some information. They prefer to lead when they hit traffic, and so that is why Caruana is at the front. Jaden Conwright, buried in the wall, and I think Delta Sport, the black and orange entry, this time on the outside, but they've lost the front wing.
I like that new Delta Sport livery, by the way. It's good, isn't it? But unfortunately, car doesn't look very good at the moment with no front wing, and it seems like no suspension or steering arms at all as he tries to turn left and get into pit lane, and not especially close to each other, so it doesn't look like this is going to be caused by anything other than an individual error from Conwright, and he just clips the Delta Sport car. Look at that, a very unlucky. I mean, watch this. Watch the way the steering actually changes here as he actually makes the contact with Conwright, who goes for his own spin. He's trying to avoid Hakim. Oh my word! As a bit of contact at the wrong part, and he can barely turn left.
Yeah, can't blame him for anything there. Did his best back up front, continuing to work through traffic. And something that Will Chadwick was talking about earlier was that this is an event where you get an opportunity to race against the likes of a Sebastian Joe. And Matt Caruana right now is proving that not only can he race with Sebastian Joe, he can dictate the tempo. He can be the one that sets the pace at the front, continuing to work their way through traffic. But Ewan, this is a really great opportunity for Caruana to continue building up his confidence.
Yeah, it is. You know, I don't think, you know, and it's a good point that Will makes, but to be fair, I don't think Caruana is one of those drivers particularly who is, you know, yes, he doesn't race with Joe week in, week out, you wouldn't say, but I don't suspect they've never raced. And, you know, for some of the guys further down, I think that kind of an opportunity is a great one. But, you know, indeed, for Caruana, nevertheless, to go on and beat him in a race like this is a real show, because, you know, Job is one of the best drivers in sim racing in the world right now. And, you know, to go on and beat him here would be very, very impressive. Even if it is for just one race in VCO Infinity, would be very impressive. And at the moment, they are so far above the rest of the field. It's like with Campbell and Ariel in the previous race, but the problem is that Redline are one of the two who are the class of the field every time the teams they're with are rotating.
Three-way fight for fifth is going to see Rainer Talvar charge his way through. That's now 39 positions on the board for Talvar. Can never discount someone after a poor qualifying. I was saying qualifying here may be important, but just to stay out of the danger zone where, I mean, attrition I don't think has ever been so high. 55 took to the green, and all but 10 have made a trip down to pit lane in this race so far, Ewan.
Yeah, for a race that doesn't require a pit stop, that's pretty extraordinary, really. Just shows you how many incidents there have been throughout the day, and just how many fast repairs taken on. Just maybe a wonder sometimes that if there wasn't a fast repair, would everyone be a bit more calm or whatever? But maybe that's not the case in these races. Jaden Ladick, meantime, gets down the inside and should get through on Bernier. He's now lost 2 places in the last lap.
That was close for a moment as he shot out of line. Graham Carroll competing with the Altitude Free Esports crew after leaving the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team at the end of 2025. What time is it for you in the UK right now, Ewan?
3:30 coming up to.
His hair is looking still spectacular for 3:30 in the morning.
You say mine's not?
I haven't looked at your hair in quite a while, to be honest. Which hair are we talking about? The one on top of your head? Or oh, you gave me such a golden opportunity. Halfway through, race 11 of 24. Next race is our final race in the night as well. Radical SR10s at Okayama, and that will mark the halfway point of the 5th edition of VCO Infinity. I still cannot believe this is the 5th time we are doing this wild idea.
Yeah, no, well, same. I mean, it's it feels like it was about last year we did this for the first time, but it was dawning on me the other day. It's 4 years ago, which is pretty ridiculous, I think. Anyway, is it 5? That's 4, I think.
4, please, surely.
Anyway. 4? Yeah,
Ewan, I'm going to cut you off because chaos through the final corner.
Oh, no.
And Redline have found the issues that Kawanda were hoping for. Caruana's also got a meatball flag, though. And guess who started this race down in 17th position? But Alexander Spets is about to sweep through and take over the lead of the race.
Well, I mean, maybe we can enter this discussion in a moment, but I think Spets is in the form of his sim racing life at the moment, and he's about to take the lead of this race, spectacularly so. Sebastian Joe with very obvious damage. Caruana seemingly as he's taken a meatball as well, but he's got much less obvious damage, and hence why he's been able to keep the lead for a little bit longer. But Spets now is surely on his way, as long as there is no trouble. We thought that about Joe and Caruana, to be fair, so we'll hold fire. But, I mean, it's the first time, I think, Redline have been involved in such an incident like this, and it could seriously jeopardise their record of finishing in the top 4 for every of these races so far.
Oh, that's already gone, if you ask me, unless there's even more chaos in these last 20 minutes into the final corner. Is it going to happen in front of them? They were closing on traffic, and oh my goodness.
It's such a shame that the leaders taken out in a way like that. See how much reaction time they would have had. I'm guessing not very much here. Well, so to be fair, a lot of other cars are... So, go on.
I think Caruana tries to check up, but as he does, he gets run over by Sebastian Job, who's completely blind to it all.
Well, yeah, but look how many cars have done it previously. Job was the first one in about a row of 6 who didn't see that and didn't slow down. Yes, the others weren't quite as close to one another, but, you know, there were some cars who were quite close to each other, and they could see that, and it's not like it's a narrow, blind corner here. I think Job should be a little bit more aware. And look at that car there, very similar battle happening towards the end of the lead lap, but Job just does not see it. He's not looking ahead, and I'm afraid, I think he's positively caused that, because a lot of guys who have gone previously have managed to avoid without trouble.
Now, I mean, I think he's just so locked in there, and the thing that was kind of catching me out a little bit on that replay, did he notice that the pit limiter was going on and off slightly?
He's been doing that. He's been doing that to sort of not get into the back of Caruana to slow down for some reason. It's not the first time. Well, I don't know how often he's been doing it, but it's not the first time I've seen that from him. I'm not sure that's my favourite way of slowing down.
No,
there you go.
You know why he's doing that, Ewan, is because there's no bump drafting allowed. You wouldn't want to do it in these cars anyway, but an explicit rule from our race control team was no bump drafting, and so I think trying to keep aware of that. We've got to fight for second now, and I don't think Reina Talvar would have expected, after starting all the way down in 44th position, that 25 minutes later he would be in this spot and fighting with Sheza Esports and with Mate Varga to hold on to that position. Talvar bottom right, Varga alongside of him. Interesting that Varga's gone for, let's turn the room lights off, and I just want some of that blue ambient LED lighting to keep me awake. Reina Talvar's got some warm yellow lighting, which I think is probably what I would like to do right now.
I'm going to say, if I was in Varga's room right now, the headache I would have would be indescribable. That looks horrid, but anyway. They've got a decision to make here because there's 2 seconds to Spets and quite a long time left in this race, nearly 20 minutes. Quite a long time in the context of this race anyway. So how are they going to do this? Are they going to try and close on Alexander Spets? I think they should try, but then maybe fight again later. Maybe they're not going to be much working together anyway. Tauval seems to be leaving Varga behind through this opening sector anyway.
Not entirely surprised. Reina Tauval has been so quick, and it was the failure to set a valid qualifying lap that compromised him. It wasn't a slow lap, it was just invalidating at some point, which is so easy to do, and go back to the fact that we have the 1 lap qualifying system. Sebastian Job has rejoined the racetrack down in 17th position. He's behind Jaden Conright, who has also grabbed a fast repair at some point. Could be a fun fight between the two of them. Crucially though, I think the question that we probably need to be thinking about is, well, what does this do to the championship points, with Redline finding a little bit of trouble? Kawanda not able to really take advantage of it though, and that's the real issue. And so 524 to 469, it's still a full race win, the distance between the two teams.
Well, I mean, yeah, the gap's bigger. The gap's bigger. That's the problem, as you say, for Kawanda here. They've just not been able to gain while Redline have been having trouble here. And you know, as I say, I think this is becoming more and more of a battle for second. That's interesting here. EMM Esports, yes, they've dropped because of Matt Caruana's meatball a few moments ago, although everyone will gain a point now as Kyle Boss comes into pit lane. There goes Job down the inside. That will get him 15th place as he barrels down the inside of BS competition. He's weaving in front of Alessandro Quintai to keep him behind as well. Driving with a bit of aggression at the moment, but he's kept those two behind him, and therefore he's up to 15th position. But yeah, this battle for second, I think, is more interesting now. Redline extending their advantage even despite this trouble.
The fight for second in the championship, Kawanda now feeling some pressure. Jaden Conright, the inaugural IMSA Diverse Driver Scholarship recipient, now competing in Lamborghini Super Trofeo as well as IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. Hand off the wheel as he wipes some of the sweat off the forehead. And he's pulled alongside of Quintai and will make that move behind them. The distinctive yellow for Vitality. Alessandro Ottaviani alongside his former RAG teammates. It's all in the fight now for 16th position. In front of them, a couple of chops and changes. David Sobrero slips past Oskari Kakinen in the TC Esports and Team PGZ machines respectively. There was also a bit of a change as Isaac Phelps dropped behind Kieran Harrison, and that's the fight for 8th and 9th place out on track. And once again, go back to the live points. Isaac Phelps trying to maximize points positions right now. Oh no! And he runs into Harrison, who loops the rear end around.
These cars out that corner there just are so much more trouble than you'd expect them to be, as you're trying to get the power on. And Harrison spins in front of Phelps, who gets a point out of that, but he does slow down and lose quite a lot of time. Drops outside the top 10 as well. I'm not sure SimRC have really got a sort of open wheel specialist in this race, but it is a strange call to me to have Kieran Harrison doing these. He's just clipped the inside curb, trying to get on the power the normal way, and Phelps has hit him. Let's hope that Phelps has got a meatball, because you can pick things up for even small contact like that.
Fight for third is on. Varga has dropped into the clutches of Jaden Ladick, but my focus is on the fight for the lead, because Reina Tauval, I don't think you're incorrect in saying that maybe Drago Racing and Alexander Spets in the form of his life right now, but form of the day, no question of that for me right now. Reina Tauval, gap down to 1.2 seconds, and look at that, in the green for the last 3 laps. He's chopped away half a second, and now close to slipping into the drafting range. Behind the move is made, although not sure how long Jaden Ladick has got now before he looks forward and clears away from Varga. It's a great podium effort, best effort I think we've seen from Maniti today.
I think so. I will check that, but I think so. Over the course of this race so far, they've not actually been in the top 20 yet. So there you go. That's by far their best performance so far in this VCO Infinity. And they've got an outside chance of something happening here. Spets and Talvar are both going to want to win this race quite badly. Spets just because that's what he's like and he's at the front of the field already. But Talvar as well, for one of the most extraordinary drives through the field you're ever likely to see. I haven't fact-checked this, but I'm imagining this is the best run through the field of anybody ever if he were to win from here. I can't see anybody having won from further behind than Talvar started in this race.
It's like you're asking for a challenge.
It's just an open-ended question.
An open-ended invitation is what you're offering, and our big boss Florian does like the wrestling metaphors. He's kind of been dubbing this VCO Infinity 5 as Talvar brushes the wall. Effectively, you know, likening this to our version of WrestleMania, which is not wrong with the level of action that we see through 24 hours. But yeah, through all of that, maybe there is a last to first gauntlet that we can throw down, and maybe there are drivers that willingly, if their championship hopes are out of line, there is $5,000 of prize money to be awarded, but that's not necessarily what they're all focused on. There's definitely some bragging rights, especially in some of these individual races. The gap now under a second. Reina Talvar bit between his teeth, and he's only got 12 minutes remaining. Wide berth given to some traffic. That closes the gap even more.
Another lap car getting in the way of these guys, and there aren't many left in the race, by the way. There's about 15 teams out of this race right now because of the just carnage that we've seen over the course of the day. But that's given Talvar a few free tenths of a second here, and all of a sudden he's less than half a second behind. This is going to be, a proper fight for the race win here with 11 minutes to go. There's probably going to be about 10 laps as well here. Plenty of time for Reina Talvar to work his way past, and time for Spets to respond if he has to at any stage.
And similarly with Leidic and Varga swapping back and forth, opportunity for them to squabble over the third and final step on the podium. Yeah, like we were saying, attrition's such a big part of this that only 7 cars failing to make a trip down pit lane for some sort of damage repair. And there's multiple teams that have had multiple meatball flags as well. And so, you know, that's where Coanda Esports actually may be slightly kicking themselves. They did not rejoin the track after that second meatball. I wonder how long that damage repair could have been, because every lap they could have got in front, you know, there's 2 or 3 points that they could have gained, which could be really important. Maybe not in the fight for the overall championship, Ewan, but at the very least, fight for second as well. Reina Talvar takes over the lead from Alexander Spets, and it's not even a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those fights that's not a fight, just for a few moments, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I think Coanda's meatball would have been too long, too big, because you're right, otherwise they would have just carried on, surely. In this race, that would, yeah, just for these extra points, really. They're already losing 30 to Redline, but as you say, that's not their concern now. I think 27 points only over EMM, who, by the way, gained 6 points on them in the previous race. So if you add up those 2 in the 2 previous rounds, that is over 40 points lost by Coanda to EMM. And suddenly this battle for second, as I say, is getting very, very interesting. And you know, we talk all the time about Redline and Coanda being the big 2 in sim racing, but imagine if a team like EMM, who are not exactly, I would say, third in sim racing in far as the teams. Oh no! Trouble! Conright again, is it?
It is not the first time we've seen him stationary there. Question is who's just driven into him and not really able to take the avoiding action that was necessary. Quick look at the replay as Varga and Leidic, they are just swapping back and forth for fun right now, and it's fast entry, clatter the curbs, and that's where it goes wrong.
Oh, hard into the wall as well here, and he's trying to get out of the way. Oh no, he's trying to get out of the way, he's got in the way, and that is, I'm not sure who that is piling in actually. I couldn't identify it as it went along, but that's the second time, if you remember, Conright has spun into the chicane. He took out Rayan Hakim earlier as well for Delta Sport. There you go. More contact. Gap for the lead has gone out to a second as well. I'm not sure whether Spets has made a mistake, but Talvar is in the clear for one of VCO Infinity's biggest ever win. What would you call this? A big run through the field to win, whatever that's called.
Biggest mover, hardest charger. Kind of depends on who you talk to about how you call it.
Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like someone might have gained more positions in one race than that, but they maybe haven't won after doing that.
You know, I'm not sure about that. 43 is probably on the cusp of what we've seen, because no VCO Infinities have had more than 55 cars.
And a lot have had less, much less.
Exactly. That was the other part of that, the statement that I had kind of forgotten as I trailed off into my thought. So, you know, I think this could actually be one of the biggest movers, regardless of whether it's for the win or not. It's definitely, I don't think there's any question as to whether it's the biggest movement to take a win, as Matt Caruana is looking to try and make some movement of his own. He's side drafting alongside of Thomas Cope in the Olympus Esports machine. They're on lap 31 of this race, and Caruana's back up to 6th.
Yeah, nice pass and on Thomas Cope there from Matt Caruana. And, you know, not out of the question that he could get 5th as well. Augustin Bernier is not that far in front. Kieran Harrison's making the places as well, up to 9th, so he's recovered quite nicely too. And Sebastian Jobe is just in behind these guys. Well, 4 seconds behind them. Sobrero and Kakkonen. There he is, 14th place. Red line, oh, big slide there. Red line's worst results of the day. But this is 10 results worse than 10 positions worse than any other result. That's why their day has been so impressive so far.
And Sebi is someone who's driven a lot more GT cars recently in the last couple of years in the sim racing world. When we talked to him after winning the 3rd race in VCO Infinity Super Formula Lights at Silverstone, he did say how much he was enjoying to be back in this sort of a car and to have this sort of a driving style. You know, it's very different to how you drive a GT3 or even a GTP car quick, and I think he may have enjoyed this race after the crash a little bit less. 2.5 seconds the gap at the front. I'm telling you, Reina Talvar is on another planet right now. His gap continues to extend. Varga and Leidik as they drop down into the darkness of the infield for one more trip through. Varga seemingly found another gear in the later stages of this race, Ewan, and he's able to fend off the challenge of the Australian so far.
Yeah, oh, he is, but Leidik there got into the back of him pretty much through the tight hairpin. Maybe that's a look into the future as to where he's going to try and action his move, or maybe it's going to be on the back straight here in towards the chicane. He looks to the outside now, does Leidik. Varga though with the inside, surely he's going to hold it from here, and he's just feeling him out, I think, at the moment. Just looking left and right, looking to see where he can get through. And later on in this race, just in a couple of minutes time, he'll go and take it, because there's plenty more chances for the driver to respond if you overtake them at this stage. Although, to be fair, it's also possible to get away if you're quick enough, as Talvar's shown.
When I was at the Charlotte Motor Speedway for what was a NASCAR playoff round, but I was there with the Mustang Challenge Series. It was such an interesting noise because Daytona's so big, and the way the noise reverberates around the facility is very different to Charlotte, where grandstands feel a lot more claustrophobic of an environment, and really wonder what the Super Formula Lights would sound like buzzing around the track. People may have forgotten, because for many reasons you want to forget things that have happened in 2020, but IMSA did come and race here in what was a rain-interrupted race, is probably the nice way of saying it. They had a bit of a monsoon that descended on the track, and some of the pictures remarkable, showing what drivers were dealing with. Next rain race that we could potentially see, we had it last time with the Acuras at Silverstone. Race 16, Super Formula Lights again at the Fuji Grand Prix layout. Altitude Freeing Esports Graham Carroll holding off the challenge from Kieran Harrison and the recovering Caleb Hyde. Picking their way through traffic, increasingly a factor for these contenders in the closing stages.
has been for some time now, and yeah, it is. Well, maybe they're in the clear now. Actually, is that little bit of free track in front? Maybe they've dealt with their last little bit of traffic now for the remainder of this race with 3 minutes to go. But it has been a big factor of this. It's such a short racetrack that means there is a lot of traffic to contend with. It's quite a relatively long race as well when you consider this race. I don't know what the longer infield Roval races that have been around here in these sorts of cars. It seems to me that sprint racing happens more often than not, but it's probably 45 minutes proper race really, and that is creating a lot of traffic here indeed. There's Kieran Harrison just in behind Graham Carroll trying to take 8th place away.
And often we've talked about Harrison being a touring car ace, and while that's true, so is Corentin Gunes. In the last couple of years, especially with touring car, high-level touring car competition on iRacing being pretty few and far between, they ventured out, especially into some of the prototypes for iRacing special events, and no doubt that experience holding them in good stead right now. A couple more meatball flags, by the way, in these closing stages. This race, we'll see it in the results, just how wild it has been into the final couple of laps, though. Fight for the podium spot, final podium spot, still well and truly yet to be settled. Jaden Leydek, one way than the other, has not been able to make the move stick. Running out of time. Next time by, we'll see the white flag, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be close again, but I think probably here this time round. Leydek now going for it. Now he gets the inside, though, from Varga, who breaks a little bit earlier. You just wonder whether that's tactical. Is Varga saying, well, go on fast, I'll just overtake you on the final lap in that case. As over the line for Talbot, he has got less than 70 seconds remaining. One more lap car to negotiate. This will indeed be the final lap. So these guys have timed it well. Varga looks to the inside, but he's not been trailing Leydek for very long at all, so hasn't had the chance to feel out his moves in the same way that Leydek did to him.
Did this prove to be a bit of a gambit to wait for this last lap, to let Leydek slip through? Have to keep our eyes on Reina Talvar, yes, but let's be honest, this fight, the final step of the podium, with two teams not necessarily in the championship contention, won't be settled on the run through the hairpin. Likely to be settled on the run to the chicane, or maybe into the final complex of corners. More drama as Blue Mercury Esports pick up a meatball on the final lap of this race. It is so easy to find yourself in trouble. Varga commits the long way around, and while they'll squabble on their run to the line, let's give Reina Talvar his credit. 43 positions to the good, and winning here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Into the braking zone for the final time. Spetter's grabbing second. Matt Varga, Jaden Leydek giving each other a wide berth, and with the crossover, Varga into the wall, and Jaden Leydek will grab third.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how Varga actually managed to get cleared there before the final chicane, but Leydek was not going to go down without a fight there at all, and he gave it a go at the very end. He managed to get to third on the road, but we'll see whether the stewards have anything to say later. Sobrero is going to be just in front of Sebastian Job here, by the way, and he will hold on for 11th place. So it's Redline's worst race of the day, but it is 12th position, which is not bad at all.
And look at the final cars struggling to the line. That's the Blue Mercury machine. And I tell you what, this is going to be a lot less lengthy of a wait compared to some of the races that we have seen so far in VCO Infinity, with a lot less finishers for us to wait for. So a look through our results after Reina Talvar storms through the field to grab the win here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. From 44th to 1st, some might say that was blessed. Alexander Spetz sits behind another driver that charged his way up 15 spots, while Maniti Racing, Sheza Esports settle it on the run through the final corner. EMM Esports and Matt Caruana tangled up with traffic. They recover to 5th, while Olympus Esports, Altitude Freem, SimRC, Eclipse Sim Sports, and Delatraz Automotive only 5 of those machines in the top 10 did not need a trip down to pit lane for a fast repair. Neither did Team PGZ, finishing down in 13th spot. Redline and TC Esports only split by 0.3 at the line. Redline will be frustrated. PGZ in Grid and Go, along with TC Esports, 35 positions to the good. Into the used car lot early, 17th on back, 1 lap down. 25th on back, 2 laps down. And it only gets worse from there. And so as we run our way down through the results, Grid and Go down in 30th. Isaac Phelps, not where you think he should be, neither. Will Jaden Conright feel like his BS Plus hybrid car should be down in 31st? Williams F1 Gaming, pair of Falcon sim racing machines inside the top 40. Or Kawanda Esports, big news in the championship fight. Redline falter, Kawanda not there to pick up the pieces. Pieces that Rainer Talvar waltzed through on his way into victory lane. And Talvar standing by with Ewan O'Leary for a chat post-race.
Rainer, welcome in. Congratulations on race 11 victory in VCO Infinity this year. What an extraordinary race that was from yourself. First of all, let's talk about the early stages of the race, because there was so much going on down the back of the field. I can't really believe, in hindsight, that you managed to get yourself through it. How did you survive those opening laps?
First of all, thank you very much, and I quite frankly have to say that was the craziest thing I've ever done, probably. Initially, I just wanted to take it really calm and make sure that I don't really end up in an incident, which is sometimes harder to avoid than one would think. And then I had to skip the last chicane because the pack was punching up so much. I had to serve a slowdown, and then the next 3 or 4 laps I was basically doing Olympic level acrobatics just to find my way through the track with the flying cars, and it was absolutely crazy.
Talk us through the end of the race as well. Eventually, you get up to Alexander Spets there. You have to pass him for the lead effectively in a one-on-one fight. What was your approach to that battle there, and how sort of surprised were you that you managed to just get past and then get away straight away?
I knew after I got into clean air, I knew that my pace was really good during the entire race. I was basically the fastest car on track for the most part of the race. So when I caught Spets, I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't put up a big of a fight, and he didn't. So in a way, I'm a bit thankful to him, but at the same time, it would have been cool to maybe see a fight there.
In terms of BS competition and BS hybrid over the course of this race so far, you're sort of hanging around the sort of top 10 or so. Where are you aiming to end up here in the end of VCO Infinity?
I think if we can keep up these consistent finishes and make sure that we don't get caught up in unlucky incidents, then definitely going for a podium should be the aim, and I think it should be quite possible as well.
Yeah, it is very close, especially from third on back. Just like one last one, Rainer, when are we going to be seeing you again? What's the plan for the remainder of tonight? Are you staying up? Are you getting some sleep? When are you getting next in one of these races?
Actually, I'm going to be in the car again in around 1 hour, I guess, for the Formula 4 race at Silverstone, so that will be interesting.
Yes, yeah, it certainly will be. We'll look forward to seeing you there. Congratulations, Rainer, on winning from Charlotte here tonight at the in race 11, and thanks for chatting to us at the end as well.
Thank you very much.
So much. Rainer Talvar, the biggest move forward ever to win a race. I still haven't worked out the best way to say this, but he's done very well.
We'll workshop it. We will workshop it. Provisional points. Still waiting, I think, for final penalty points from any protest to be worked through the system, but the reality is pretty clear. Redline in the ascendancy, even with the stumble. First finish outside the top 4, and from a maximum of 550 points, yes, they have dropped a couple more than a couple of hours ago, but regardless, things looking good, Ewan, you would have to say, for Redline, searching for what would be a 4th win in 5 VCO Infinities.
Yeah, it would be extraordinary that they could, be so successful in an event that's so unpredictable, you'd say. So many different teams in these races and in these events that just make it extraordinary that they're able to finish up towards the front time and time again. And what I mentioned briefly, sort of the middle of that race, they're so often challenged in these individual races. It's not like they very often running away at the front of the field to win all the races. That's really a rare occasion. If anything, other teams are more likely to do that, in fact. But they're up the front with a different team each time. You look at the 2 races we've done so far. It was Sean Campbell and Gustavo Ariel who were challenging one another for the race victory, and they were miles better than the rest of the field, I think it's fair to say. Yep. And in that race, Matt Caruana and Sebastian Jobe were miles better than the rest of the field. But they're on different teams, Caruana and Campbell. And, it almost feels like the rest of the teams should team together and the Red Line should be going on their own. Because that's the way it feels sometimes with the way they're able to get to the front at every single race.
I guess the advantage for Red Line, as much as all our teams have got plenty of quality at the top level of sim racing, when your lineup consists of 3 Porsche Esports Super Cup champions, kind of helps. And Cooper Webster will be jumping into the car next. And you've been commentating a lot on the Radical Esports in the world of iRacing. And this Radical SR10 is a really interesting machine. Our last race in the night. What are we expecting, do you think, as we get ready to see the sunrise?
Well, they're going to be able to see where they're going, which is helpful compared to the last race through the infield. But I think, unfortunately, I don't know, put a down on it. The Radical Esports Cup race I can remember from Okayama have been a little bit disappointing on occasion.
Oh, no.
Now, admittedly, the officials don't have 55 cars in them, and they very, very rarely have people who don't drive the Radicals all the time in them either. So that makes it very, very different. This race is just so different in so many ways. I mean, we did a short race at Charlotte Roval just last night and one earlier today, and it was and they were both completely different, obviously. So this is going to be very different as well. But yeah, it is a strange car to get used to. I don't think it is impossible to get used to, though, and just a little bit of practice in the week. It certainly seemed to me, anyway, looking at the Charlotte Roval race, a little bit of practice in the week, and some of the top guys, the big talents, definitely seem to be up to speed pretty nicely.
This Okayama circuit that we'll go racing at it again for race 14. I was trying to figure out the best way to say that. We've got Formula Fords at Silverstone to come before the return here with the NASCAR truck machines. I know you're not a golf fan, Ewan, but I've got to say it at some point today. Okayama, formerly known as the TI circuit. Why? TI was the abbreviation of Tanaka International, after the name of the golf club owner. Always find a way to tie motorsports and golf together. Bam, Lewis and McLeod, eat your heart out.
It's not even awake to appreciate it, which is the most disappointing thing, but there you go. No, I'm not a golf fan, as you well know. Spend my time doing other things instead of standing around waiting for somebody else to have their go.
Excuse me, Mr. Test cricket fan.
That's way more exciting.
I mean, you're not getting arguments from me that Test cricket is exciting. But
no.
Pot, kettle, black. Oh, let's not get there. Qualifying underway, and we looked at the championship points. We'll get more and more of those live point scenarios on your screen the deeper we get into this race. But as we reach the halfway point, it does seem as though the fight will be for second rather than for our championship. Is this the first time that Vitality Sim Racing find themselves at the top of the provisional time sheet? There's still a whole handful of drivers yet to set a time, although I don't think anyone that will challenge for pole position. It's Thibaut Casabon by 12 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, Casabon has been strong so far. He did well in the Roval race in the Radicals, actually. Well, he qualified well anyway. He wasn't on pole, but he was on the second row. And unfortunately had an incident which just dropped him a little bit further down for Vitality, who at times have been having a pretty difficult afternoon. But looks like this will indeed be his first pole of VCO Infinity ever. I don't remember seeing Thibaut in any of the VCO Infinities in the past, but maybe I'm misremembering. It's a close qualifying session. I know the track's relatively short, but it's quite technical. And so impressive that everybody's able to run so close.
How close will they run when we get the action underway? Our fourth race was here at Okayama with the GTP. That ended up being a fuel save race. These Radicals do find themselves having enough capacity to get to the end. You've said that the race you covered in the official iRacing series maybe a bit less exciting. I do have to ask, was it at night?
No. As I say, there's so many differences. I can't even comprehend. It wasn't at night, no, from what I remember in previous seasons. This is about 2 times as long, nearly 2 times as long than the officials, and as I say, there's nearly 3 times the amount of drivers. I mean, we've rarely touched more than 20 in an officials. The iRacing does restrict them quite to small numbers. So yeah, there's so many different differences between those races and this.
Well, let's take a look at the starting grid as we get ready to rumble. Love the picture for Thibaut Casabon. Oh, Vitality showing up with some style, and from the front will lead us to the green. Elvis Rankin alongside as Kawanda look to try and fight back against Redline. Phil Denez third, Sheza Esports alongside of the Zebras, while SimRC and Redline split row 3. And just a 10th between that first page. Rafael Renhofer, remember EMM are in the fight for second in the championship. Armentario, great to see them qualify well with TC Esports, ERE Race Team, MG18 and the Was Cooking Racing Adventures crew your top 10. Great qualifying effort from Alex Garcia to maximize the qualifying lap. Bike 500 11th, Jesse Telkalo in the Grid and Go machine is 14th, while Brabham, Falcon, Sim Racing and then the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy in the Fiercely Forward crews on row 9. Row 10 split by Delatraz Automotive and second of the Falcon Sim Racing entries. Delta Sport once again in 21st with the Eclipse Sim Sport machine alongside of them. Fast Repair on the inside of row 12 with Ride Sim Sport then on the outside. And 25th about halfway through the field for Tatum Restec. A big incident for them in our previous race. Blue Mercury Esports roll 26th. Matt Performance back in the field for them in 27th. Sorrento Motorsports 28th. While Altitude Freem have joined with the wrong car. They'll get some penalty points for that lack of livery for Zane Khan, but Andre Castro completes the top 30. Blake Reynolds back in action in the Solpec Precision Racing machine as the Americans cover some of the night hours and curry some favor. Maniti Racing 32nd, while Lion GP, Fenster.com, 07 Racing, Shera Esport, and Absolute Motorsport Asleth. 1.1 seconds between them. Team PGZ, Drago Racing, Olympus Esports, and FCB Racing Team, the top 40. They've started their formation lap, but only about 14 more. Impact SimSport, Avalon Motorsport, Dutch League Racing, and Stint 1 Motorsport. Those are the cars that set times. Everyone else starts based on iRating. Ewan, it's going to be an interesting run down to turn 1 and then sweeping out through 2, in through the quick chicane and the heavy braking zone that leads us onto the back straightaway. I get the sense drivers will be antsy to make this last night race go by quick.
Yeah, I must say I didn't see the Formula Ford race here at Okayama, but I did see the Acura race in the GTP, and that was a massively chaotic start. So let's hope for a bit better than that here. Only the top 8 survived on that occasion. So as I say, hopefully we have a better start this time round. You'd expect so with these cars, a little bit smaller, and maybe that will help a little bit. But yeah, Casabon has got a big chance here to take home a victory. Would be a great result for Vitality, but Elvis Rankin and everybody around going to be very eager to take a win themselves.
And so as the pace car once again peels off and away, the field is left in control of Thibaut Casabon, but we wait for the drop of the green flag. Pole sitter advantage is only as simple as giving him the clean air and the run down to turn number 1. What a sight it is. Radical SR10 stacked up and ready to go. 54. Ready to meet the halfway mark in 2026's VCO Infinity. Let's drop the green flag once again. Phil Denez has popped to the inside of David Toth in the fight for second, but Elvis Rankin around the outside of Thibaut Casabon has trouble in the background and includes Ricardo Ferreira, and that trouble continues, but it's outside of the top 20. TC Esports, the biggest of the losers, is now up towards the hairpin we go. Casabon trying to cover off Elvis Rankin. Fight on for third. Denez up the inside of David Toth.
Yeah, for Denez getting back into third again after initially losing that position. So the front 4 staying as they are. Now a bit of weaving around as the slipstream takes effect. That's Denez on the defence there. Toth didn't even have to move to try and make a move now. Into the hairpin. Cooper Webster on Simone Passoni as well. The thing about this is it gives you the insight for the next 3 turns in a row, and that might well mean that he can hold on here, Cooper Webster, to a 5th position, gaining that place away. It's not over yet. He's still just down the inside, and now he's through. Webster just about clear, and Passoni makes a mistake and goes wide.
And well, is that going to be the freight train following through? This final sector of the lap can be so awkward. Slightly off camber in places, and there is some trouble in the mid-pack, but the front of the field is going to navigate through safely and end lap 1. Remember, there's no fuel saving needed, there's no fuel stop needed in this car either. And one final time, the headlights will pave the way, as at least 6 machines are going to be down on pit road in the opening couple of laps. And look at the gravel that's been dragged back onto the racing surface. Ewan on board with Ferreira as we begin to pick our way through all of this.
Who was that? Was that Webster who sideswiped him there?
I think that might have
red
been
and black car to me.
The MG18 machine, I think, was the one actually.
Was it? Yeah, you're probably right. It did feel a little bit far down for it to be Webster, and you're just a passenger. You cannot be avoided by everybody. It wasn't as bad as the Acura race, but there were quite a few off in towards turn number 1, and look at the way they have to pick themselves through. Now you understand why they have so much gravel on the racetrack when these guys turned up again for the start of laps 2.
Absolutely. At the front of the field, it's still Casabon that paces them. A leading train that effectively extends all the way back to 31st position right now. Elvis Rankin has got to be careful because David Toth is hungry. We jump on board with the Sheza Esports machine. You know just how much speed this team can have. They have not put it together. And another driver who is in a very dark and dimly lit room that would give Ewan and myself headaches for the rest of the week.
Thankfully it's Sunday, yeah. But yeah, dear oh dear, it's amazing, isn't it, the way different people's brains work like that. But yeah, absolutely locked into those 2 up in front and focusing in at the moment. As you say, not quite showing their speed so far in this race, but in individual races they can definitely get up there. Rankin communicating very regularly with his kind of teammates, maybe saying, I'm going to go for this down the inside of Casabon.
And Casabon doesn't really fight too much, but as they exit off the corner, almost 3 wide, Rankin now has to watch for Toth. It's a 5-car breakaway that's starting to build. Cooper Webster in the pack as well, so remember, Redline versus Kawanda, not really maximizing, I should say, any points advantage is the purple and orange in this particular race. Webster's done a good job of navigating this start as the edge of the top 10 begins to start to fall away and starting to trip over one another. I think some lap traffic playing its part here too.
Yeah, it might be. Whenever you have a car towing back to pit lane and getting a fast repair, they drop a lap, but they drop almost exactly a lap, and so they do drop right into the middle of the lead lap drivers. A bit of a downside of the system, the way it works, but anyway, that's to be dealt with by those a little bit further down. The leaders, the top 6 or so, are absolutely clear of this, but this is a theme of radical racing in the SR10s. That's actually a bit, more of an effect, I think, than in previous years with the SR8, which used to be the radical in iRacing. They can stay together quite easily, even here at Okayama, so you're going to see one long line for some time. It will break up eventually. It's not like it's impossible to get away by any means, but it will stay together for a while.
I'm big enough to fit in one of these SR10s. I'm too tall, however, to fit in one of the basic radical SR1s that also make up part of that radical fleet. It's...
Doesn't surprise me.
What, that I'm too big?
That you're too... yeah, well, I'm surprised you're not too tall for this, actually, as well, but there you go.
Yeah, well, you know, if the market's there for a race car that caters to the taller amongst us, you know, we'll find it in the big and tall section. Live points on the top right of your screen showing that not really much movement between those in the front 4. They're all running inside of well, the top 5 for the time being. Only David Toth and Sheza Esports a little bit further down in the playing field, but again, only 4 points off BS+ competition as things run right now. It's Jesse Telkula, the grid and go machine down in 12th, that really is going to need to try and grab some more points. Or is that actually the other grid and go car?
Yeah,
21 points. Sean Campbell all the way down in 30th.
Yeah, a long way down, and hasn't got any damage on at the moment, but yeah, that's a long way down. I was going to say that the impressive thing about that order there is the way that BS Competition and Shezzy are suddenly in the conversation for a top 3, or certainly a 4th place. BS Competition up to 4th with the results going the way currently. The other grid and go team with Telkula currently at the wheel, not been having a particularly great time of things. They're 26th at the moment in the points. The last time, well, they haven't finished in the top 10. They've only finished once in the top 15 in this entire race. So the other team have been having a disaster, really, but Telkula looking for their best result.
On board with Dinez as we cycle through some of these drivers. Not much action. 7 minutes into this race. Does feel as though you and I will have a chance to go into full podcast mode and break out the rhythm, but if anyone's... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to just say, I'm not sure it's going to be quite as single file as it looks at the moment. I think Rankin wants to lead at the moment, and that's what so much discussion with his teammates is all about. And remember, he had that failed attempt to get past Kazabon earlier, but it was failed because of his own over-exuberance, not because he couldn't get past. So I'm not so sure.
Well, for Phil Dinez, what I was going to say is if you're struggling with internet options and thinking maybe something like Starlink is your final resort, well, Phil Dinez racing on Starlink and sending us that webcam as well. Stable enough as Rankin does indeed look to try and hit the front finally as we sit on board with Cooper Webster. Oh, he's got a great perspective of Dinez trying to peel David Toth off the apex of 6. Bit of a hip and shoulder check there, not quite contact, but a little bit of mental mind games as Dinez tries to use the force to open a door that Cooper Webster will try and follow through as well. Raphael Renhofer has made it 6 in contention at the front. And don't count out ERE Race Esports team, SimRC, MG18 and the Falcon team that round out the top 10.
I'm glad you said it's mental mind games, because physical mind games are not something I want to see taking part, to be honest, on the racetrack. That would be a bit grisly. But Toth there was in the awkward position of wanting to defend from Dinez, but also then actually let him pass so that he could defend from Webster. In the end, he decided, and he was right, that braking late on the outside there of that hairpin through turn 8 was the best way to defend the place, and it was successful. So at least he keeps 4th, but that's what I mean about this, that there being sort of movement, I think, just a little bit generally throughout the race. I think Rankin wants to lead here, but Kazabon, well, we'll see this time round, see his expression on the way in towards the hairpin at the end of the back straight. Is he happy to sit here for another half an hour in second place and wait, or does he want to lead again? He's staying behind for now, but that was very close into the hairpin.
Yeah, almost checked up the group, and we got away with one, no question about that. Telkula fighting with Armentario, 11th and 12th positions. There's a 3-way tussle for 18th spot, make that 17th behind Andre Castro, Maxime Naz, Samuel Vila and Zain Khan. Remember, Zain Khan joined with the wrong team, so that Altitude Freem crew are going to get a penalty point at the end of this race, or a set of penalty points. Zain Khan slides through there and makes the move on the Absolute Motorsport crew.
So there's something, I shouldn't laugh really, but there's something funny about an event like this, joining with the wrong team. But anyway, sorry, I shouldn't laugh, as I say. But yeah, this is one of those groups further down where it might be a bit more lively. This might be where we get a bit more action. If the front of the race is, as you suspect, going to go into this pattern of a lull through the next 20 minutes, certainly, then this is a part of the field where certainly it won't. And that's a positive about here, I think, is that the groups are staying quite close together and they're not all fighting for the lead. So these guys are much more interested in battling away.
And just a reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, at the end of this race, we'll be switching over to part 3, so just keep that in mind. Through the hairpin, there is some chopping and changing. Dinez peels Kazabon away from second, And now David Toth still vulnerable to Cooper Webster for red line. Rankin breaking clear at the front of the field as we once again on the brakes in towards Redmond. Series of switchback hairpins. Webster now tucked back in behind the Hungarian. And I think officially you can say Jeremy Lafile has filed in at the back of this train and will latch on Simone Passoni potentially as well. Rankin within 7/10 of Dinez, who's got the bit between his teeth to close up to the leader.
Yeah, as Will Chadwick was pointing out when we were doing the Charlotte Roval race earlier, this drop-off between there being sort of 8/10 of a second and even sort of 9/10, to be honest, in terms of the slipstream, it's quite steep, it seems to be, in these cars. And it's one of those circuits, again, where you can stay quite close with the draft. So it seems that Lafile just needs to be a little bit closer before he can properly say he's part of this group, and Passoni the same. And Elvis Rankin is quite actually close, maybe closer than you think, to actually getting clear of this group completely. Phil Dinez not that far behind, as Renhofer there had a look down the inside of Casabon. He's clearly fiddling with something. Just as he comes down the back straight, now he can focus on the pass. Casabon forced to go on the defensive after an error on the previous lap and letting the lead go 2 laps before that, suddenly down to 5th.
Cambered in is the hairpin at turn 5. Does allow you to run the tighter line and carry the speed through without too much of a compromise. That's what's holding up this gaggle behind Samuel Villa. Zain Khan trying to skip up the road in front. That's 32 minutes left to go, almost a third of the way through this race. Back up front, but let's check in with what happened just a couple of moments ago as well. A couple of cars, Tatum Restec and Delatraz Automotive, seemingly getting the braking zone wrong and sent off into the kiddie litter.
Yeah, it's the driver in front of you does it, then you're very encouraged to go on and do it as well, it seems. And they both make the same error coming down into that hairpin there, which is well, let's say expected really when you're following somebody in so closely. They've brought Rankin back again, so he was so close to getting away there at about 8/10 of a second, but they've properly brought him back. This is still a big fight for the race lead.
At no point are we going to say this fight is done. We are just aware that the fight might be dragging on, and our next race will see a set of pit stops in the Formula Ford at Silverstone. Pit stop strategy has been vital in those races, deciding how much fuel you need to put in. The later you stop, the more confidence you have in having saved your fuel and having a full burn number to the end. Not because we've capped the fuel at 80%, basically to make sure there's no fuel saving for 45 minutes. We're trying to guarantee a little bit of action, but that does not mean that they will try and do their fuel saving still and minimize the time in pit lane.
Well, exactly. You can't stop them from fuel saving completely. You can, in effect, force them to make a pit stop, though, by putting those fuel restrictions on. I wanted to ask, by the way, you mentioned the bump drafting rules in the previous race. Does that apply to every car, including the trucks? Oh, game's gone. That's what the trucks are for, isn't it? Hitting one another.
Well, you're not wrong. There's a certain argument there, but the real justification is there's certain teams that have 2 cars in the field, and they could work together, and not everyone's in that position, so equitable competition. Elvis Rankin's just equalized the playing field a little bit more with a mistake at the hairpin, and Dinez, the American, the Californian, sweeps through and takes the lead. BS looking for back-to-back wins after the magical drive from Reina Talvar.
Yeah, and they'd be in some great, and they're in some great form actually. Yes, I was about to say they'd be in some great form, but actually they just are. In the previous races before that win, they'd finished 8th, 3rd, 1st, and 11th, which is a very big improvement on where they were finishing in the first 4 races, where they didn't finish higher than 20th. Disastrous start for this team, but they are properly in some form now. And as Tavo was saying, they're targeting a podium. He says he thinks they can definitely achieve it. I must say I was a little bit sceptical even after that 1 race win, but actually you look at the form they're in right now, you look at the trending, the way this race is trending, and you say, well, yeah, at the moment they are perhaps, with the exception of Red Light, the team on form in this race at the moment.
Working our way through the night hours, quite literally out on track. The next race will be the first back in the daylight. You can see the first vestiges of sunrise peeking through. And from this point forward, the remaining 12 races all run in daylight, but it's just going on 11:20 p.m. on the east coast of the US, so make that 8:20 p.m. on the west coast. Whoa! Spin for Renhofer. It's a 360 back in the straight line, punch the throttle and keeps going.
Yeah, and I think the previous lap, or was it the one before, he'd had maybe an incident with Casabon, maybe on his own, but it seemed to me through the hairpin he'd had trouble last time. This time it's a bit of contact with Pisoni, who spins him around. Garcia also capitalises. Is that Pisoni? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Sorry.
Yes, it is.
In the Sim RC, yeah. So sorry, there's a lap car involved there as well, because only Garcia got through, but two cars got through. So yeah, lap traffic involved there as well. But anyway, yeah, Renhofer unfortunately losing not only a lot of ground but 3 places in the last 2 laps.
Another replay. Is there going to be more ground lost here? That's Impulse Racing. Oh, the South African Chris Shorter has just shoved Delatraz Automotive off and into the kitty litter. And then what's happened to Shorter? Oh, he gets touched up, pushed out wide. And is there going to be more squeezing down through turn 6? Yeah, pulls to the side of the track, and I think that's day done for that car.
Well, just decides to get out of the way there. It was an accident waiting to happen. If not, oh, Webster slipped through on top. That was very, very, well, easy it looked. But the way he was able to slip through so quickly, almost before Toth could think about it, was quite amazing there. And so Webster's up into the top 3.
And going back to the conversation on time of day, 11:20ish p.m. on the east coast of the US. It's 3 p.m. or so in parts of Australia, and so you can see the brightness behind Cooper Webster. He's carrying these night hours while the likes of Diogo Pinto potentially get a couple of hours of sleep. Ewan, what time is it for you right now?
It's 20 past 4 now. I think Webster's in Victoria, isn't it? I think it's 20 past 3 in the afternoon in Australia. Prime time at the moment.
Definitely not prime time for you. You are working the night hours, and a good slog to say the least. But glad that we have tall and short together here with 2 more hours, 2 more races to come before we welcome back in Lewis McLeod, fresh off a nap. And Zach Sweeney will join us for the first time today. Ewan will be back in the booth a couple of hours after that for his final stint with Jake Sperry before Lewis, Zach, and myself play hot seat in the commentary booth to take you through to the checkered flag, where increasingly it does look as though Red Line are going to be guaranteeing themselves a victory early if they continue this momentum. Blue Mercure, Ethan Bernard jump in front of Jesse Telkula. Remember, the other of the grid and go machines, not the one that's nestled in the top 10 in the live points, which you see on the right side of your screen. Red Line, 60 points in the clear.
Yeah, it's an ever-increasing gap, although they are losing a point at the moment in the standings in this race. On screen, by the way, Telkula getting down the inside of Ethan Bernard there into the final turn, and so he's now got no speed. Rafael Renhofer's looking to regain these places for EMM, looking on the outside line. EMM 64 points in front of BS Competition in a fight for 3rd place, now 32 behind Coanda, but 25% of that is being created in this race, so it is much closer for 2nd than I think we've probably realised.
Look at that, through the mountains that nestle around this Okayama circuit. The night is quickly being replaced with the first glimpse of the sunrise. What a glorious sight for the drivers and for the teams, although it's a rather cruel sunrise in many ways, with still 12 hours of racing to go. At a Daytona, sunrise around 7 a.m, checkered flag drops around 1 p.m, so 6 or 7 hours. This is a lot more close to a Spa, where sunrise can be, 5, 6 in the morning, and the checkered flag doesn't drop for another 11 or so hours after that. 5 in the afternoon. There is a long way still left to go, but it's Villeneuve pacing the field after slipping past Elvis Rankin, closing on half race distance in race 12.
And so far it's been reduced to 5 at the front of the field, with Denez, Rankin, Webster, Toff and Casabon at the front. But there's still more than half of this race remaining, so lots and lots of time for things to change here. And the jockeying for position will start in the not too distant future for those last laps. It's not one of those racetracks where you want to be second going on to the last lap for definite. You might do, but it's not quite as easy of a pass as that. So there's going to be some jockeying for position, I think, in the next 10 to 15 minutes before those final 8 to 10, where we decide the winner here of race 12. The conditions 20 to 5 in the morning, but it is the middle of May, so that's why the sun's already coming up here. In the UK, we're hours away from any sign of life.
That is for sure. Still in the middle of February, although daylight slowly coming towards us quickly, which does mean that in the next, I think, month or so, the month of February, we get another 40-odd minutes of daylight to go and play golf.
Woo. Oh,
let's go! Oh, I slipped that one through and didn't even get the reaction. Oh, I know Lewis McLeod. Me and him together in the last 2 hours will be salivating over that extra time to go and hit some balls.
Nice, that's good. Yeah, I mean, that's not what I would use it for. I mean, I saw a thing the other day, it was a couple of weeks ago, but something that says the sun's now not going to set before 5 p.m. until October again, and I got very excited, I must admit.
Oh, me too. Golf, perfect.
Not for golf, I didn't get excited, just for my own health.
Oh, yes. Well, as someone who grew up on the equator for the majority of their life, oh, that's a great camera shot of some trees.
It's grass.
Was that grass? That's a big...
That was very long grass. Let's get someone get a mower.
I know. Get Tony Kanaan and his lawnmower services and the IndyCar out. Yeah, someone who grew up on the equator, I did not really comprehend the power of seasonal depression. It is nice having a bit more daylight. Blue Mercure hoping for the daylight to give them some good results. EMM, Rafael Renhofer dropping back in proceedings. I wonder if there's a bit of damage on that car that's holding him up. Any aero damage can really hurt the handling of the car. You're reliant on that default configuration. Telkula, Armentario tucked in behind in this fight for 9th.
Yeah, it's some, you know, I might be being unfair by saying surprising teams in here, but, you know, there are definitely some big results happening here in race 12 for a few of these. I mentioned the Grid and Go team of Telkula, the other car doing okay, but they've not finished in the top 10 yet in any of these races so far today. Armentario haven't finished inside the top 15 yet, and hopefully for their sake they can get on and do it, because they're down in 40th place in the points. They're not exactly going to get a big result out of this, but it's about these individual races as well. It gives you 24 opportunities to go and have a good showing at the front as well for some of these smaller teams, and I think Armentario knocking on the door of a top 10 is very impressive.
And you get an opportunity to reset every hour, right? If you get tangled up in one of the many lap 1 incidents, which that's a talking point in and of itself, the maybe increased mess that we've seen on lap 1, maybe attribute that partly to increased car count, you know, biggest Infinity we've seen with 55 on track. Maybe attribute that a little bit to impatience on various race starts. Maybe also just some of the combinations don't lend themselves to clean turn 1s. We don't have Monza, no. Instead, we've got Fuji.
It is quite a rude awakening. And indeed it was. Sorry, in race 1 I was watching. That was quite a combination to start with, by the way. The trucks at Fuji for that run down in towards turn 1, for that big stop on the hairpin, and it was a good way to start. But right from the very beginning, Redline were taking control really of this VCO Infinity, and they have been ever since. See whether they can go on and win race 12 here or whether it's going to be somebody else. You get the feeling Rankin wants to come back through again, and here he goes.
Yeah, patience worn thin. 19 minutes left on the clock at the time of the move. Webster not alongside to take advantage. Although it is 4 now, with Thibaut Casabon slowly dropping and fading away. Wonder if that's a bit of the tire usage playing its part. Yes, cool track conditions are ideal for grip, but the balance on these cars, Ewan, it is ultimately a prototype. The way Radical and Tom Drewer introduced these cars to me was slicks and wings is kind of what the pathway of Radical introduces drivers to. Lots of downforce, lots of grip, but when that goes away, boy, it goes away quickly.
It's a good balance, I feel. Sometimes I have a hard time categorising it almost. I suppose that's the sort of aim, isn't it? Just make it very, very unique, and I do like that. It's also got a great community in iRacing as the Radicals. Racing, obviously, in the officials, very well populated, but also in various leagues down the different evenings. You can race in as well for slightly longer races, a bit like this one, 45 minutes in length, because the officials are very short. It is always good racing. I mean, there can be a lot of waiting around, like what we're seeing here. Can be difficult to overtake in certain circuits, but so far in this race, it's been tension building to the finish. BS competition under pressure again here, though, with Cooper Webster trying to take second.
Not ideal that Dinez is blinking out slightly. Webster's taken advantage and slipped through. David Toth wisely leaving a car's width and not forcing the issue there as Dinez re-emerges into reality, albeit virtual reality, and holds on to a spot on the podium. Bit of a wiggle as the rear end tries to protest as Powell put down. And now 8/10 the advantage. Rankin building up a buffer through all of that. Maybe another 13 or so laps to go. 17 odd minutes left to run. And now Cooper Webster trying to chase down Rankin, albeit not having to make the move, as Coanda Esports, remember, not really making inroads in the championship fight.
Yeah, it would only be a couple of points at this stage, and with still 12 races to go at the end of this one and a 60-point advantage, they only need to be within 5 of Coanda in each race to win VCO Infinity, even from now. And that is just how much of a gap they've got. Although, remember, of course, there are 55 in each race, so you can lose almost all of the margin in one go. They're dancing on a knife edge here, these guys, and David Toff is not wanting to work with them. He goes down the inside of field and has now, I think, has got to back out of this. No, he doesn't, and they're going to take themselves out of the group if they're not careful, battling for 3rd position. If they want to win, this is needless, completely needless. Outside for Toff, and he's going to get through, but they're potentially throwing away their chances of winning.
I think they realised that eventually. Dinez compromised as well on the exit from Piper at turn 7. This is one of those tracks that is quite nice. Not only does it have lots of corner names, but the track map still defines relatively sensible corner numbers. The only objection that I'm raising with the track map in front of me, the first and last corners, Ewan, that's literally their names on the track map. First corner and last corner.
Yeah, I know some people will enjoy the simplicity of that. I'm not sure I quite like that. You know, I like something interesting to be naming the corners, to be honest. Is there a corner around here called Hairpin, or is that somewhere else?
No, you're right. Turn 5 is the hairpin, but every other corner on the lap has got a proper name.
Yeah. Not that I quite understand who all the people are, but you know, why is that? First and last corner, and then hairpin. They run out of names, I suppose.
No, they
just call it turn 1.
They just haven't figured out who to name the corner after yet. They are thinking ahead. Big brain planning by those working on corner names at the Okayama circuit management. They've kept themselves with 3.
Make it sound like there's a board of executives.
Exactly. Oh, they have a council specifically for track naming. No, but you know, this could just.
We should make one.
I mean, we have joked around about building a track map service that goes around and consults with various tracks, and we'll start with Road America. You need our services most of all.
Okay. Can I then go to Road Atlanta? I'd like to go and sort them out, if I'm honest.
Yeah, but Road Atlanta isn't too bad. Like, it's
quite bad.
I agree, it is bad, but it's not as bad. I mean, Road America is just obnoxiously bad. And so we'll start there. Traffic for a moment, sorry, you, and I thought was about to separate these four out a little bit more, and it has. About 7/10 now between each of those podium spots with 13 laps to go. And I don't think there's any settling back now and waiting. These drivers are all pushing to the limit.
No, there definitely isn't any waiting any longer. You've got to go for it. You've got to push on. You've got to try and get what you can from the remaining 13 minutes. I think that basically also there's not going to be enough time left for waiting anymore when they eventually make the gaps up. Look at that. Renhofer and Telkula way too deep on the brakes. And Ethan Bernard moving up into ninth, or at least keeping ninth. Nikolai Pedersen then catches up as a result. And not only do you run wide there anyway through turn 5, bad enough, but all that gravel on the outside just makes it a whole lot worse.
Last race, attrition was such a big factor that, well, we had basically about 20 cars cross the line and actually finish the race. This has been a lot better. Yes, we had about 6 cars tangled up in lap 1 incidents. Outside of that, only a handful, maybe 10, have been required to head down to pit lane at some point or another. Tell you what, we may end this race with sufficient sunlight to really not be reliant on the headlights. They will still stay on. Drivers don't control them. The iRacing system controls them. One driver does not have headlights. That's a simple way of removing iRacing's control over whether your headlights work or not.
Well, indeed, yeah. But thankfully, unlike in some previous occasions in the last 5 hours or so, they can see where they're going now. As you say, this has really been a sunrise race rather than a fully night race, I would argue, because I mean, they can see where they're going anyway now without the help of these headlights. But it's not going to be a factor of thinking for these drivers at the front. Rankin is fully focused at the moment and trying to keep Webster at a distance. And the reason I mentioned there's not going to be enough time for waiting, by the way, is because there's only 11 minutes left. I think Webster will catch Rankin and get into a position where he might be able to overtake, but I don't think he'll get there with very many minutes remaining. So he'll need to get there and then try and strike straight away, not least because of the time remaining, but also for that element of surprise as well.
I guess the other factor is if Webster closes, he may drag Toth and Dinez into the mix as well. Webster looking very calm. Elvis Rankin based out of the UK for the last couple of years, so might be ready for a bit of a sleep after this. He's done races in GTPs, but that's one of the rules in Infinity, is that you have to race in at least 2 different cars. You only have to do 1 race in each of those cars, but if you want to be part of the maximum 5-driver roster, then, well, commit to driving 2 of the very different machines we have on offer.
Yeah, but, you know, we're seeing a lot of some of these teams anyway. I mean, Redline, for example, have got 5 different drivers here signed up for this. So surely that puts a little bit of not a restriction on them per se, but certainly a bit of a strain in terms of how do we actually fit all this around one another here? How do we make sure that we can get everybody doing 2? You know, for example, Cooper Webster has more technical problems like in the last couple of weeks, you know, and you know, he's only been in 1 type of car so far. You know, what are they going to do then? You know, I think they seem to be taking a slight risk with having so many drivers for this race.
Well, I guess yes. They do get Joker replacements. You know, they do have to nominate which driver does which race a couple of days before the event, but obviously allowing for those technical issues, they can do some last-minute changes. You know, I guess the most important thing is ensuring the drivers don't have to do too much preparation, because I think that probably is also part of it, right? At this level, all these drivers will want to do some amount of laps and dial themselves in for each of the different combinations, and so as much as they are adaptable, the best of the best, optimizing their practice, that's probably one of the components that a team manager is thinking of. Dinez has been dropped. He is almost out of contention, I would say, for a podium spot, and the lights flashing have cleared the traffic out of the way, but Webster's within a car length and a half of Elvis Rankin.
Yeah, in the same way that the four of them got rid of Casabon, I think the three of them have now gotten rid of Phil Dinez, although Toff is no means in this group for good yet either. If Coanda and Redline properly fight for this race win, then he will be there, but for now he is only lurking around half a second, well more than that, 3/4 of a second and more behind. Webster's properly in this now though, and that last lap was the first chance he had to go for the move really, and 10 minutes to go, quite a few laps, so he does have some time to work this out, but as I say, I don't think he will want to wait really very long.
Looking from the onboard perspectives, Rankin with a slightly wider arc off on the run up on this main back straightaway. Not close enough, I thought, on the exit of the corner, but Cooper Webster is there and throws the lunge. Rankin can't really defend too hard, aware that David Toth is half a second behind these two. And next time at the line, I make it maybe 5 laps, maybe 6 to go. And as Cooper Webster timed his opportunity and pounced when it counts.
He absolutely has. Now, Rankin has been able to return from this before, though. He's lost the lead at least twice from when he's been in this position. So can he get himself back in front of Cooper Webster again? The problem he's got, and I think the reason why whoever was in second in this was going to have to get through quickly is because of the presence of David Toff now, who's definitely in this group. And he will try and attack second place, I think, as soon as possible as well. He's got his own race to think about for Chesney at the moment. So, and based on the way he's been so far, I don't think he's going to hang around behind them and just wait and see what happens. I think he's going to get involved. So, Rankin will want to respond, and he's less than... Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. He's a 10.5 behind. Nearly hit him, though, in towards turn number 4.
Yeah, that's cost him. That's going to increase the gap. Drop him closer to Toth, and now back and forth for a moment. He bobbed. Vildenez 1.7, 1.8 seconds adrift now. He needs these three to fight and bring him back into the mix. At that point, Thibaut Casabon is probably hungry as well, sitting in no man's land for the last 20-odd minutes or so as this final of our night races, the sun continues to rise, and Cooper Webster is now 5-odd car lengths in the clear. And Rankin is all over the shop right now. That car is using as much track as Rankin can find, and it's not looking quick, sliding off the switchback hairpins.
Yeah, it looks like he's almost trying harder, but going slower as he does that. So Webster now with more than half a second over Elvis Rankin here. And is that a race-winning margin? It might be. Little look of resignation almost on his face there in towards turn 1, but he's not going to give in. He's got to try and get closer to Webster again. There's not much time left in this race at all, but is Toff going to try and just take advantage of this and get straight through here? There's definitely an opportunity for him to get into second.
Remember, Sheza Esports, as we get another great look at that grass, a move on Rankin would put them 3 points behind BS Competition, move them to within 7 points of Drago Racing for 4th in the point standings. Remember, 50 points for a race win and 1 point less for each position down through the field. That looks relatively easy. Elvis Rankin doesn't have much to defend with, and David Toff makes the move, slices forward to second.
Yeah, and Rankin there gave it up pretty easily. So is he hoping that Toff can go on and catch Webster and he can capitalise on that? I mean, less than 5 minutes to go. He's flashing the lights to say that. Toff was shaping defensively in towards the hairpin there. I think Rankin was flashing the lights as if to say, get in line and let's try and catch Cooper Webster. It might be a forlorn hope now. The race has only 4.5 minutes remaining in it. Oh, it's going to be... Why is it always close? I don't know why. It's going to be, I think, maybe 4 laps to go, actually. They might squeeze another one in.
Cross the line with 4:15, Yeah, I think we get 4. I think we get that extra lap. David Toth could be Coanda Esports' best friend. Another position also gets him 1 point closer to Phil Denez in that BS+ competition machine that is now back into the trailing range of the draft. Elvis Rankin hoping that David Toth can move his way forward. Let's check in with some of the other fights though very quickly. Ewan fight for 9th, still behind Rafi Orenhofer as Blue Mercure, Grid and Go and Falcon Sim Racing try to hunt.
Yeah, and Ontario just in behind as well, on for their best result of the race so far, as are Grid and Go, potentially for their first top 10 if they can get in front of VMM and Rafael Renhofer or Bernard Attali in towards the hairpin, and no move this time. It's been a group that's been going on for quite some time actually. They're just on the back end of the top 10.
07 Racing, Absolute Motorsport, Astalyth, another one of our little battle packs in these final stages. Matteo Blotto, Samuel Villa on the outside, and Blotto now left on the wrong side of the track in through turn 6, but look at the confidence. He sent that speed, trusted the downforce of the car, but the long way around puts you still on the wrong line, heading up to the first of the hairpins. Great fight going on here for 19th position, but finally the white, black and red machine slips through and holds on to the spot. Up front, leaders have crossed the line once again. Margin 7/10 as they work onto the backstretch.
I'm not sure this is coming down enough here. A flash of the lights from Webster. He understands the importance of this. I think that's a response from the lap car, as if to say, well, I'm not really sure. I always wonder what they're saying, whether that's a stop flashing me, I know what I'm doing, or it is okay, I've seen you, I'm going to let you through in a moment. But Cooper Webster will want that lap car to get out the way pretty quickly, and maybe it's not happening quite as quickly as he would like here. Toff is going to close as a result, and yeah, that lap car has said, no, I'm not going to listen to you, thanks very much, you've got to work your way past. Deep in towards the hairpin, and now what about in front of Toff? Is it going to get in the way again? Is this going to seal it, maybe? The gap's already 2/3 of a second, and I think this will do it.
Traffic has not necessarily always been easy, and yeah, on the racing line, as you should, make the faster car go the long way around. Elvis Rankin, I think, is asking for a little bit of help down to turn 1. Is he going to send and commit? Yes, he will. Trust the downforce, but the gap has crucially opened up that little bit more. And with 2 laps to go, 8/10 the buffer. Cooper Webster, one hand on the victory, you'd have to say. And so another look at how the points will be reflected. Of course, with race control intervention still to change, but red line dropping nothing in this particular event. And their points lead will be 63 over Coanda Esports.
Yeah, that's an absolutely massive advantage to have here. Is it going to be 62 as Rankin attacks David Toff now? Chelsea having one of their better performances, by the way. You can see them moving up to 6th place with this. Even if they lose this position, close, very close. But Toff around the outside will stay in front. And what's that slow lap car there on the inside line again there, right in front of these guys. So not getting the best run through traffic in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, that's the other thing, given, you know, not many actually finished the race last time out. More drivers on track, more traffic. It's going to be close, but I think we will see the white flag, not the checkered flag, as Cooper Webster dances out of the final corner. Seconds tick away, and what could have been the checkered is indeed the white. We get one final lap, one more opportunity for Elvis Rankin to find a way through, as the sun is well and truly among us here in VCO Infinity. Really, it's down to the hairpin in turn 5 that he'll be thinking about.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to know whether Rankin thought that was his last attempt there on that last lap, and whether this is sort of an extra free one that he didn't think he was going to get, or whether he knew all along. But here we go. He's not got the best exit out of turn 4, it must be said. Into the hairpin. He's going to have a hard time getting through on David Toff. He had much better chance last time. He's going to have to dive. He's going to have to lunge to the inside. Oh. Contact made between Rankin and Toff, who is set to the outside through turn 5.
And got to assume relatively simple for race control to judge that Rankin likely the aggressor, the one with the incident responsibility. Not expecting many penalty points. I'm expecting a few nonetheless. But as we reach the halfway mark of the 2026 VCO Infinity, it's the team that's won 3 of the previous 4 editions of the event on the ascendancy. A stumble in the previous race, but Cooper Webster puts Redline back on top, winning race 12 in the Radicals at Okayama, Ewan.
Yeah, and that's 3 of the last 4 races they've won, by the way. Their winning streak of 2 came to an end in the previous one with their worst finish of the race so far, but 3 in 4 races, and Cooper Webster is now on the board as well, which is absolutely fantastic for him. He did a race earlier, finished in 4th position, and now he's one of the drivers with a win to his name as well.
Camera shot blocked off there, but what it was trying to show us was the story of some of the final stragglers to the line, and one of those stories is Drago Racing going to finish down in 32nd. It's going to close up the points inside of the front 5 as we wait for those final takers to cross the line, and we'll get ready to make the trip once again, crossing continents, crossing oceans, and bringing out the Formula Fords to kick off the back half of VCO Infinity at the Silverstone Grand Prix track. A return to a full Formula One venue, and we'll see what action we have in store. Less attrition though in this race, to say the least, just waiting for those final cars to come across, and then Ewan will catch up with Cooper Webster. But halfway through VCO Infinity, and like you said, the winning streak may have been interrupted, but the momentum for Redline has not been stopped.
No, they're still in brilliant form. They're still on a great run of results. Apart from them, you do have likes of BS Competition and so on getting on some good runs as well, but unfortunately just in these last couple of hours, Coanda has started to slip away, and it's that previous race at Charlotte which is really starting to hurt them.
So a quick look at the results. Penalty points, of course, to be added on top of this, but Webster from Rankin, the aggression from Coanda Esports, get them past Davidoff and Sheza. One of the best runs of the event so far. BS Plus, and then Vitality Sim Racing, your top 5 with the ERE Race Esport team in front of the Sim RC. Bumblebee MG18, one of their best showings as well, with EMM and the Blue Mercure Esports crew, the rest of the top 10. Not much chopping and changing here. Blue Mercure, the only team up double digits in the top 10, but 22 gained for Team PGZ, 17 for Absolute Motorsport. Great effort from Sam Elvia, and top 30 covered by just about 1 full minute. Great to once again see somewhat lack of attrition. Capivara Racing plus 30 for them. First car 1 lap down, all the way down in 40th position as we begin to get to those that did experience some struggles. TC Esports Ricardo Ferreira amongst them. But ultimately, one of the cleaner races we've seen as we officially get set to welcome the sunshine. One driver that's already been bathing in the sunshine down under, it's Cooper Webster. Victorious in VCO Infinity and standing by with Ewan O'Leary.
Yeah, Cooper, welcome in. Congrats on a race 12 victory in VCO Infinity this year. How was that race overall? It was at the beginning in one long line. Eventually you managed to battle your way to the front of it. But what were those early stages like in terms of forming a plan to go on and win that race?
I mean, the plan was mostly to stay clean and stay out of trouble. The most scary part was the first corner on lap 1. So once I got past that, I was just kind of trying to just settle in. And this is not my primary car, so I'm happy with that result, seeing that I've been putting most of the effort into the truck. But yeah, I just tried to just slowly move forward and only make passes when it was safe to do so. And then eventually just found my way to the front.
And are we going to be seeing you again in the Radicals this race, or is it something else we're going to be seeing you next in later today?
In the NASCAR next, in the truck, so back at Okayama. So I got to relearn the track and take all the braking markers away and go back to the super long 500-meter braking zones for the truck.
Yeah, completely different kettle of fish, but at least the same circuit. Congrats on winning race 12 here, Cooper, and thanks for chatting to us at the end as well.
Thanks, no worries.
Thanks very much. That's Cooper Webster, who wins race number 12 in the Radicals. And yeah, change of pace for him coming up in an hour.
I like the takeaway from that is that, you know, I like how Redline have assigned a car to their drivers. They want them to really master it. And yes, Cooper's fulfilled the obligation now of 2 different cars, but back to the NASCAR trucks for the remainder of VCO Infinity. I tell you what, we're about to strike midnight on the East Coast here in the US. That's about our time to cut over to another YouTube feed. So if you're watching on YouTube, RaceSpot TV, VCO Esports, get ready to click over to part 3. You're watching on Twitch, you won't have to click a button. Sit back and relax. More racing to come on VCO Esports when we return.